Chapter 1. The End. A young man is lying on the ground of a destroyed castle. He is covered in blood, missing an arm and barely moving but still alive. All around him are dead bodies, some of them look human, but others can only be described as monstrosities. Creatures with dark, leathery skin, ugly faces and horns. On the other side of the room lies an older man. He has his back against a very beautifully decorated throne. The man has very inhuman features, almost snake-like. The young man raised his head with difficulty to look at the dead figure of his worst enemy, resting peacefully against his throne at the heart of what was once Hogwarts. "I hope you rot in hell," the man said before he started coughing blood. He knew that his time was near too, but he didn't mind that. After losing everyone that he cared about, death will be welcome as an old friend. The man then laid his head back on the floor and closed his eyes. He was very tired. Flashes of past events started to appear in his mind. His name was once Harry Potter. His parents were murdered by a Dark Lord who called himself Voldemort. He had a terrible childhood at the hands of his Muggle relatives who he rather not remember. At the age of 11, he discovered that he was a wizard and attended Hogwarts. He made many friends that will become like his family in time. Ron Weasley, Neville Longbottom, Luna Lovegood, Hermione Granger, and Ginny Weasley. During his 4th year, Voldemort came back from the dead, and the Second Wizard War started. Afterward, Dumbledore decided to trust Harry with all of his secrets about the prophecy and the Horcruxes, and together they went hunting for them. Unfortunately, during his 6th year, some Death Eaters managed to infiltrate the school, and the headmaster was killed. Harry had to continue the hunt with the help of his friends, and by the time Harry was in his 7th year, they had destroyed all but one of them. At the end of his 7th year, Voldemort decided to launch an all-out attack against Hogwarts to gain control of the castle and kill the boy who lived. But Harry was not an easy target to kill. During his 5th and 6th years, Dumbledore had personally trained him, and Harry had proven to the headmaster why he was the child of the prophecy. Harry had a natural gift with magic, especially transfiguration, much to the old man's joy. During his duel with Voldemort, Neville, Ron, and Hermione had managed to find Nagini, the last Horcrux, and Neville finished the snake off with the sword of Gryffindor. Thanks to everyone's efforts, Harry was able to kill Voldemort by severing his head with a cutting charm. It was the first time that Harry had to actually kill someone, and he hoped it would be the last. With Voldemort gone for good, his remaining Death Eaters fled the country, and peace returned once more. Harry and his friends were able to finish their studies in peace. After graduation, Harry went on to finish his mastery of transfiguration under Headmistress McGonagall, since he wanted to become a teacher like the former headmaster once was. After Ginny graduated from Hogwarts, she moved in together with Harry. The two of them had been dating since Harry's 6th year and had been inseparable since then. They got married 2 years after that. This was the happiest period of their lives, but it did not last long. Just 2 weeks after their wedding, Voldemort returned, and he was not alone. No one understood how Voldemort survived at the time. It would take many more years before Harry discovered that he himself was an accidental Horcrux created on the day of his parents' death. After coming back to life, thanks to his most loyal followers' help, Voldemort understood that one of his Horcruxes must still be left somewhere, one that he did not create willingly. But he could not rely on that anymore, so in order to secure his survival, he turned to a branch of magic that even the darkest of wizards would refuse to touch: demonology. The world where the Dementors once came from was known as the Demon World. It is possible to contact those creatures and ask for boons in exchange for something of equal value. What Voldemort wanted was to be immortal, and the price asked was to open a gate and allow demons into our world once more. Voldemort did not hesitate to sell out the human race, and so he came to Hogwarts with an army of Death Eaters and demons at his side. Many died that day, including McGonagall, Hagrid, and Ginny, who was just visiting her husband. Severus Snape gave up his life to make sure that Harry could escape, something that greatly surprised Harry since the man had never liked him, no matter how good he was at potions. The war started once more, and it was clear from the beginning that it was very one-sided. The demons were too powerful and too numerous. Voldemort had also grown in power, and even Harry was not his match anymore. After 20 years of war and losing everyone he cared about, Harry made one last-ditch attempt to at least kill Voldemort. The Statute of Secrecy was broken years back, and the Muggles were doing a good job at killing the demons. Harry thought that if he could get rid of Voldemort, the world would have a chance of survival. He knew from the beginning that this was a suicide mission, but he had to try, not that he had much to lose. With the help of some Muggle soldiers and some of the last wizards and witches in existence, they made their attack. After the start of the Third War, Harry had not rested one moment in training himself. He had to give up many of the values taught to him by Dumbledore and started to learn all sorts of magic, dark or light, didn't matter as long as it got the job done. And now he had his chance to fight Voldemort one last time. It was very close. Voldemort had learned many tricks over the years, and he was also wearing a protective amulet given by some powerful demon. As long as he had it on his persona, he could not die. It cost Harry an arm but managed to take the amulet away from him, and the moment he did so, the amulet turned into dust, much to Voldemort's dismay. One painfully long duel later, Harry finally claimed his victory. And then died along with the last Horcrux, eliminating any chance of Voldemort rising once more. Chapter 2, The Beginning, Darkness. For an unknown amount of time, he could not see or feel anything, but he was still existing for some reason. Then, images started to appear, memories again, but those were not his memories, he was sure of that. A young girl was looking at him with tears in her eyes and fury on her face. She had dark red hair and green eyes. She reminded Harry of his mother for some reason. Whoever it was, that girl was very angry with him and was yelling non-stop. The image went away and was replaced by another one. An adult man was looking down at him, his face filled with disappointment as he shook his head. Harry would have gasped if he could. He knew who this man was. He has seen many pictures of him. The man was James Potter, his father. But who is his father talking to? Who is the owner of these memories? And why is he watching them now? As the images went away, darkness welcomed Harry once more, and things went back to how they were before. It was impossible to tell time, but after a while, another image appeared, and he knew it was another memory. An adult redhead woman was kneeling down and hugging a child. Harry was surprised once more. Woman was the vivid image of his mother, and the child she was hugging seemed to be the little girl from before, and she seemed to be injured as there was a stain of blood on her dress. Her mother turns to look at him, or the owner of these memories at least. Lily Potter is angry, very angry, but there is also a lot of sadness in her eyes and disappointment once more. As the images went away, darkness welcomed him once more. After some more time, something changed. Harry could feel something. This was a surprising fact because he hadn't felt anything for a very long time, but now he could feel his body somehow. He tried to focus on that feeling and then started to hear very distant voices. Healer, healer, a female voice seems to be calling in distress. Look, he's moving, the same female voice said. Merlin, you are right, he's waking up, a male voice said. The light then started to tear away the darkness that Harry had grown accustomed to. Harry, oh my God. Please come back to us, the female cried. She was calling his name and her voice sounded so familiar. Harry put all of his effort into opening his eyes and more light covered his vision until the darkness was no more. Everything was white and his eyes started to adjust again. He then realized that he was looking at a plain white ceiling. Harry, the woman called his name. Mr. Potter, can you hear me? The man asked. Harry turned his head towards the voices and there it was. The woman from those memories was staring at him with tears in her eyes. He tried to speak but was unable to. The woman jumped on his bed and hugged him while crying. Oh, thank Merlin, we thought we lost you, she said. Have I reached the afterlife? It doesn't seem like that. I can feel my mother hugging me, I can even smell her perfume. But how can this be real? We are both dead. Of that I am more than sure. Miss Potter, please, I need to evaluate the state of your son. The healer said. His mother stood back with reluctance and took a handkerchief to clean her tears. The healer waved his wand around and looked at Harry intently. Can you tell me your name, young one? The healer asked. Harry moved his mouth but no words came out, only some mumbling sounds. I guess you can't speak yet. Is not out of the ordinary, considering what you went through. Can you at least move your head to nod? He asked. Harry tried and was able to move his head enough to nod. Excellent. At least your motor and cognitive skills are working. He turned to Lily. We will need to keep him here for now. I need to perform more tests when he has a chance to rest a bit. But is he going to be fine? Are there any problems? Lily asked with worry. Physically he seems perfectly fine. Is his mind that worries me, but I need him to speak so I can conduct more tests. We will wait for now. He should recover his ability to talk by tomorrow, the healer said before leaving. Lily turned to him. Harry, I need to go call your father. I will be back in a few minutes, don't worry, okay? Harry nodded and she left in a hurry. He then started to move his head so he could take a better look at his body. Something felt off. When he looked at his feet, Harry realized what it was. his body was really small, like a child. His mother still called him Harry, and the healer referred to her as Miss Potter, so he was still Harry Potter, but his parents were alive. This did not make any sense at all. So, it cannot be time travel. Did I wake up in a different world? He thought about the possibility, no matter how absurd it sounded. There were many magical mysteries still left undiscovered, and parallel worlds were one of them. But they were just theories. No one has ever been able to travel to a parallel dimension and come back to tell the tale. His mother then came back into the room and sat at his side while stroking his hair gently. "Everything is going to be okay," she said softly. "Yes, I'm not so sure about that," Harry thought. He then felt very tired and his eyes started to close against his will. It didn't take long before falling asleep once again. Chapter 3: Dreams. Harry found himself inside a big garden. To his left was a luxurious mansion, and to his right was a very dense forest. In front of him was a familiar girl with dark red hair and green eyes like his own ones. This time she did not look angry, but instead she looked afraid. "Harry, please stop. You are scaring me," she said. The reason for her fear became obvious very quickly. The owner of these memories was holding a wand and pointing it to the girl, who he was now sure must be his sister. "Shut you, P. It's always you. You are the favorite one, always, always." He moved the wand around threateningly. The girl started to tear up. "I'm not shut you, P. If only you and Holly were not here, it would be just me. They would have to love me then. Dad would have to be proud of me then." His voice seems to be getting more deranged. He kept pointing the wand that he stole at his sister. The girl was backing down without looking and tripped over a stone poking from the ground, making her fall on her back and crying in pain. "Let's see." The book said it was something like this. He then made a circular wand motion that ended with the wand pointed at his sister. Reduct, something went wrong. The spell was not cast correctly and an explosion occurred. The dream stopped there and Harry woke up. "Harry, good morning." Lily was still sitting at the side of his bed. She looked very tired. "Good morning," Harry said slowly and with difficulty. His mother's eyes opened wide and she gasped. "You are talking, that's great. You had me a bit worried there. Your father was here last night. He promised to visit during his break from work." She smiled. The door opened up and the same healer from the day before walked in. "Good morning, Miss Potter and Mr. Potter." He took a seat next to Harry. "How are you feeling today?" "Better," Harry said. "I see." He then pulled a potion. "Drink this, it will help you recover a bit faster." Harry drank the potion and felt all of the muscles of his body recover a little bit. How long?" Harry said. "We'll get to that, but first I need to ask you some questions." The healer pulled up a small book of notes and a quill. "What is the last thing you remember?" Harry tried, but he didn't seem to have access to any memories of the previous owner of this body other than the dreams. Was last night's dream the last thing that happened? Did the previous Harry actually die while trying to kill his own sister, and I somehow ended up taking his place? I have so many questions. Harry's thoughts were a mess. "I don't know." Harry thought that it was the safest answer. He could not possibly explain what happened to him. The healer nodded. "In which part of England is your house located?" he then asked. Harry looked confused. He had no idea. It didn't seem like this version of his parents was living in Godric Hollow if that garden from his dream was their home. "I don't know," he said, this time with less difficulty to speak. "Harry, what do you mean you don't know?" Lily asked in confusion. "Miss Potter, please let me continue," the healer said, and his mother backed down. "What about an easy one?" "What is your mother's name?" he asked. "Lily Potter," Harry answered quickly. "What about your father?" "James Potter," the healer nodded. "What is your sister's name?" he asked. Harry looked troubled once more. "Crap, I think one of her names was mentioned in the dream, but I cannot remember it. It was something with H. I forgot," Harry said, looking a bit ashamed. His mother gasped and looked at Harry with worry but did not interrupt the healer. "I see. One last question." "What is your date of birth?" he asked. This one Harry knew well. "July 31, 1980, Harry answered. His mother looked at him with concern once more and Harry didn't understand why. The healer frowned. "That's not what I have written here, Miss Potter." The healer turned to Lily for clarification. "It's actually July 5, 1980, she said. "Very well, I'll be back in a bit." The healer stood from his chair and started to walk towards the door. Lily approached him and whispered, "Is there something wrong with him? Why can't he remember those things?" "It's still too early to say. I need to consult with a colleague of mine. Now, if you excuse me." The healer made his way out of the room. Lily turned to Harry and tried to give him a reassuring smile, but it was obvious that she was very worried. Sometime later, James Potter arrived at the hospital and came into the room. When he looked at his son, Harry could tell that his father was happy to see him but also very angry. "James," Lily went to greet her husband and the two of them hugged. "Hey Lil, how is he?" he whispered. "The healer is still doing some tests, but for now just talk to him," Lily said, not wanting to discuss her son's condition in front of him. James approached Harry's bed and sat down. "Hi son, how do you feel?" James greeted with mixed feelings. "I guess he knows what the other Harry did to end up in the hospital. If I remember correctly, James Potter was an aura before being killed," Harry concluded. "I'm feeling fine, Dad," he said slowly. The potion the healer gave him was doing effect and his difficulty speaking was vanishing. Before James had a chance to say anything else, the door opened again and two men entered. One was the healer that previously attended Harry. "Ah, Mr. Potter, it's good to see you again. This is my colleague." He pointed to the older man next to him. "He is one of the best mind healers in Saints Mungo. I called him here to take a look at your child." "A mind healer?" James asked in confusion before looking at Lily. Lily was going to start explaining when the healer intervened. "I believe it would be better if we discuss this in my office," giving a passing glance at Harry. "My colleague will perform an evaluation of your son's state in the meantime." James nodded and followed the healer. Lily gave one last smile to Harry before leaving too. Once they are gone, the mind healer will perform a long series of questions, ranging from personal information to some general knowledge. Then he asked Harry to perform some simple tests like recognizing shapes or specific objects in pictures. Harry tried to answer truthfully whenever he could and would claim ignorance when it came to questions about his personal life. That wasn't a lie either, because he didn't really remember anything that the previous Harry had done aside from those dreams. Chapter 4, Meeting the Sisters. Later in the afternoon, the healer and mind healer who attended Harry were discussing their evaluation with the parents. "Selective amnesia?" Lily asked with concern. "Yes, Miss Potter. Your son still has all of his general knowledge intact, but he is unable to remember most details about his personal life. Doesn't even seem to remember the names of his sisters, although he does remember the names of his parents at least," the mind healer explained. "He doesn't remember Lyra and Holly. Are you sure he is being sincere? My son has a history at being disingenuous, to say the least," James said. "James, how can you say that?" Lily wanted to scream at her husband. James gave her a look. "Am I wrong?" Lily looked down. "Well, no, Harry has always been a bit disobedient." The healer looked at the couple but didn't say anything. The mind healer then spoke. "Mr. Potter, I have been a mind healer for almost 40 years. If anyone is lying to me, I would know, especially a child. No, your son was telling the truth, and my diagnosis is correct, I can assure you of that." "Then what do we do? Is he going to recover those memories?" Lily asked. "You can take him home. There is no more reason to keep him here. Just be mindful that he may need a reminder of even some basic things like where is his room or who are his friends. As for recovering his memories, I would say is unlikely, but the mind of a child is very resilient. He will adapt in no time, you'll see," the mind healer said. "Oh, one more thing, Miss and Mr. Potter," the healer said, and everyone turned to face him. "Don't be too surprised if your son's personality changes a bit. Is a normal side effect in cases of amnesia. After all, our memories and experiences are what often defines our personality." "That would be good news," mumbled James. Harry had finally a chance to take a good look at himself when he was changing his clothes before leaving for home. He looked almost exactly the same as he remembered looking at the age of 10, just without the malnourishment and with better clothes. What called his attention the most was the lack of a scar on his forehead. He could not help but wonder how different this world was from his original one, but could not do anything at the moment. His mother noticed Harry moving his hair and touching his forehead. "Is everything okay, Harry? Does your head hurt?" she asked. Harry stopped and looked at her. "Yes, everything is fine. He will have to find an opportunity to find out what important changes this world has. Are you ready, Harry?" his mother asked while extending her hand. Harry nodded and grabbed it. "You remember apparition, right?" she asked softly, and Harry nodded once more. Lily lifted her wand, and they were gone from the entrance of Saints Mungo. The three of them appeared in front of a huge mansion that Harry did not recognize. "We live here. I don't remember the Potter family being this rich. My trust vault barely had enough to buy a small house. Did the goblins hide another vault from me?" Harry wondered if this house even existed in the other world. Lily and James looked at Harry and noticed the surprised expression he was making. "Don't remember the house?" James asked, still somewhat doubtful if his son was pulling some sick prank, as it would not be the first time. Harry shook his head. "Sorry. It's okay, dear, let's go inside," Lily said reassuringly. They made their way through the mansion until they reached a big living room with very expensive-looking decorations. Two girls were lying on a comfortable leather couch. The older one seemed to have reading a book to the younger one. The moment they heard the steps, they both turned around. "Mommy, Daddy." The young one jumped from the couch and started running towards James and Lily. James knelt down and hugged his daughter. "Hello, love, I'm sorry we arrived a bit late," James said with a smile. The older girl approached too to greet her parents, but she obviously had more restraint. "Mom, Dad," she smiled at them, then looked at her brother. "Harry," she said with badly contained disdain. Harry gave a sad smile. He knew that earning the trust of this family was going to be difficult, especially for his older sister. "Hi, Em. This is Lyra. She is 1 year younger than you, Harry." Lily placed a hand on her shoulder. "And the little one is Holly. She will be 5 in 1 month." Harry looked at his new sisters. Lyra was the same as in his dreams. She had dark red hair, green eyes, and his mother's nose. She looked like a miniature version of Lily Potter with darker hair. The young one had black hair and hazel eyes. She had obviously inherited most of her looks from James Potter. The two girls looked at their mother in confusion about why was she introducing them to their brother. "There's something you need to know. Your brother is suffering from something called selective amnesia. That means that he remembers some things but doesn't remember others," Lily explained. "And he doesn't remember us." "He's obviously lying to not get in trouble," Lyra spat the words. "No, the mind healer assured us that he was telling the truth," James added, even though he also had his doubts. Lyra looked at Harry with obvious anger. "Well, I don't believe you. You have always been a liar." She separated from her mother and stormed out of the living room. "You will have to forgive her, Harry. You may not remember it, but you were always a bit mean to her in the past," Lily said to her son. "A bit." James raised an eyebrow and Lily gave him a stare that said, "You are not helping." Holly approached Harry and looked up at him. "You don't remember Holly?" she asked innocently. Harry knelt down to stay at his sister's height. "I'm sorry, little one, but I would love to get to know you all over again." Harry smiled and ruffled her hair. Holly giggled while James and Lily were looking with shock on their faces. Their son had never behaved so cheerfully with anyone. He always seems angry or stressed. Chapter 5, Settling Down. After his mother gave him a quick tour of the house, Harry was led to his room. The moment he entered, he was immediately shocked. The bedroom was huge. There was a king-sized bed on one side, a wooden desk with a leather chair, several chests with gold decorations and runic protections, a big wardrobe, many other seemingly expensive things, like a fireplace. He knew it was only logical that his room would be luxurious. After all, he was now living in a mansion. But he could not help to be surprised, after spending half of his childhood in a cupboard and the other half in the spare room with broken furniture that his uncle probably got for free in some junkyard. He walked around his room and noticed something sticking from the top of the wardrobe. Using the chair, he managed to get it down. It was a broom. Whoa, this a Numbers 1900. Best broom of its day. It looks like it was never even used, not even once. It was completely covered in dust and seemed to have been sitting on top of that wardrobe for a while. He then noticed an inscription. "Happy birthday, Harry, we love you, Dad and Mom 1989. Harry's grip on the broom got stronger as he gritted his teeth in anger. "Ungrateful bastard. It seems like the more I find out about that Harry, the less I like him." Something then occurred to him and started to look into the drawers of the desk. Aha, there is one. Harry picked up the small diary and placed it on the desk before sitting down. He had the feeling that an angsty, lonely child who seemed to hate everyone would write his complaints somewhere. The diary only dates back 1 year, starting August 15, 1990. By the contents, it seems to be Lyra's birthday. He complains about how his father bought her a Nimbus 2000 while they only bought him an older model. I guess he never considered the fact that the Nimbus 2000 had just come out that year. He then talks about how Lyra had always been favored by their parents, especially their father. Harry kept flipping the pages and reading the contents. The diary is filled with bitterness against his own family, especially his sister Lyra, whom he seems to be very jealous of. He almost reminds me of Malfoy. Little Brat also complains about his lack of friends, while Lyra had many and blames it on his parents. The last pages of the diary had some disturbing contents. Apparently, the other Harry had spent a while planning on stealing his dead grandmother's wand that his father kept stored in their bedroom and making use of it in order to teach his sister a lesson. So, not only did you try to hurt or even kill your sister, but also destroyed your grandmother's memento in the process. Wow. Even Malfoy was a lot better than this. How can a different version of me be so different? Harry could not understand it. He now hoped that the reason he appeared in this world was caused by the death of his alter ego. Until he remakes his occlumency shields and creates his mental realm, it would be impossible to scan his mind in search of some remnants of his former being. I swear that if there is anything left of him in there, I will get rid of it. Harry threw the diary in the fireplace and lay on the comfy bed. I don't know how I ended up here, but I have always dreamt of having a family like this one. Maybe some god up there decided to reward me, or maybe this is just some cosmic accident. Whatever the case, I will protect this family with everything I have. The next morning, he went to the kitchen and found his mother preparing breakfast. Good morning, Mum. Harry was starting to get used to having a mother now, but it still felt strange. Lily turned around and smiled. Good morning, Harry. This will take a few more minutes. Harry approached his mother and noticed that she was preparing pancakes, juice, and several other things. Let me help you, Harry said. Lily's eyes opened wide. Why, you want to help me cook? Are you sure? Harry sighed. His parents seemed to go into shock every time he tried to be nice. Sure, he said while taking the pancake butter and started preparing the pancakes. Lily was observing her son with absolute bafflement. You are doing it very well, Harry. When did you learn to cook? Lily asked. Harry shrugged. I don't know, maybe I learned by watching you and my body somehow remembers it, Harry said. Once they were putting the food on plates, the rest of the family entered the kitchen. The first one was Lyra, who gave her mother a hug and a surprised stare at Harry before sitting down. Then came James carrying their youngest daughter, Holly, on his shoulder. That smells great, Lil, James said while giving his wife a kiss. Thank you, Harry helped me with the breakfast, Lily said proudly. James raised an eyebrow. He did? Lyra gave Harry an incredulous look before staring at her breakfast with suspicion. Holly didn't care and started eating. Harry noticed that his father was reading the Daily Prophet. Dad, can I borrow that when you are done? He said while pointing at the paper. James seemed a bit surprised but didn't comment on that. Sure, I only read the front page usually. After having breakfast, Harry went to the sink and was going to start cleaning the dishes when a house elf appeared. Oh no, Master Harry, Mipsy already left Miss Cook. I will do the cleaning, please. Harry was startled for a moment. A house elf, Master Harry? The elf looked confused. Sorry, Mipsy was it? You see, I was injured recently and lost some of my memories. Harry explained. Oh, Mipsy is sorry to hear that, said the elf. Are you the only house elf here? Harry asked and the elf nodded. Very well then, I'll leave you to your work. The elf smiled and went to clean. Harry left the kitchen and went to the house library while carrying the newspaper his father gave him. The library was almost as big as the one in Hogwarts and must contain thousands of tomes. Wow, Harry was truly impressed. If only I had grown up in a place like this. Maybe things would have ended up differently. He could not help to think. He took a seat on a comfortable leather couch and opened the Daily Prophet. He looked at the top left corner of the first page. June 10, 1991. That means I'm almost 11 years old and there are a few months left before it's Hogwarts time. He managed to acquire a few more bits of information from the articles depicted. The minister was Cornelius Fudge, after being mentioned in the passing of a new trading law. Lucius Malfoy seems to still be very close to the minister, as he was shown at his side in the picture taken. Dumbledore is mentioned in the passing of an article about dragon blood. What I need is information on Voldemort. I need to know what else is different. At that moment, Harry heard noises of people approaching before the door to the library opened. Yay! A very excited Holly entered running, while Lily walked some distance behind. Holly noticed Harry and stopped. Hello, Holly, did you come here to play? Harry asked. She wants me to read her some books, Lily answered while approaching the duo. Yes, books, Holly exclaimed happily. What kind of books do you like? Harry asked. Holly smiled. The ones with the boy who lived, Neville Longbottom. Chapter 6, The Adventures of Neville Longbottom. Did you say Neville? Harry asked. Yes, those are her favorite ones. I used to read them to you and your sister Lyra, but you two never liked them that much, Lily said. So Neville became the boy who lived in this world. Of course, the prophecy must have excluded me, because I was born almost a month earlier, leaving only one choice for Voldemort to attack. When Harry was pondering about the changes in this world and how to gain more information, he suddenly had an idea. Holly, you must have a lot of books about the boy who lived, right? Harry asked his little sister. Holly's eyes illuminated with enthusiasm. I have lots. Holly took Harry's hand and started to lead him towards one of the bookshelves. Lily was watching the interaction with a smile. In the past, Harry had never shown any interest in his little sister. Kids are able to quickly understand when they are not wanted, so Holly never tried to interact with Harry that much either. She must have felt the change in Harry. Lily thought. Once Harry got closer to the shelf, he spotted a lot of books with very colourful covers and the name of Neville Longbottom followed by all sorts of crazy titles. Neville Longbottom and the Hydra of 9 Heads, Neville Longbottom and his trusty red dragon, Neville Longbottom and his magical castle. Wow, did I also have all of that stuff back in my old world? I remember Ginny mentioned some of the books about me she read as a child. But she was too embarrassed about that part of her childhood to go into more details. Harry looked as Holly rushed to a shelf and started to look for something to read. He also started to look around looking for something more historical and less fantastical. On the upper part of the shelf, he found something interesting, The Boy Who Lived and the Downfall of the Dark Lord. Harry picked up the book and started reading the contents. Holly finally decided on a book and brought it to her mother to read it. Let's see, Neville Longbottom was born, blah blah blah. Oh, there it is. On the night of October 31, 1981, the Dark Lord attacked personally the Longbottom household. Lord and Lady Longbottom battled ferociously, but unfortunately perished in the end. Harry made a pained expression at the mention of the Longbottoms. It seems like Neville's parents had suffered a terrible fate in both worlds. However, when the Dark Lord went to kill the little baby, some miracle of magic occurred. The baby was not only able to survive the killing curse, but it ended up inflicting a crippling wound on the Dark Lord, to the point that he has not appeared again since then. Some believe that the Dark Lord will not come back as long as The Boy Who Lived is in Britain. What? Harry shouted. Harry, is everything okay? Lily asked with worry on her face, wondering what had startled her son so much. Harry looked apologetic at his mother. Sorry, I just read something disturbing, that's all. Lily got closer and took a look at the book that Harry was reading. Ah, is it about you-know-who? You don't have to be afraid of him. He left the country a long time ago and never came back. Lily tried to calm her son down, believing that he must have become scared after reading about what Voldemort did to the Longbottoms. Harry thought that this may be a good chance to gain some extra intel. But what about his followers? He had many, right? Did they also leave? Lily frowned, obviously not liking to talk about this matter. Some of them did leave. Many others remained here. Your father knows more about them since he is one of the head Aurors, but he doesn't like to talk about work. Lily explained. I understand. Harry put the book back. I'll go find something else to read, he said, not wanting to upset his mother further. After picking something else, he sat down and looked at his mother and sister. Holly was sitting on her mother's lap, while Lily read a story about how Neville Longbottom fought an evil ogre and saved the kidnapped princess from his tower. A soft smile appeared on his face as he observed the two of them. After finishing her book, Holly went to fetch another one and brought it to Harry. Read this, please, she asked. Harry raised an eyebrow. You want me to read you the book? Harry asked and Holly nodded. Harry looked at his mother who was approaching. Do you mind? I need to go do some chores before dinner, Lily said. Not at all, Harry said. He was just surprised his mother would trust him that much. I believe your father is outside in the garden doing something. He took a few free days. If you need anything, you can go to him or call for Mipsy, Lily said before leaving. Holly sat down at his side and handed him the book. After reading for a few minutes, he noticed the presence of someone else in the library. I bet that's the house elf. Mother must have asked her to keep an eye on us, he thought. Harry wasn't really offended. It would have actually been very reckless to leave a 10-year-old who had just come back from the hospital with a brain injury to take care of a 4-year-old with no supervision. Harry ignored the presence of the elf and continued reading for a while. He then noticed Holly started to yawn. Must be nap time, he thought. Mipsy, you can come out, Harry said out loud. The elf appeared in front of them. Master Harry knew I was there, the elf asked. Never mind that. Help me carry my sister to her room so she can sleep, Harry said while picking up Holly, who was starting to close her eyes. He noticed the elf using magic to make her lighter and easier to carry. He thanked the elf and followed her. After leaving his sister in her room with Mipsy, Harry decided to take a walk through the gardens. The moment he went outside, he caught a glimpse of people standing on the grassy field. Right, she said that father would be here, Harry thought. His father and Lyra were holding flying brooms, and his father seemed to be giving her some instructions. They saw him approach and turned to him. Lyra immediately frowned, while his father just seemed a bit surprised. Hi there, do you mind if I join your flying practice? Harry asked. Chapter 7, Flying Practice. You want to fly? I thought you didn't like it that much, James said. Harry shrugged. I guess I changed my mind, so, can I? James smiled. Sure you can. Do you remember where your broom is? You know, the one we got you 2 years ago. Yes, I'll go get it. Harry turned around and left for his room. James looked at his daughter, who was making an angry expression. "You still believe that he is pretending?" he asked. "Dad, no one changes that quick. He has to be," Lyra said while looking serious. James observed his daughter with attention. She has always been too mature for her age. "I'll tell you one thing. In my work I have to deal with a lot of liars, and over the years I have developed a keen eye to discern who is telling the truth and who is lying without the need to use any magic." Lyra looked at him, and, "As far as I have observed, Harry seems completely sincere." He saw his daughter was about to protest and raised his hand to indicate that he was not finished. "I know it's hard to believe, but you should give him a chance. If he is sincere about wanting to change and you keep pushing him away, he may revert back to being the way he was. You don't want that, right?" James finished saying. Lyra did not raise any complaints, but she still didn't seem completely convinced. She has been attacked and deceived by her brother too many times in the past. She had wished on many occasions for her brother to change, to become at least tolerable to be around. But this change was just too much, too sudden and hard to believe. Harry came back with his broom in hand. "All right, let's get to flying. Hold down, champ. Let me see that broom. I need to make sure it's in good condition to fly since it hasn't been used for so long," James said while taking the broom. "Observe the broom carefully. Did you clean it up?" James asked. The broom looked impeccable and well cared for. "This morning, so can I use it?" James handed the broom to Harry. "Yes, it seems in good condition, but let's go slow. I don't know if you remember what happened 2 years ago." James told Harry, and this one shook his head. James sighed. "Well, you were very excited about flying a broom at first, but you didn't listen to my advice and decided to fly away recklessly. In the end, you crashed against a tree, broke one arm, and didn't want to touch the broom again. Yes, you were always saying that flying was stupid." Lyra grinned. "So that's why he left the broom there, covered in dust." Harry just smiled at her, ignoring her childish taunt. "Well, let's try again then." Lyra was surprised by the lack of a bitter response as usual, but didn't say anything else. James got into position. "Okay, Harry, get onto the broom and start to ascend slowly. Remember, you need to focus on the broom and deliver the order in a calm and focused manner." Harry did as he was told. As much as he wanted to shoot into the sky, he decided that it would be better to show a slower progression and not give his father a heart attack in the process. Harry started to gain altitude slowly with his father at his side. "Very well, Harry, this is high enough. Let's stop here and start to move forward," James said. "Oh, Merlin, this is going to be so dull." Harry thought. Lyra seemed to agree as she started to fly away from the dew at great speed. "Don't go too far, Lyra. Stay inside the property limits," James said in a commanding tone, and Lyra responded with an annoyed, "I know, Dad." Harry and James started to fly around the garden very slowly and only a few feet off the ground. "My first flying lesson in Hogwarts was more exciting than this," Harry could not help to think, but kept his patience and continued with the exercise. At least he could get a good view of the house and its surroundings. The house itself was not as massive as he first thought. He was more impressed with how isolated the house was. All around it was a grassy plain, and in the distance he could see a thick forest that extended in all directions. A closer inspection was needed, but at first glance, it looked like the grassy fields were indicating the limits of the wards. If that was the case, this property was around half the size of Hogwarts. In the end, the boring lesson did not matter to him that much. Instead, he cared about the fact that he was flying on a broom next to his father. This was something he had dreamed of since he found out James Potter was a great Quidditch player in school. After almost an hour of practice, James told Harry to stop for the day. "You did great, Harry. You know, I have the entire week off work. If you want, we can practice every day for a bit," James offered with a sincere smile. "Yes, I would love that, Dad," said Harry. Even though the practice was a bit boring, he could not help but be genuinely happy at spending time with his father like that. Lyra then descended from the sky with her numbers 2000. "Oh, you two slowpokes are done?" James gave her a warning look. Harry chuckled. "Yes, we are done for today. I'll see you at dinner, Lyra." After Harry left, James approached his daughter. "He doesn't react to anything." "Harry, I knew, would have gotten angry with much less," Lyra said. James raised an eyebrow. "Stop trying to provoke him. That's a bad idea. I just wanted to get a reaction." "Are you sure you brought the right Harry from the hospital?" Lyra asked. Chapter 8, Findings. Harry was slowly getting used to his new life. It seems like his parents were beginning to believe that he had changed for the better and was not going back to his old self. He had gotten very close to his youngest sister, Holly. She was very fun to be around and always cheerful. His other sister, Lyra, is still distant, but at least she has stopped trying to provoke him. Harry didn't mind and just found her attempts entertaining, to be honest. After all, it was just a 9-year-old using childish insults against someone who had gone through 2 wars. It would be needed a lot more than that to provoke him into action. Harry had spent a great deal of his time exploring the library, looking for any useful information or anything that he could have missed. He will not let his guard down after finding out that Voldemort is still alive, even if he is hiding in a different country. Using old newspapers that thankfully Mipsy kept stored and some new history books about the recent war, he had managed to gather a lot of information. As the Boy Who Lived book had said, Voldemort seemed to have suffered some crippling injury instead of dying and fled the country. Neville was acclaimed as the Boy Who Lived, and everyone considered him a national hero. It is rumored that he was raised by his grandmother in a distant castle since the main Longbottom household was severely damaged, but the exact location of this castle was never revealed to protect him. Harry felt sorry for Neville. The boy now will have to deal with some of the things he did in his past life. Fame had brought him nothing but misery, with people turning against him at every turn. Even with Voldemort's absence, many Death Eaters remained in England and would launch attacks every so often to remind the country that they were not completely gone. That meant that the war had never ended, officially at least, but the public had mostly moved on since there hadn't been any big attacks. Another big difference was that Sirius never went to Azkaban since his parents were not attacked by Voldemort directly, but they were still important enemies of the Dark Lord and were attacked by Death Eaters many times. Many did not survive the war, and unfortunately, Sirius was one of the victims. Wormtail was revealed to be a traitor when he and some other Death Eaters got into a fight with Sirius and some other wizards that Harry remembers being old members of the Order of the Phoenix. In the resulting fight, Sirius and Marlene McKinnon died, along with several Muggles who were caught in the crossfire. Wormtail became a wanted man that day and has not been seen since then. Harry's best guess is that Wormtail disclosed the secret location of the Order headquarters and they took the chance to launch a big attack. Remus was still alive and well. His father had mentioned that he would be visiting for Harry's birthday. Sirius. He felt nothing but bitterness at the thought of not being able to see his godfather and felt like he had lost him all over again. "I'll make sure that Wormtail suffers for this. I swear this to you, Sirius." He made another promise to himself. It was the day before his birthday and Harry had decided to go make breakfast by himself. He was surprised to find his sister, Lyra, already in the kitchen. "Good morning, you got up very early today," Harry greeted. Lyra looked up from her glass of milk. "I was thirsty. What about you?" "I'm going to make breakfast for everyone." Harry walked to the counter and started picking up the ingredients he needed. "By yourself? Are you sure you know what you are doing? I don't want to be poisoned." Lyra smirked. "Well, you can stay and try the food first if you want," Harry offered while he kept working. "You have been spending a lot of time with Holly lately," Lyra said with a serious expression. Harry raised an eyebrow and looked at his sister, wondering where this was going. "I have not told Dad everything about what happened that day, only that you were playing with Grandma's wand and got hurt on accident," Lyra said. Harry was surprised. "She lied to protect me. That would explain why his parents weren't more angry with him, especially his father. But if you hurt my sister, our sister," Harry corrected her, "and I would rather die than hurt any member of this family." Lyra was taken aback by how intense was Harry when he said that, and she didn't doubt that he meant every word. You really have changed," Lyra was forced to admit. After a moment of silence between the two of them, she spoke once more. "Fine, I'll stay and be the first one to try your food. It better be good." She pointed her finger at him and went back to her drink. "I'll give you one last chance, Harry. Last one, I swear," Lyra thought to herself. "You'll see." Harry smiled and went back to work. "Yummy," Holly said happily while eating. There were Cornish potato cakes, sausages, eggs, bacon, and seared tomatoes. "This is really good, Harry," James said while eating and drinking his coffee. "You know you don't have to, right, Harry? I only prepare breakfast once a week because Mipsy gets upset if I take too much work away from her," Lily said. "No, Mom, I just felt like doing it today," Harry answered before looking at Lyra, who gave him a reluctant thumbs up. Chapter 9, Birthday. Harry remembers well the last birthday he celebrated. It was his 20th birthday, and the only reason he even agreed to it was because of the insistence from Hermione and Ron. They had already lost many loved ones, and the war was going at full force, but his friends thought that a small celebration would bring some happiness to their miserable lives. The party was interrupted when a horde of demons destroyed the safe house they were in. Many of their allies died that day. Harry received his second permanent scar, and Ron lost his left leg. They learned a lesson that day, no more celebrating until the war was over. Harry was interrupted by his dark thoughts when his father knocked on the door. "Harry, your Uncle Remus is here. Come to say hi," James said. Remus. He did not know what he was going to say to that man. Harry went downstairs and found Remus talking with his mother. He looked a lot better than the one he remembered, which would not be too hard since the Remus he knew dropped dead during the first attack on Hogwarts. This Remus Lupin was wearing clean, new clothes, trimmed hair, and was clean-shaved. If it wasn't for his senses detecting the dark aura of the werewolf inside him, Harry would have believed that this version of Remus was never cursed to begin with. He looks like one of those businessmen that Vernon liked to bring home for dinner, Harry thought. Remus turned to look at Harry when he heard him approach. "Here you are, happy birthday, Harry." Remus smiled for a moment before he seemed to remember something. "Oh, your mother told me what happened to you, and, well, do you remember me?" Remus asked hesitantly. As much as Harry hated to disappoint this man, he could not claim to remember him after not remembering his sisters. And to be fair, he did not know anything about this version of Remus Lupin. "Sorry, Uncle Remus, I don't remember much," Harry said apologetically. Remus put a hand on his shoulder and smiled softly. "It's okay, Harry, it's not your fault. Hey, you can get to know your Uncle Remus today. We are all going to have dinner together for your birthday." Lily tried to cheer them up. Dinner was a quiet affair. Harry didn't seem to have any friends of his age, so it was only the family and Remus. Holly was starting to get bored after finishing her meal, so Lily took her to her room to read her a book before sleep. Lyra excused herself and went to her room, leaving Remus, James, and Harry alone. "So, Harry, your father was telling me before that you have been learning how to fly in a broom," Remus said. "Yes, he taught me for a week, and I have been practicing every day since then," answered Harry. "That's great. You know, your father used to be a great flyer back in our school days. He even played in the Quidditch team. I'll let you know that I am still a great flyer, and I didn't just play in the team, I was the best chaser in the school," James bragged while laughing. "Well, I don't know that much about Quidditch, but I do enjoy flying." Harry tried to seem sincere at least. "I'm sure your father will get you started with the game soon enough," Remus said. "He can't join the team until second year, so we still have plenty of time," James said. Some days after, an owl made its way into the Potter Manor and landed on the kitchen table in front of Harry while the family was having breakfast. "Is that what I think it is?" Lily asked. "Go on, Harry, pick up the letter," James said with a smile. Harry recognized the seal on the letter immediately and picked it up, then gave some bacon to the owl. He opened the envelope and read its contents. "It's a letter from Hogwarts. I have been accepted to join the school," said Harry before handing the letter to his mother. Lily made a jump of joy to celebrate. "Yes, I'm so proud, Harry. Were you doubting that he was going to be accepted in Hogwarts?" asked Lyra. Lily raised her hands defensively. "Of course not. I knew my boy would get in." "What a Hoggard?" asked Holly. "It's Hogwarts, dear, and is a school for magical people. You will go there too when you are older," said James. "Hey, I just remember. Daphne told me that the boy who lived will be attending Hogwarts this coming year. Maybe you get to meet him," Lyra said while looking at Harry. "Really? Can I meet him too?" said Holly excitedly. "Daphne? Not, it can't be that one." Harry looked at his little sister. "I'm sure you'll meet him one day, but when you do, just treat him normally, okay? I'm sure he doesn't like this whole boy who lived stuff. Why wouldn't he like being famous?" Wondered Lyra. "I hope that this Neville is as good as the one I knew," Harry thought. He may have been a bit clumsy at first, but over the years, Neville proved himself to be a competent and brave wizard. He fought valiantly at his side to the end, never giving up. "You talk like you know him already," said Lyra with suspicion. Harry reacted quickly. "I don't, but he had a very hard life, and I'm sure he doesn't like to be reminded of what he lost." Lyra looked surprised. She hadn't thought about that, but it was true that Britain's hero had lost his family during the Dark Lord attack, and calling him the boy who lived was just a reminder of that day. "You talk like an old man," she ended up shouting like the child she was. "Those are very wise words, Harry," his mother said with admiration. "Yes, well said, son," said James. Chapter 10, Shopping Trip. Harry and Lily were walking through the streets of Diagon Alley. After receiving his letter, Lily told him that it was time for him to get a wand and buy all of the other supplies they needed. His father was busy with work, and Lyra had to stay at home to take care of Holly, who could not come because, according to his mother, it would take them all day to finish the shopping if they had to bring her. Besides, Holly's birthday would be shortly before his trip to Hogwarts, so his mother wanted to take the chance to buy her a good present. Harry, on the other hand, was just enjoying spending some time with his mother alone. "Here we are," Lily said as they arrived at the door of Ollivander's. They went inside and were greeted by a familiar old man. Welcome. Ollivander looked at Lily for a moment. 10 inches willow wood and a phoenix feather core if I remember correctly. Lily smiled and took out her wand. That's correct, Mr. Ollivander. I hope it has served you well, the old man said. It has, thank you. But today we are here for my son. Lily put her hand on Harry's shoulder and nudged him forward. Don't be afraid of him. Mr. Ollivander has always been a bit peculiar. Ollivander chuckled at the comment, but did not seem one bit offended, instead looked proud of it. He then turned his eyes to Harry. Of course, getting your first wand is a very exciting experience, young one. Harry smiled softly. If only Ollivander knew the number of wands and other types of foci that Harry had to use over the years. The old man did some measurements and went to pick up some wands before coming back. He opened one of the boxes, pulled out a wand, and handed it to Harry. Go on, give it a try. The moment Harry picked it up, he felt the unicorn hair that was used as a core. He directed his magic through the wand with ease, and this one started to shine. Ollivander gasped in surprise. A match on the first try? In all of my years, I have never seen this before. Harry placed the wand back on the counter. I prefer one with a phoenix feather if you don't mind, Mr. Ollivander. The man made a complicated expression. Young man, that is not how it works, I'm afraid. The wand chooses the wizard, and this one has already chosen you. Humor me, please, Harry asked. Harry. Lily did not understand why her son was asking for a different one when that one seemed to be a good match, but she believed that her son must have a reason, so she turned towards Ollivander. Mr. Ollivander, if you don't mind. Sigh, very well, let's see. Phoenix feather, I only have a few of those. He went to the back of the shop and started to pull out boxes. He then went back to the counter with 2 boxes and opened up in front of Harry. The one on the left had a dark wooden color and was about 10 inches long. The one on the right was 11 inches long and was made of holly. Harry smiled at seeing his old wand and was very tempted to pick it up. No, if Neville is the boy of the prophecy this time, he may need that wand. He took the other wand and noticed a sight of relief on Ollivander's face. The moment he picked it up, the wand illuminated the entire room and a rush of wind came from Harry, pushing everything away. Lily grasped the counter to keep her balance and Ollivander had to hide behind it. When the phenomenon ended, the old man rose up and looked at Harry in disbelief. 2 connections, and this one was much stronger than the previous wand. Amazing. I have never seen a phenomenon like this before in my long life. Yes, that was quite something, Lily said, looking a bit shaken. I like this one, Harry smiled. After leaving the wand shop, Lily took the box containing Harry's new wand and put it inside her purse. You can have it when it's time to go to school. I'll keep it safe until then. Harry just shrugged. He understood where she was coming from. The last time her son tried to use a wand, he ended up in the hospital, and is not even allowed for him to use a wand before attending Hogwarts anyway. Let us go to Madame Malking's to get your measurement done, then we can go to the library next. That way you can get your school books and some fun storybooks for Holly's birthday. Don't we need a suitcase to start putting things inside? He asked. Lily tapped her purse. I have one in here. It has been reduced using a charm. It used to belong to your dad. I'm sure you will like it, she said with a lovely smile. Harry just followed her lead everywhere during their long shopping trip. He could not help but be mesmerized by the sights. This location was one of the first places destroyed during the last war. Seeing it back in perfect shape and filled with happy people felt so surreal to him. His life back at the Potter Mansion during the last weeks has been like a dream to Harry. He could not help to think that maybe he was actually dead and this was his heaven, but seeing Diagon Alley has brought him back to reality. This was definitely not a dream and not the afterlife. Their next stop was the pet shop. Magical Meagery. Could she still be here? He wondered. Owls are very useful, but you could also get a cat if you want. Just please don't get a toad. Lily made a disgusted expression. Harry was too distracted to listen to what she was saying. He went directly to the section with the owls. There were 5 left, but none of them were Hedwig. He would have immediately recognized her as she was the only snowy owl in the shop. Oh, an owl. Which one do you like? His mother seemed to have mistook his intention. He was not looking for just any owl. Excuse me, sir. He went directly to the shopkeeper and asked about a pure white snow owl. Ah, that one. Yes, we had her for a while. She wouldn't get along with anyone, but just 2 days ago, the boy who lived himself came to my shop and took a liking to that particular owl. Can you believe it? I see, Harry muttered. So she is with Neville then. He thought that maybe it was some sort of fate. Harry, is everything all right? Lily came to his side. If you don't find one that you like, there is another shop on the other side of the alley. HMPH, Brendam's. Madam, you won't find better magical pets than the ones I have right here. The shopkeeper proclaimed with pride. No, it's okay. I think I changed my mind. I won't be getting any familiar pet after all, Harry told her. Their shopping trip took quite a while. They were currently in their last location, an ingredient shop for potions. It wasn't the one most people go to, but one that was located in one of the inner alleys. During her student days, Lily was a very talented potioner, and her professor had introduced her to this particular potion shop. Since then, she always made her purchases here instead of the most popular one. She became close friends with the owner and was always given a discount. Okay, I think we have everything. Lily went over the school list one more time after paying for the ingredients. Are you sure you don't want a familiar pet? If you get an owl, you can use it to send letters to us, suggested his mother for the second time. No, I can use the school owls to send messages, don't worry about it. He had no intention of replacing Hedwig. Chapter 11, Trouble in the Alley. Well, if you don't want you, that's fine. Lily decided to not push the issue anymore. If Harry did not want a pet, that was fine. Maybe he will change his mind after Lyra gets one next year, she thought. By the time the mother and son duo left the ingredients shop, the sky was already starting to turn dark. Oh my, we took a bit too long for this shopping trip, said Lily while looking upwards. That's because you wasted 2 hours in the potion shop chatting with the owner and browsing ingredients, not to mention how long it took to find a present for Holly. Harry wanted to complain. There was little light left in the alley. Soon the magical candles all around Diagon Alley would turn on and many shops would start to close, leaving only some bars and restaurants. Their current location was a short distance away from the main street and not considered a dangerous place by any means, but for some reason, Harry could not help to have a bad feeling as soon as they left behind the door of the shop. Over the years, he had learned to trust his instincts as they were honed over many battles, and this has saved him many times. We should hurry back to the main street. Harry looked around while they were walking. Lily looked at her son. It's okay, sweetie. I know it's a bit dark now, but this alley is very safe and there are always plenty of people around. But as she looked, she realized there was no one. Her expression changed, her kind smile replaced by the focused face of someone who had faced danger many times before. When she heard steps behind her, her wand was already out. Stupefied, a red speck of light came out of her wand and impacted the body of a masked man wearing dark robes that Lily immediately recognized. Oh no, Harry, stay behind me. Don't just turn around, we are surrounded, said Harry in a calm voice. Adava Kedavra. Harry pushed his mother out of the way just as a green light passed by. Lily saw this happen and held herself against a wall in the narrow street, having a hard time processing how close she had come to dying. She could now clearly notice that there were 5 assailants in total, 2 behind, one of which was now unconscious thanks to her spell from before, and 3 more on the other side of the alley. You idiot, we need her alive. The tallest one in the group spoke with authority. Oh, he immediately revealed who is the one in charge and what their mission was. I have to admit, I have grown accustomed to being the target. This is kind of new, but also troublesome. Harry considered for a moment how to act. He acknowledged that his mother was a powerful witch, but she won't be able to fight against 4 opponents while being surrounded in this narrow alley. Spells started to rain on her while completely ignoring Harry, as none of the Death Eaters considered him a threat at all. Lily did an admirable job of defending herself from the assault while keeping an eye on her son. She may even be able to escape, had she been by herself. Harry saw a nasty fire-type curse approach Lily while she was busy deflecting another curse and decided to intervene. He created a wandless Protego shield to stop the spell, but it was not enough to completely block the magic. Ah! Lily yelped in pain as her hand was burned and her wand turned into cinders, leaving only the phoenix feather that Ollivander used as the core levitating slowly to the ground. Lily lost her balance and fell with her back against the wall while clutching her injured hand. Tusk, this body lacks the power to perform wandless magic correctly. Harry admonished himself for not putting more force onto the shield. Got her. Finally, the Death Eaters celebrated in joy. Harry moved to Lily's side and examined her wound. She had some second-degree burns, nothing that a bit of magic could not fix in a few minutes. Harry, run to the main street. She looked at him with pain and despair. He had seen that look before, and he did not like seeing it on his mother. Someone was going to suffer a lot from this. Harry focused on circulating his magic and constructing the spell with utmost care. The palm of his hand gained a white shine to it, indicating his success. I can do this much without a wand at least. He lamented his lack of preparation for the current situation. He placed his hand on his mother's shoulder, and before this one was able to speak again, Lily felt an overpowering wish to fall asleep. Harry observed his mother as she closed her eyes. He did not want her to see what he was about to do to these men. If I did the spell correctly, her memories should be fuzzy when she wakes up. What happened? Did she pass out from the shock or something? The attackers did not understand why his mother went unconscious all of a sudden. Harry took their moment of confusion to grab the phoenix feather from the remains of her mother's wand and held it in his right hand. He knew that it would be pointless to put his hand inside his mother's bag to retrieve his own wand. Those bags have strong security measures to prevent anyone but the owner from retrieving the objects inside, and it will take too long to crack open. Maybe I should have asked her to give me the wand or to take the wand for herself. Well, too late for that now. This will do. He held the feather between extended two fingers and wrapped it around them, forming an improvised wand of sorts. Wands are easy to break, so one has to learn some tricks like this to survive. I won't be able to cast anything too complex like transfiguration, but I should manage some elemental magic at least. What do we do with the kid? One of them asked. Take him out, commanded the leader. The one next to him looked to his side. You go get him, Casey. I don't like brats. Fuck, don't say my name, Kyle. Novices. Harry would have smiled had the situation been different. Chapter 12, Glimpse. There were 4 hostile targets in total, 3 in front of him and 1 behind. The alley was narrow, so there wasn't much space to dodge and get past them. Not that escaping was an option to begin with. He glanced at his unconscious mother. Priority is to protect her, and second to eliminate the targets. If I take care of the one at the back, I can then act as a shield against the rest. One of the men in the front was calmly approaching Harry with his wand in hand while the rest waited. This gives me a better chance. Let's start with him. Please don't hurt me, mister. Harry used his best acting skills to make a desperate expression and begged the approaching man. The masked man called Kyle let out a chuckle. Sorry, brat, you just got unlucky, being born to that mudblood traitor. His voice was juvenile. Harry determined that he must not be much older than 18. They are using new graduates for grunt work. Not that surprising, I guess. He thought to himself while waiting for the man to get a bit closer. He was right between Harry and the 2 others behind him when the masked man, no, the masked boy stopped. I'll make this quick at least. The young Death Eater looked at the sad child without an ounce of compassion, pointed his wand at him, and began to cast a blood-boiling hex. A dark spell that is considered to administrate very painfully and slow death to its victims. The downside is its average casting time, but considering that his target is an unarmed child, the Death Eater saw no danger in his decision to make his victim suffer a bit longer. What happened next was something that none of them could have anticipated, not even in their wildest dreams. Ignis. A cold voice that could not belong to a young child was heard, and a wave of flames came into existence in front of him before moving forward in a straight line until it made contact with its intended target. The young Death Eater did not even have time to process what happened when he found himself engulfed in flames. Harry spun around to face the lone target at the back, and after a swift motion, he spoke again. Incendium. Iridescent liquid flames appeared and splashed all over the man's white mask. His entire head started to melt before the intense heat, not even allowing him to opportunity scream for more than a second before collapsing onto the ground lifeless. Ah, the young Death Eater kept screaming. Kyle's body was completely covered in fire and the pain was overwhelming. Move, the leader of the group ordered. His subordinates had placed themselves in the way and they were unable to see what was going on. They just heard Harry mutter 2 words and saw Kyle exploding in flames. As soon as the screaming boy went down, the 2 remaining Death Eaters were able to assess the situation better. They saw that their other partner was lying down and was not moving at all. The woman was still unconscious, and the boy who should be dead was pointing his finger at them with something bright tied around it. The leader did not have time to draw conclusions on how was this possible. How could a little unarmed child kill 2 of his men, no matter how young and inexperienced they were? The last recruit at his side looked to be in shock and unable to move at seeing 2 of his friends killed in a matter of seconds. This is no time to hesitate. The leader was already pointing his wand at the child. If that's even a child, the words already coming out of his lips, the words that he has said so many times over the years. Adava Ki, Fullmen. The veteran Death Eater was fast, no doubt about that, but few things were as fast as what Harry had just called into existence. A bolt of lightning impacted the man's chest and came out of his back while turning his insides into charcoal. The young Death Eater at his side was not hit by the lighting directly, but was unfortunately close enough for an arc of lighting to jump into his body. The electrical discharge was not very strong, but it was more than enough to stop his hearth. Harry frowned at the display. Those spells that he had just used should have caused a lot more damage than they did. How weak! I'll have to do something about that. His displeasure, however, did not last long. He looked at the hand that was holding the phoenix feather and saw how badly burned it was. This was a natural side effect of using your own flesh and bones as the casing for the wand core. Had his spell been a bit more powerful, Harry would have likely lost his entire hand. As he went to take another step, a sharp pain traveled through his body like a shock. He immediately recognized this particular pain. He had suffered from it a few times in the past, but never this quick. Damn it! Just 3 lousy spells and my magic reserves are nearly exhausted. The sound of steps could be heard, and Harry knew that he had little time before people arrived here. It was closing time at Diagon Alley, so few were still around, but the commotion from the fight was loud enough for everyone remaining in the alley to have heard it. With great difficulty, Harry removed the phoenix feather from his burned fingers and stored it safely in one of his inner pockets before moving to his mother's side and sitting down. He was completely exhausted, and his body was about to shut down. The last thing he heard was a woman screaming in horror and a man saying, "Oh, by Merlin, what happened here?" Chapter 13, back in a familiar place. When Harry opened his eyes again, he found himself in a familiar room. He had very recently spent some time in this place. Back to Saints Mungo, huh? He was not alone, however. As he moved his head around, he was able to spot the sleeping figure of his mother on the next bed. He looks at his right hand. It is covered in bandages. That's what happens when you cast magic with only the wand core. The burns shouldn't be too bad. Memories of the last events were replayed before his eyes, and he started to analyze them, looking for flaws or things he could have done better. This was something he had grown accustomed to doing after every battle. It's okay to make mistakes as long as you live to learn from them. Those were the words he used to repeat to all recruits that he trained and to himself. I could have done better. He admonished himself for his poor performance. Fighting without a proper wand was one thing, but he should have made an effort to get a better handle on his current body and magic. That was the main reason for his failure. It would be difficult to train properly at home, but as soon as I'm back at Hogwarts, I can make use of that room again, he concluded. The door of the room opened and a group of people entered. Harry, James Potter rushed to his side and gave him a tight hug. Oh, thank Merlin. He wanted to tell the man that he had only suffered from some magical exhaustion and a burned hand, and that it was no big deal, but decided to hold himself and kept silent. How are you feeling? Are you okay? His father asked, face filled with worry. Despite the many disappointments he had suffered at the hands of his son, he could not help but care for him. I'm fine, Dad. His eyes moved to the next bed. How is Mom? She got her hand a bit burned, but is nothing serious. She is just sleeping now. She was very tired. James did his best to not make a big deal out of it for the sake of Harry. One of the 2 men who came into the room with his father spoke. James, I need to, you know. He seemed hesitant to speak, like he was afraid of offending his father. He was wearing aura robes and a bag. Harry could already imagine what he wanted. The other one was an older man wearing a white robe. Before any of that, I need to examine my patient, he said with a disapproving frown. The old healer walked to Harry and smiled at him. Good morning, Mr. Potter. How are you feeling? He asked while performing some mild scans with his wand. Harry wanted to roll his eyes at all the unnecessary medical attention. I feel fine, Mr. Healer. Just a mild discomfort on my right hand. Yes, I will give you an ointment for that. Your hand should be good as new by tomorrow. He waved his wand around a few more times before nodding. Everything seems in order, Mr. Potter. So, can I take him home? Asked James. Call me when your wife wakes up so I can give her another check, and then you can all go home, said the healer before walking to the door. So, the aura approached a few more steps and looked at James. His father gave the aura a serious look before going back to Harry. Son, this person right here is one of my co-workers. He needs to ask you a few questions about what happened yesterday in the alley. Is okay if you don't remember much, just tell him whatever you can recall. Is that okay? Harry gave him a nod and James smiled at him before he moved to one side, allowing the other aura to get closer to his bed. Hello, Harry, I'm Will, a friend of your dad. I just need to ask you a few questions. It will be quick. You went yesterday shopping with your mom. We know that the last shop you visited was an ingredient shop in one of the inner alleyways. What happened next? MMM. He made his best impression of the confused child. It was dark. We were walking and then Mom got very nervous. Some masked men started casting spells at Mom. She got burned and then she fell. And then they threw something at me and my hands started to hurt. And, yes, and what happened next? Did someone else come to help you? The aura asked. I see. They just want to know who killed the Death Eaters, since there is no chance that an unarmed 11-year-old could have anything to do with that. Yes, someone wearing a dark robe appeared and started fighting against the bad guys. Both James and Will became very attentive at the mention of the dark-robed individual. What can you tell us about this person? Asked the aura. I can tell you that it was a man by the voice, but I could not see his face. It was very dark and he was wearing a hood. I see. Both Will and James looked disappointed. Anything else? Did you see this man beat the bad guys? Harry shook his head. No, I remember that he pointed his wand at me for a moment and saw some red light. Then I woke up here. A stunner most likely, probably for the best. James, thinking about the gruesome state that the Death Eaters were left, Will sighed. A dark hooded man, that doesn't give us much to go on. No, but whoever that man was, he saved my family, said James. Yes, but he also killed several members of magical noble families in a very— Oh, the aura coughed to clear his throat when he realized what he was about to say in front of a child. Sorry, I should get going. I'll present what I have to Madame Bones. She is going to throw a fit. The aura sighed again and stood up to leave. Harry, Lily Potter had opened her eyes. Chapter 14, Back to School. I'm fine. Harry had to raise his voice after his mother refused to let go of him for the past 5 minutes. Lil, come on, let the boy breathe a bit, said James with amusement. I was so scared, she cried. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. Calm down, Mom, we are all fine. Harry looked at his dad. Oh, I just recalled something. Dad, where is my jacket? Is inside the small wardrobe on the corner. Do you remember something else about the attack? He asked while opening the dresser and taking his small jacket. Something like that. Harry extended his hand and grabbed the piece of clothing from his father. Lily and James watched with attention, wondering what Harry could be looking for now. They then saw him pulling out a fiery red feather from the inner pict. Ah, good, is still there, Harry said with elation. A phoenix feather. Lily was the first one to recognize the item in question. Not just a phoenix feather, he handed it to his mother. This is your wand core. I managed to retrieve it from the ground after your wand was burned and put it in my jacket. Well done, Harry, exclaimed James. If you bring it to Ollivander, I'm sure he can recreate your old wand with no problems, he told his wife. Lily said nothing and just hugged her son again. After leaving the hospital, there was only a week left before it was time for school. They celebrated Holly's birthday and Harry made sure to enjoy his time with his family, as one would never know what the future held for them. As the date approached, Harry wondered how different his first year at Hogwarts was going to be in this alternate reality. Voldemort was alive, Neville was the boy who lived, and his family was alive, and he had 2 new sisters. What else would be different? September 1st, King Cross Station. Are you sure we are not forgetting anything? Asked a worried Lily. I am sure, and you helped me pack, remember? Said Harry, looking at the familiar train with increasing anticipation. Do you really have to leave? Holly looked at him with teary eyes. During the last few weeks, the two of them have grown very close. Harry would often read her stories and they spent a lot of time together. Harry knelt next to her. I do, but it won't be for long. I'm coming back for Christmas, and I will write you letters every week, okay? He used his finger to clean up the tears. Holly sniffed and noted with reluctance, and Lily picked her daughter up. Well, son, James patted him in the back. Remember, it doesn't matter what house you get sorted into, we will be proud of you no matter what. Of course we will, you don't H. Lily was interrupted by James. Even if it is Slytherin, although hopefully not. His father said the last part in a low voice. Lily gave him a stern look. I'll remind you that one of my best friends was in that house. James raised his hands up. Let us not start that argument again. I don't want to talk about that guy. Well, you are going to see him again at some point. He's going to be one of Harry's teachers, said Lily, while James grumbled something they couldn't hear. Harry looked at his sister, Lyra. She returned the look and nodded politely. Their relationship has improved a lot from what it once was, but Harry knew that it was going to take more time to heal those wounds completely. He offers her a sincere smile and a goodbye. Look, it's him, is the boy who lived. A commotion started to break out as soon as Neville Longbottom arrived at the station. Harry was not able to see Neville as he seemed to have been surrounded by a crowd of people. I wonder what kind of person has Neville become this time. The one he knew was still very clumsy and insecure at this point in time. His upbringing under Augusta Longbottom was not a pleasant one. The woman was hard and strict. She would push her grandson to his limits and constantly remind him that he was not as good as his father. Both he and Neville had very harsh childhoods, but it was also this that gave them their humility and empathy. He looked at the crowd for a bit longer before deciding to move on. He would be seeing Neville later on in any case, and there would be plenty of opportunities to meet this new version of the boy who lived. He finished his goodbyes to his family and embarked on the train. He wanted to get on one of the last train cars before it got too crowded. As he walked through the hallway, he spotted some familiar faces. It is somewhat hard to recognize them while being this young, but he encounters Susan Bones, Seamus, and Lavender Brown. Where is he? Can you see it? Harry stopped in front of one of the cabins. With an open door, he heard a familiar voice. Inside, it was a little boy with blonde hair. He was looking out of the window at the crow. Two burly boys were at his sides. I can't find it. There are too many people here, said one of the big boys. You two are useless. Let me know when he enters the train. The blonde boy, who was a very young Draco Malfoy, sat down while frowning. Harry decided to move on before Malfoy saw him. He didn't want to deal with that little troublemaker at this moment. He finally reached the very last cabin and looked inside. Only one person was sitting there, one that he remembered very well. A girl with crazy bushy hair was peacefully reading a thick book that was obviously not part of this year's curriculum. Harry opened the door and she looked up from her book. May I sit here? Little Hermione Granger smiled at him. Of course. Chapter 15, A Long Train Ride. I'm Hermione Granger. Are you a first year too? The young girl asked with excitement. Harry did his best to hide any sort of reaction at seeing a young version of one of his many dead friends. His occlumency shields was still rudimentary but enough for the occasion. I'm Harry Potter, first year. Nice to meet you, Hermione. He stored his case and took a seat in front of her. What are you reading? He said, pointing at the thick book. He smiled and started to speak very fast. Oh, this is the history of Hogwarts. I wanted to know everything about the school before coming here, but I didn't have time to finish it. I want to know more about everything. You see, I'm from a non-magical family, so everything is so new and fascinating. I understand the feeling. He nodded. Yes, she exclaimed, almost jumping from her seat. There is so much I want to know. Did you also grow up with a non-magical family? No, my parents are both magical, but my mother is a muggle born like you and has told me a lot of stories of her childhood and how excited she was the day that she received her Hogwarts letter and found out about the magical part of the world. Oh, so you must know a lot about magic then. Can you cast any spell already? I have tried a few, Hermione admitted, despite being against the rules, something that Harry found somewhat amusing. I do know a spell or two, he told her. Hermione's eyes sparkled with joy. Show me. A knock on the door was heard before this one opened slowly. Sorry, but can I sit here? There are a lot of people on the other cabins. Harry was able to immediately recognize the timid boy. Of course, Mr. Longbottom, take a seat. Neville looked disappointed at being recognized for some reason, but said nothing about it and sat down next to Harry. Longbottom, Hermione gasped and hurried to fetch something from her bag. The two boys looked at her with attention, wondering what she was looking for. Neville grimaced when he saw the book she had pulled out of her bag. It was one of the many books written about the boy who lived without his consent. Are you really Neville Longbottom, the one from the books? She held out a book titled Neville Longbottom in the Rainbow Forest. Harry noticed that Holly didn't have that particular title in her collection. Maybe I should ask Hermione if I can borrow it for Christmas. Do you really have the magical scar? Hermione asked while staring at his forehead. This one was well covered with hair, so it was hard to tell if anything was hidden underneath. Neville did not seem to enjoy the interrogation as he suddenly stood up, picked up his case, and rushed out of the compartment with an "Excuse me." Hermione stared at the door with a confused expression before she looked at Harry. Did I say something wrong? He wanted to roll his eyes at the comment. Was she really this clueless at this age? Harry decided to just shrug. Who knows, maybe he is just timid. Telling her at this point would just serve to make her mad, and he'd rather not deal with that. She will have to learn some tact later on for her own good. The train started moving, and not even a minute later, the door was slammed open, this time without a knock. A redhead boy stared at them, carefully observing their features. He then frowned, obviously displeased with the result. Have you guys seen Neville Longbottom? My brothers told me they saw him coming here. Yes, he was here, but left a few minutes ago, answered Hermione. Oh, blast it. Ron looked back at the corridor, probably considering if it was worth the effort going back for another round of barging into every compartment. "Can I sit here?" he eventually said. "Of course you can. It's not like we have the seats reserved or anything," commented Harry. The redhead boy smiled and sat down next to Harry. "So how is he?" he asked with excitement. "How is who?" Harry asked back, even though he already knew who Ron was asking about. "Neville Longbottom, of course. Is he as amazing as the books say?" Ron exclaimed loudly. "Shouldn't you introduce yourself at least? Is basic manners." Hermione started at Ron with a disapproving frown. "Oh right, I'm Ron Weasley. Hermione Granger. Harry Potter. Nice to wait, Potter." "Are you related to Lyra Potter?" Ron asked. "I am. She is my little sister." "Why?" Harry asked, wondering why Ron knew about his sister and what their relationship was. "Crap, I'm already thinking like an overprotective older brother. She is friends with my sister Ginny. She and your mother have visited our house several times in the last year," explained Ron. Harry found himself feeling relief at the explanation. "Mother did mention that Lyra had a few friends that she visited often, and Ginny had the same age, so I guess it makes sense." "Right, I didn't know about that. Now tell me about him," Ron demanded. "Did you see his scar? Did he look rich and famous to you? How did he defeat you-know-who? Oh my God, did I sound like that? No wonder he ran away." Hermione looked genuinely upset now. "You did, and probably," Harry answered nonchalantly. The door was slammed open once more, this time even more with more force than Ron. A blonde boy with two big kids, one on each side, entered the compartment. "Have any of you seen Neville Longbottom?" Draco Malfoy demanded with authority. Harry finally sighed. "This is going to be a long ride to Hogwarts." Chapter 16, Welcome to Hogwarts. After leaving the train, McGonagall rounded all the first years and escorted them to the lake, where the half-giant Hagrid was waiting for them. Harry was having a hard time keeping his straight face after seeing so many old friends who were now back among the living and looking happy. Hagrid looked at the first years and grinned. "All right, little ones, get on the boats. They will take you directly under the castle. Oh, and make sure not to fall. I forgot to feed the giant squid this week." "He is joking about that last part, right?" said Ron with worry. "I read about the giant squid living in the lake, but I don't think it eats people," commented Hermione, looking a bit worried too. "Haha, don't you worry, Weasley. I'm sure the squid would spit you back out. He doesn't like to eat trash." Draco Malfoy gave a passing glance to both Ron and Hermione when he said that. "Malfoy," Ron growled. This was the third time that Harry had to stop the redhead boy from jumping at Malfoy, and it was getting tiresome. "Enough. Wait at least for the school to start, and then you can request a formal duel if you want." "A duel? Oh, that's right. You just wait, Malfoy." Ron's anger quickly subsided and was replaced by joy. Malfoy now looked slightly worried, but did his best to hide it. "Tusk, like I would be scared of someone like you. I'll duel you any time you want. I bet you can't even use a single spell yet." Ron just sent Malfoy one last threatening glance before looking away, but the truth was that he didn't really know any spell yet. The only one his older siblings had taught him turned out to be just a prank. The boats were for 4 people, so the trio chose one boat that already had 1 occupant in it. When the boy turned around to see who else had gotten in, he made a disgruntled expression when his eyes landed on Hermione. "Oh, it's you guys," said Neville, not sounding very excited. Ron looked at Neville with interest as if trying to find something about him. His eyes then widened in recognition. "By Merlin, you really?" Ron was interrupted when the boat started to move by itself, surprising the occupants. "Whoa!" Ron was about to fall into the water when Harry grabbed him. "Thank mate," the redhead exclaimed before turning his eyes back to Neville, who was now looking away from him. Ron may have perceived the tension in the air because he decided to stay quiet for now. The boats arrived safely under the castle, where another professor was waiting for them to guide them further into the castle. The group of first-year students soon found themselves admiring the Great Hall of Hogwarts while the rest of the school stared at them with interest. "Whoa, what's with the roof? I can see the sky." One of the kids pointed up to the enchanted ceiling. "It was enchanted by the founders themselves. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." Hermione hurried to share her knowledge even if no one had asked. "Why is everyone staring at us?" "It must be because we need to do the sorting now," 2 students commented. "What are they going to make us do?" said Ron with horror. "My brothers told me that we have to fight a troll." "Don't be ridiculous, Weasley." Draco made his way to the front of the line where Harry and the others were. "If you have nothing intelligent to say, it's best if you keep quiet." Ron threw Malfoy a nasty gaze. "No one asked for your opinion, Malfoy. I bet you don't know anything about the sorting either." HMPH, the contents of the sorting ceremony are something that has been kept secret from the first years since the founding of the school, Draco said with a knowing smile. "There is, however, Someone among us who may know something about it. He walked until he was in front of Neville. Maybe the famous Neville Longbottom knows about it. There were many gasps of surprise and murmurs among the group who had just realized the famous boy who lived was among them. All eyes became completely focused on Neville, and murmurs started to become more audible. It's really him. By Merlin, he is actually here. He looks a lot more fat than in the books. Neville lowered his shoulders and looked down, wanting to be somewhere else. I don't know either, he said softly. Draco looked at Neville with a mixture of disappointment and anger. I see you don't know either. Did you really defeat you-know-who? Asked someone. How did you do it? A short red-haired girl asked. I don't know, please stop asking about that. Neville raised his voice slightly and looked away. Leave him alone, he doesn't like to talk about that. Hermione defensively got in front of Neville. The kids who grew up in the magical world looked at Neville with mixed feelings. For one, they were happy to finally see the hero they heard so much about during their entire life, but on the other hand, they were disappointed to find out that he was nothing like what they had imagined. The ones who came from Muggle families were just looking with curiosity, wondering what all the fuss was about. Draco got close to Hermione, his two goons at his sides. Get lost. He doesn't need from a moo, from someone like you. Silence, everyone. Professor McGonagall looked at them with her usual stern expression from the teacher's area. The first-year students noticed that she was standing next to a peculiar hat that had been placed on top of a wooden stool. We are about to begin the sorting ceremony, said McGonagall, Chapter 17. Sorting? A hat? Have I been worried for nothing? Ron looked around, confused. Did you seriously believe that you had to fight a troll? Dean stared at Ron in disbelief. The voice of Professor McGonagall resounded in the hall. As soon as I call your name, I want you to come over here and sit on this stool. I would then place the sorting hat on your head. This is a magical artifact created by founders, and it will decide which one of the 4 houses is best suited for you. The first years stared at the hat with concern. That strange thing was going to decide their house. Hannah Abbott. A very nervous blonde girl with pigtails walked to the platform where the professor was. McGonagall placed the hat on her head and waited. This one started to move its mouth and mumbled some inaudible things, like it was seriously considering the matter at hand. After a few more seconds of this, the hat seemed to have made its mind and spoke loudly, Hufflepuff. Most of the students in the hall cheered for her and gave her a round of applause as she walked toward her table to join her new housemates. Draco chuckled and said something about the worst house. Susan Bones was the next one to be called. The redhead girl walked quickly to the stool and sat down. The hat was placed on her head, and this one quickly announced, Hufflepuff, once more. Susan smiled with joy and hurried to join her friend Hannah at their table. Then a boy named Terry Boot was placed in Ravenclaw, followed by some others. Hermione Granger called the professor. After a long period, the hat decided to choose Gryffindor for her. Neville Longbottom. The murmurs in the Great Hall increased in volume after the name was called. It got loud enough that Albus Dumbledore himself had to stand up and order silence. Neville sat down and fidgeted nervously on the stool while the professor put the hat on his head. Everyone was watching him with rapt attention, wondering which house would be the one chosen for Britain's youngest hero. Harry's attention was instead centered at the teacher's table. He recognized everyone sitting there except for one person. Next to Professor Flitwick was a middle-aged man with long black hair. I don't think I have ever seen that man before, but it seems like he is going to be the defense against the dark arts teacher, unless they have given that position to Snape in this world. His eyes moved to Severus Snape. He looked just the same as he remembers. Same greasy long hair, the same dark robes, and the same uninterested scowl on his face. Is he still working as a spy for Voldemort, or did he defect completely, considering that the Dark Lord never actually died? He wondered for a moment what Voldemort could have been doing during the last 10 years he'd been missing. What kind of preparations has he completed during this time? The Voldemort of his world was already an extremely dangerous individual, and this one had more time to prepare. The mere thought worries him. He clenched his fist and pushed those negative thoughts out of the way. There was no point in worrying about the unknown. He will need to carefully collect more information when he gets the chance. His focus returned to the professor's table. Most of them were watching Neville with a similar expression, something between happiness and curiosity. Snape was not paying attention and just looked annoyed by the fact that he was forced to be there. Dumbledore was staring at Neville with great intensity, like trying to discern something explicit in the boy. Lastly, the new professor was also staring at Neville with interest, but his face failed to show any particular emotion. He had a perfect poker face. By Harry's experience, this was normally a sign of someone with great proficiency in occlumency. Maybe we will have a competent teacher for once. Well, other than Remus, I guess. Not that he was expecting to learn much during his second attendance at Hogwarts, especially when it came to defense against the dark arts. If anything, he was the one who had much to teach in that respect. After all, he had spent many years fighting dark wizards and all sorts of monstrous creatures. People started to murmur and whistle to each other again. It has been almost 10 minutes since Neville put the hat on, but this one has yet to make a decision, and people were getting anxious. What's wrong? Why is it taking so long? Is he too good for any of the houses? People started to say. Harry saw that Neville looked very distressed and ready to cry. He was also muttering something to the hat. Harry could make the word Gryffindor spoken over and over. He probably wants to be there because it was his father's house. He recalls some stories that Neville told him about how his grandmother would always be pushing him to be more like his father while growing up. Augusta may have put even more pressure on him this time around, given that his father died and he became the boy who lived. Harry looked at Neville with pity and decided that he would help his old friend whenever he had the chance. The hat would always take into account the wishes of the student in the end, so it wasn't a surprise when it finally reached a decision. Gryffindor, Neville sighed in relief as most of the hall erupted in cheers. The loudest ones coming from the Gryffindor table, of course. The energy of the room went down quite a bit after Neville's sorting was over. This was the event that most were looking for, and now all that was left was finishing the rest so they could start the feast. Draco Malfoy, of course, went to Slytherin to no one's surprise. A few others were sorted before it was finally his turn. Harry Potter, he received a polite amount of cheers as his name was called and he walked to the podium. People were barely paying attention to the sorting at this point. This was a new sensation for him, being just one of the bunch, instead of the center of attention. This is actually nice, he thought. Harry sat down while McGonagall held the hat over his head. Before this one even made contact with his hair, the hat was already speaking. Gryffindor, it shouted loudly. Well, that was fast. He could hear the professor exclaim. He was already expecting a quick decision. During his past war, he spent quite a few years using this castle as headquarters for the Resistance Army. Harry explored every nook and cranny of the castle and studied many of the magical artifacts left behind, including the sorting hat. And so he has a great understanding of how the hat works. The artifact created by the founders was unable to read the minds of the students. What it read instead was the aura of the person. The personal imprint left behind by your own experiences reflects your individual values as a person. Based on this, the hat made the decision on which house is closer to the student's values. When it came to Harry, other than Godric Gryffindor himself, there may be no one else who came closer to represent the values of that house, so the hat did not need any time to make a decision. Harry had become the very embodiment of the House of Gryffindor. Bravery and chivalry, no matter the cost. I know many people are going to complain about the decision to put him in Gryffindor again, but at the end of the day, there were only two realistic choices. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were out because none of the important characters for the story are in those houses, at least for now. Slytherin could have been interesting, as it would allow Harry to get close to his enemies' children and gather information that way, but there are other ways to do that. I like Gryffindor because I like the idea of Harry being this embodiment or ideal of that house, whether he likes it or not, so the sorting hat would immediately feel this and put him in that house without giving him any choice on the matter. In the same way, Draco could be considered a model student for Slytherin. Chapter 18, The First Classes. The rest of the sorting went or less the same way as he remembers, and then they were able to enjoy the feast. One big difference this time was the lack of any strange warnings about forbidden corridors by the headmaster. Over the years, Harry had become convinced that some of the many adventures he had at Hogwarts were events that, if not fully, were at least partially planned by Dumbledore as a way to test him or prepare him for his inevitable confrontation with Voldemort. Thankfully, after his 4th year and the resurrection of the Dark Lord, the old headmaster decided to stop playing his games and decided to give him some proper training. But he cannot help but wonder how different could things have been if the old man had taken his preparation more seriously from the beginning. And now he could not help but wonder what this alternate version of the headmaster had planned for Neville. Pass me those potatoes." His train of thought was interrupted when Ron shoved him to gain his attention. The little redhead boy was plowing food in his mouth like this was his last day on Earth. To his other side was Hermione, who was watching in horror at Ron. "How can you eat like that? At least close your mouth to chew." Ron gave her a furious glare. "Leave me alone. I'm hungry," the boy said with his mouth full of food. "We would like to apologize for our little brother's behavior." A couple of redhead twins said at the same time. They were sitting in front of them. "You are brothers?" asked Hermione. "Oh yes, there are a lot of us. 7 in total," the twins said. "7, and are they all here?" she asked. "Our 2 eldest have already graduated and our youngest sister will be attending next year. But you have Percy over there." One of the twins pointed. "He is a prefect, by the way," he ended with a mocking tone. Percy, who was sitting next to the corner of the table, did not seem amused at all. "Fred, George, you will show me some proper respect. I'm a prefect. And you were saying that this is your fault, how?" As soon as Harry spoke, a half-eaten potato landed on his plate. He placed down his fork and stared at it with disgust. "Are you going to eat that?" Ron pointed at the half-eaten food in his place. "No, go ahead." Harry had to hold back the desire to puke. His eyes moved to the twins. The brothers returned an apologetic look. "Yeah, well, we may have performed a few pranks with his food in the past. Nothing harmful, just some color-changing potions, some transfigured insects, or the itching powder we put last week in his breakfast." "That's awful. He is your little brother," exclaimed Hermione. "Come on, it wasn't that bad, just a few pranks." "Yeah, Ronnie is just overreacting a bit." The twins chuckled. "So now he eats everything quick, as to prevent you from messing with his food," Harry concluded. Most of the table was more focused on Neville. He was sitting between Hermione and Seamus. The boy was drilling poor Neville with questions, and this one was too shy to tell him to shut up, so he just answered in the briefest manner he could. Harry's attention moved to a conversation between 2 older boys. They were talking about the new professor of defense. "Do you know anything about him? Has he been a teacher in Hogwarts before?" "Not much, to be honest. All I heard is that his name is Keshav Nayar and he is from India." "That's not much. What kind of teacher do you think he is going to be?" "He seems tough. He reminds me of Professor Snape." "Ugh, please no, we don't need 2 of those." The 2 boys continued to talk for a while. Harry could not help but have a bad feeling about this new professor. If Voldemort was planning on making any move against Neville or Dumbledore this year, the most logical way would be to make use of the spot for a defense teacher that changes every year. After a good night of rest, it was finally time to start their classes. Herbology and history of magic before lunch, followed by transfiguration and potions. He was not looking forward to that last one. Harry has never been fond of potions, and the one to blame was mostly his professor, Snape. When arriving at Hogwarts, he thought that maybe, since his mother was still alive this time around, the man would be less bitter towards him. But the look he received from the man the day before told him everything he needed to know. If anything, Snape seems to despise him even more. That's going to be fun, he thought. The first class was as boring as always. Whoever thought it was a good idea to start the week with 1 hour of history of magic deserves some heavy punishment. The only one who enjoyed herbology was Neville. This was the one time when the boy who lived seemed confident and happy. Then it was time for transfiguration. This was without a doubt his favorite branch of magic, is extremely versatile in combat, and he has always had a natural talent for it. He sat down next to Hermione and waited. The professor was sitting on her desk, using her cat form, and she didn't look happy. "Where are they? Is already time to start the class." Hermione stared at the entrance door. "And where is the professor?" The 3 missing students stumbled carefully into the classroom. "Oh, looks like we made it in time. The professor isn't here yet," said Ron in between heavy breaths. "We would have made it in time if we didn't follow you," shouted Seamus. "Ah, guys." Neville stared at the cat with a nervous expression. "That cat is staring at us and he doesn't look happy." Chapter 19, The First Classes Part 2, What is a cat doing here? Seamus asked. "That looks like an old cat. It must be lost or something." Ron chuckled. "Did the room get colder all of a sudden?" Hermione looked around. The cat jumped in the air while transforming back to her human shape. The students gasped in shock. "What kind of magic is that?" Hermione stared at the professor with eyes full of wonder. Professor McGonagall towered over Ron with an expression so severe and stern that made the boy shake uncontrollably. "I'm sorry for being an old cat, Mr. Weasley," she said with an icy tone. Professor W. We were just..." Ron stammered the words. "Late," the professor interrupted. "You were late. Perhaps I should turn the 3 of you into clocks with the hope that at least one of you would be on time." "But Professor, we got lost," cried Seamus. A map perhaps would be more appropriate then. She pointed to the chairs. Go sit down. Next time be sure to arrive on time, or I will start to take points and give detentions. Once the class started properly, McGonagall distributed wooden matches to all the students before explaining the wand movements and incantation of the spell they were about to practice, turning a wooden matchstick into a metal needle. This is one of the most basic of transfigurations, but don't let that fool you. It is still a complex piece of magic for a first year. I would consider it a success if you manage to perform a perfect transfiguration by the end of the school year. For today, we will focus on practicing the incantation and wand movements. You must repeat these until it becomes as natural to you as breathing. The professor then gave them some time to practice while she walked around the class, observing them and correcting mistakes when necessary. Harry took his wand out of his robe pocket and reminded himself to add a wand holster to his shopping list. He held the wand out and observed it. He had to admit that it was quite a beautiful wand. It was made of ivory, so it was completely black with a nice shine to it and many intricate carvings on its surface. His connection with the wand was very strong already, but from what he remembers of wand lore, wands made with ivory will only become truly bonded to its master after surpassing some dangerous ordeal together. Once that happens, the wand will never answer to anyone else, but its master. Harry moved the wand around while absent-mindedly following the professor's instruction. Those are some fine moves, Mr. Potter. McGonagall approached his seat. Perhaps you are ready to give it a try. Remember, besides the wand movements and incantations, you need to create a very clear mental image of your objective. In this case, a metal needle. She gave him a gesture of go on. Harry thought for a moment about how much ability he should show. It wasn't just a matter of not wanting to abuse his unique position to obtain good grades and be labeled a genius. He knew next to nothing about this world and didn't know who he could trust. Perhaps McGonagall was a spy for the Dark Lord here instead of Snape, as silly as that idea could sound. Until I gain more information about what is going on in this school, is better if I try to lay low, he decided. His eyes focused on the matchstick, his hand performed the correct movements, and he spoke the correct incantation. The matchstick starts to change shape before the attentive gaze of the professor. Oh, McGonagall spoke with a tinge of disappointment. The matchstick had turned into a perfect needle, but it was still made of wood. That was a really good first attempt, Mr. Potter. Your father was one of my best students. Perhaps you have inherited some of his talent, the professor said with a smile, but he could tell that was expecting more of him. I did it, shouted Hermione from her seat next to him. The professor looked at her table and saw a metal needle sitting on top. The shape was far from perfect, but it was a success. Congratulations, Miss Granger, 20 points for Gryffindor. Hermione smiled proudly. The last class of the day was a lot less desirable. The moment Harry set foot in the dungeons, he started to remember all the terrible moments he had in this place under the tutelage of Snape. Put your wands away, you won't need them in my class, were the welcoming words of their professor. After everyone was done taking their seats, Professor Snape regaled them with his introduction to potions and how they could be used to snare the senses, all of that. Harry wondered if he said the same to all the first-year students. The mental image of Snape rehearsing the speech in front of a mirror in his dark dungeon moving his cape around ended up drawing a smile on his face. What is so amusing, Mr. Potter? The professor asked coldly. He looked at Snape but avoided the eyes. His occlumency shields are strong enough to withstand a passive attack from someone like the potion professor, but are not complete enough to hide their existence. And if Snape finds out that he has a strong occlumency shield, that could raise some questions. This was just one more thing to work on during this year. Nothing important, Professor, he answered. You are right about that, Mr. Potter. Because from the beginning to the end of my class, there is nothing more important than paying attention to what I say. Is that clear? He slammed his hand against Harry's table. Yes, sir, of course, Harry answered with an innocent smile that seemed to anger him further. Snape walked around the classroom. Why don't we start with a quick quiz? Can someone tell me what the potion Felix Felicis is commonly known as? Hermione's hand was already up. Snape looked around. Let's see who can answer this. Mr. Potter, what about you? Chapter 20, The Underground Chamber. Harry groaned as he walked through the empty halls. Snape did not stop asking questions until he got one wrong, and then proceeded to mock him for his ignorance in front of the class, something that the Slytherin students had found very amusing. The question was about the brewing process of some potion he had never heard of, but he was sure was not part of Hogwarts' curriculum, since even Hermione had her hand down with that one. Tursk, what a petty man. He was at least thankful for the complete absence of people in this part of the castle, as he did not want others to see him like this. Control yourself, he admonished himself for his outburst. Harry closed his eyes and focused his mind. All the negative feelings were washed away, like the current of a river, and his calm demeanor returned once more. This was one of the many uses of occlumency. He had to give Snape some credit. It was not that easy to rile him up like this, but the potion professor seemed to have a special talent for it. His piercing green eyes moved around and stopped at an object hanging from the dull stone wall. It was a painting of a woman drinking tea in a peaceful meadow. People would pass by that painting and not think anything about it, but this was not going to fool him. This painting was one of the many that were placed around Hogwarts with the purpose of spying for the headmaster. This part of the castle was always empty, except for the first day of classes. The corridor ahead of him was the one that led to the underground water cave where the first-year students arrived with their boats. But there was one more very important thing in this area. It was something that only 2 people in the castle knew about it. Well, it was 3 people now. Obscuria, a dark cloud of smoke came out of Harry's wand and covered the painting as he walked past it, and as soon as he was out of its sight, the cloud dissipated, leaving no trace. The entity inside the painting would be unable to detect any trace of the dark cloud of anyone who passed by it for the duration of the magic, as this was the purpose of this particular spell. Harry saw an opening to his left. At the end of a short corridor was a closed door that led to the water cave. This door was only opened by a professor when the first years entered the castle and remained closed for the rest of the year. Ahead of him was a dead end. A short path that ended with a wall and a big painting hanging from said wall. It was a painting of a wooden wall with a stone frame, similar to many of the real doors of the castle. A boring painting for a boring area of the castle. At least that's what most people would think. But Harry knew better. He knew things that only the master of the castle could know, for he has been, albeit for a short period of time, the master of this castle, or at least an alternate version of it. Let's hope this works then. He could not assume that all thighs were the same as he knew, but this was something he had to at least try, for it could bring him great benefits and make the coming war more manageable. Harry walked until he was right in front of the painting and observed it very carefully. He scanned every inch of it for a few minutes until he was satisfied with his findings. Yes, this should work, he smiled. He took his wand out and started to tap on the painted stones around the wooden door. He taped 10 of the stones in a very specific manner and order before stopping, and then he waited. An empty moment later, on the stones that were tapped, appeared some runes that started to shine brightly with a blue light, and then a click could be heard. Harry placed a hand on the left side of the painting and pulled hard. This one opened in the same way a door would, revealing a descending set of stairs that disappeared into the darkness. Lumos, a strong light appeared on the tip of his wand, and he started to descend the stairs with no hesitation, like he was already very familiar with this procedure. The stairs continued for quite a while, descending further and further down. Followed by them was a narrow corridor that ended into a stone arch. Harry walked past the arch, entering a massive chamber completely covered in darkness. Ah, the foundation of Hogwarts, it never ceased to impress me. As his voice echoed through the chamber, a blue magical fire came to life, illuminating the colossal room with an eerie light. The place is already impressive by its size alone. He knew for a fact that this room was almost the size of the entire castle. The floor was made of some fine, polished stone, and there were massive columns all over the place. Those columns were dozens of meters in diameter and were made of some pure white stone he was never able to identify. Across its surfaces were countless archaic runes from an era long lost, and their height was hard to calculate as they got lost in the darkness, way past the area that was illuminated by the fires. In between some of the columns were stone golems made of the same polished white, marble-like material. And like the column, these golems were covered in the same type of runes. The golems remained stationary in a kneeling position as Harry walked through the chamber. He gave the constructs a passing glance. If someone were to enter this place uninvited, he felt goosebumps just thinking about it. These constructs were not there for decoration, and if an intruder entered the chamber without following the proper procedure, that person would be in for a very painful death. But that was not important right now. The golems were not the reason for this visit. His objective lies further ahead. Harry continued traversing the colossal chamber under the blue light offered by the magical fires until he reached the center. At the very core of the chamber, deep inside the bowels of the castle, was a circular platform, and in the middle of it was a crystal. The crystal was easily 10 times his own size and was shaped like an elongated diamond. It floated a few feet in the air and kept a constant rotation while emitting a pleasant sound. This was the Arkstone of Hogwarts, its very source of power and the biggest magical stone in the whole world, and of course, the reason he came to this place. Chapter 21, The Professor of Defense. He stepped onto the circular platform, and as soon as he did, the crystal ceased its rotation and remained still while floating in the air. Harry observed the surface of the Arkstone. There were ancient runes carved over its surface, the same type of runes used in the rest of the chamber. He could only guess what the purpose of those runes was. In all his years of studying runes, he had never seen this ancient language. He moved to the other side of the crystal, where a more familiar set of modern runes were carved, as well as some words written in Latin. He was very familiar with this part, as here is where Hogwarts wards were created and later on modified. Near the bottom part of the crystal, he found a set of names. The last one is Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Every headmaster must come to this chamber at least once in their lifetime to carve their name on the Arkstone, tying themselves to the wards in order to control them and use their functions. Harry placed his wand below Dumbledore's spot and started to write with it on the crystal. Harry James Potter, his name shone brightly, and he felt an immediate connection to the castle. Harry knew that doing this, while Hogwarts already had someone in command of the wards, came with some risks, but he was sure that as long as he didn't abuse his authority over the wards, Dumbledore would not notice anything was amiss. That was not a problem. As long as the castle didn't fall under heavy attack, the only privilege he had planned on using was his freedom of apparating inside and outside the castle. It cannot hurt to be ready, just in case. The next day was double defense class before lunch, so he was able to meet their new teacher. He entered the class, along with some of the Slytherins, and sat down in one of the middle seats next to a blonde girl from the House of Snakes. They exchanged a polite nod before she turned her attention back to her book. This was Daphne Greengrass. He vaguely remembers her from his previous life despite going to the same year and having many classes together. That could only be a good thing, considering what house she was from, but the only reason he was paying the girl any attention was because he recalls hearing their family name being mentioned a few times back at home. Could Daphne be friends with my sister, or maybe her little sister? I believe her name was Astoria. Attention, class. The voice of their professor was grave and authoritative enough to make even the Slytherins shut up and pay attention. Harry could give the professor a closer look now. His hair was long and black, the same color as his eyes. His skin was dark with a reddish tint to it, and he was built like a soldier, tall and muscular. Most of his body was covered with a dark tunic, but Harry was able to spot several scars on the few uncovered places. His gaze was cold and hard as he looked at his students. Most of the kids sitting in the first row were trembling in fear now. This guy looks like someone who just came out of a battlefield. Why is someone like that teaching at a school? Harry thought. Now brats, let's see, where do we start? He walked to the board, his wand appeared out of nowhere into his hand and he pointed it forward. A name was carved on the wooden surface with a series of deep cuts. Does he not know how to use a chalkboard? Harry wondered. The words Professor Nayar could be made out. My name is Keshav Nayar, but you may call me Professor Nayar. Hermione raised a hand with some hesitation. Yes. The professor asked. Hermione pointed at the board. Professor, why you need to use the sea chalk to write on those? Despite her fear, she could not stand to see a chalkboard being abused in that manner, not even by a professor. Oh, right, it's been a while since I used those things, ha ha ha. What's your name, lass? I mean Miss. Hermione Granger, Professor. Well then, have 5 points for Gryffindor, Miss Granger, he said with a scary smile. Does anyone else have a question before we begin? One of the Slytherin boys raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Theodore Not, Professor, we were wondering, are you perhaps a former Auror or something? He asked while trying his best to look unfazed by the intimidating looks of the professor. An Auror? Hell no, I am a hit wizard, he said with pride. Does anyone know what a hit wizard is? A hit wizard. Yes, that would explain a lot, thought Harry. Professor saw a few hands being raised and chose the blonde girl next to Harry. Go ahead, Miss. Daphne Greengrass, Professor. A hit wizard is a mercenary who hunts down dark wizards for money. Good, but incomplete. We hunt down anything with a bounty approved by that country's government. Sometimes is a dark wizard, sometimes is a magical creature causing trouble, and sometimes is a poor fool who made enemies with the wrong person. Professor Nayar chuckled, giving the students goosebumps. But you got some part right, so have 2 points for Slytherin. After that, the class continued in a more normal manner. Professor Nayar explained the Flipendo jinx, made demonstrations, and then allowed them to do some practice. Harry had to admit that Nayar was one of the most competent defense professors he had seen in this school, maybe on par with that Death Eater disguised as a crazy aura who taught defense during his 4th year. But this makes me wonder, what is the catch? There is always a catch, Harry pondered. Chapter 22, Miss Greengrass. The second day of classes was over and Harry was once more walking alone through the castle, this time on the 7th floor. The room of requirement would make for the ideal place for practice. He paced back and forth until the door appeared, and once inside, he made sure to will the door to disappear. The last thing he needed was a surprise visitor. The place looked mostly empty, except for a few training dummies. This much will do for now. He needed to get used to this new body and magic until it became natural again to cast his spells. With his wand in hand, Harry started to unleash a barrage of spells on the poor dummies. An hour later, Harry was panting on the ground, bordering on magical exhaustion. My reserves are so tiny at the moment, I wonder if I should get some artifacts to help. He looked around. This room was also called the Room of Lost and Found Things. He may be able to find something useful here. I had to check that place anyway. There is a chance that Ravenclaw's diadem is still here. What did you say? Someone shouted. Harry was on his way to the Great Hall after taking a refreshing shower, but after turning a corner, he stumbled upon a confrontation between a group of Gryffindors and Slytherins. The first ones were Neville, Ron, and Seamus, while on the other side was Draco with his 2 goons. You heard me, Weasley. I called him a squib. Draco pointed at Neville. He couldn't even cast a flipendo. Harry recalled their morning lesson of DADA, and it was true that Neville had been unable to cast anything during the 2 hours of class, despite the professor's attempts to help him. First, Harry had the suspicion that Augusta had forced Neville to use his father's wand, but after getting a closer look, he was able to confirm that Neville did go to Ollivander's and was matched with his former wand. He could recognize that particular Hollywood wand anywhere. He is happy to have left it there for him. That wand was meant for the boy of the prophecy, the one meant to oppose Voldemort. Taking it would have brought a lot of attention from both the Dark Lord and Dumbledore upon himself. And it's not like he needs it at this point. His current wand would serve him well, and there would be no chance of producing a priori incantatum if he were to fight Voldemort. In the end, he could only reach the conclusion that if Neville's problem did not come from the wand, then it must be a psychological one. He knew for a fact that Neville had the potential to be a powerful wizard, but he had to surpass his sense of inferiority first. While he was pondering on some way to help the boy, Hermione came around the corner and walked angrily to the group of first years. Hey, leave Neville alone, she looked at Draco with a frown. Oh great, the teacher's pet is here too. Draco rolled his eyes. Neville was hardly the only one who failed to cast the spell. Hermione added. Yes, that's what I was about to. Seamus got interrupted by Hermione, who had yet to finish her argument. Like for example Seamus, who set the training dummy on fire. Hey, complained Seamus, at least that did some damage. Is a class about defense after all. Harry then noticed that a small girl with short black hair and green robes had stopped next to him and was watching the argument with an angry expression. Are you going to get involved in this too? He decided to ask. Draco doesn't need my help with those idiots. She huffed before her eyes moved to him, scanning his face and then his robes. What does it matter to you, Gryffindor? Shouldn't you be the one rushing to their help? Come on, Pansy. That's no way to speak to the heir of the Potter house. Be polite. Harry turned his head at the familiar voice and saw Daphne Greengrass right behind them. I am aware of who he is. I'm not an idiot, huffed Pansy. Daphne seemed to enjoy making the other girl angry. She then looked at Harry. Aren't you going to intervene? Thought, she said before moving her eyes to Neville and the others. Their discussion has been heating up, and they are now yelling something about a duel. We barely know each other. I'm just someone who is hungry and would like to reach the Great Hall and eat some dinner before I pass out, Harry told her. Oh, I may have just the spell for that. A mischievous smile appeared on the blonde girl's face. Professor McGonagall, how nice to see you in this part of the castle. She spoke in a loud manner for everyone to hear. The arguing group quickly scrambled away, not wanting to get in trouble. Oh, Draco, wait. Pansy hurried to catch up with the retreating blonde boy. Some of the other spectators who had been congregating in the corridor gave Daphne a look. "My apologies, I could have sworn to have seen the professor right around the corner." She looked very convincing, or maybe no one felt like arguing anymore because they all started to walk toward the Great Hall. "I have cleared the way, you are most welcome," she said to Harry without looking his way, and then started walking by herself. Harry was left a bit shocked. Did Daphne Greengrass make a prank? He had never got to know the girl during his previous life, but he remembered that people called her names like the Ice Princess or the Slytherin Queen and had a reputation for being serious and cold to everyone. Now he was left to wonder if this alternate version of her was very different from the other one, or if this was just a playful side of her that most people did not get to know. Chapter 23, Teachers' Meeting. At the end of the first week of the school year, all the teachers have a meeting to discuss the new students among other things. "Well, why don't we start with the most obvious one first?" Dumbledore proposed with a kind smile. "How is Neville Longbottom adapting to Hogwarts?" The professors all looked at each other with complicated expressions. He is trying very hard, I think," commented McGonagall. "He seems to have trouble with his wand movements and his magic in general." Flitwick looked away. "He is useless," spat Snape with frustration. "He got boils all over his face while trying to brew a simple anti-boils potion. That reaction shouldn't even be possible." The professor raised his hands in the air. Dumbledore sighed. This was not what he was hoping to hear. His eyes moved to the new professor of defense with a tinge of hope. "Professor Nayar, what about you? Surely he is at least decent for defense magic." "Longbottom, the fat, clumsy one." The big man looked pensive for a moment. "I thought he was a squib. I had to question Miss McGonagall about it." "He did ask," confirmed the professor. "I see." Dumbledore looked a bit distraught. "Well, he seems great in herbology. The boy knows his plants and I think he has a natural talent for it," commented Professor Sprout with great enthusiasm. "Thank you, Pomona. That is something, I guess. And for the rest of the classes, I am sure there is nothing to worry about." Young Neville must be a bit overwhelmed during his first week of school. "Is there any other student worth mentioning?" the headmaster asked. "Yes, actually," McGonagall perked up. "I have a most excellent student in my house. A Muggle-born girl called Hermione Granger, shows great promise in Transfiguration and is very dedicated to her studies." "Yes, Granger. She is quite excellent and very hard-working. I was very surprised that she didn't end up in my house, to be honest," remarked Flitwick. "A Muggle-born? That's very impressive indeed." Dumbledore seems to recall something then. The Potter's firstborn was also starting this year. Which house did he end up in? He had to admit that his attention during the sorting ceremony had been focused completely on Neville Longbottom. But he should have paid some attention to the other boys, especially the Potter one. The Potters had been some of his most loyal supporters during the beginning of the war. His relationship with them became somewhat strained after the unfortunate death of Sirius Black. He remembers that Lily had blamed the Order for their lack of direct action against Voldemort and his forces, saying that if they had done more, Sirius could have been rescued. But not all is lost. He has managed to maintain casual correspondence with James Potter after the defeat of Voldemort, and he was sure that the Potters would come back to his side once the Dark Lord makes his return, so he should keep at least a casual eye on their son and make sure he does not fall with the wrong crew. "Yes, he is one of my lions," answered Minerva with pride. The headmaster felt relieved to hear that but didn't show it. This was the best-case scenario for him. "I'm sure that James will be delighted." He managed to hear Snape mumbling some unpleasant words, but decided to ignore them. After all these years, he is still bitter with the other man. Dumbledore can only hope that Severus will not take his frustrations with James' son. The first weekend had arrived, and most of the students had made plans. Groups have formed among the new students. Ron and Seamus had been sticking to Neville like glue, accompanying him everywhere he went, and acting very protective when someone else tried to approach and talk to their famous friend. Hermione had talked with Neville a few times, and the tension from the first day had disappeared. But Ron and Seamus were not very fond of her after she corrected many of their mistakes during classes, so she was mostly kept out of their business. She also didn't seem to get along with the other girls, so Harry would find her often reading alone at the Gryffindor dorm. As for Harry himself, he had no interest in getting close to any of the other children. He loved the fact that he could see many of his former friends alive and happy again, but he had no reason to interact with them at this point. To him, they are just little children, and he finds the idea of dealings with them and talking about toys and Quidditch, just extremely boring. He rather spends his free time by himself, doing something useful like training. Gladius. 2 swords were conjured in front of him before he banished them towards 2 different targets, one to his left and the other to his right. One of the blades impacted the dummy dead center and sent it tumbling backward. The other blade missed the target by a few inches and embedded itself in the wall. Harry looked at this with disappointment. This was one of his best combat tricks. A basic combination of conjunction and the banishing charm. It was a simple but effective way to deal with multiple enemies. I used to be able to conjure dozens of those and send them out with pinpoint accuracy. He knew that he had a long way to go before he could reach his previous level of strength. Is not that he lacked patience, as he understood that his body was very young and his magic was still developing. The problem was his lack of intel on Voldemort's location and his future plans. The uncertainty was making him very anxious. He could attack at any moment and he was not ready yet. He tried to walk and almost fell down. He felt tired, very tired. He has been pushing himself every day to his limit. That's enough for today. Let's go back and take a shower. He looked at the clock on the wall. It was late, almost curfew. Shit, I missed dinner. His stomach complained in response. Shut up, you can have double breakfast tomorrow. Harry picked up his things and hurried back to the dorms, not expecting to find anyone out at this hour. So it came as a surprise when Hermione came running to him as soon as he opened the painting to enter. Harry, thank God you are here. I need your help, she said with urgency. Chapter 24, Malfoy's Plan. What's the emergency? It's Neville. He got into another argument with Draco Malfoy and challenged him to a duel. Neville challenged Draco to a duel of magic. Harry looked at her with a dubious expression. Well, technically, it was Ron the one who suggested they have a duel, but that's not important. We have to stop them. She looked desperate. Why, and what do you mean by we? He felt too tired to deal with this. Because they are going to be breaking so many rules with this duel, and they could also be hurt or expelled. Harry added. Hermione gasped at hearing the word. They could, she asked with dread in her voice. I was just joking, Hermione. They will be fine, they'll get a detention at most. Let them duel if that's how they want to spend their time. But, Hermione looked like she was about to cry. If you don't help me, who will? She said with misty eyes. Oh, come on. He sighed. Fine, I'll help you stop this duel, don't cry. Harry can't understand why she cares so much about Neville, but he can't stand to see her sad. The girl had been like a sister to him, even if this wasn't the same Hermione he knew. You'll help me? She smiled. So when is this duel? He said the last word with reluctance. Tonight at midnight in the room of trophies, answered the girl. He wanted to roll his eyes. Yes, that's the best place for a duel, lots of glass and irreplaceable awards everywhere. I also thought it was a strange choice. It was Malfoy the one who suggested it and Ron quickly agreed. I doubt he is planning on showing, but fine. He looked at the clock. It was 9 o'clock and the curfew had just started. I'll see you here in 2.5 hours. I need a shower and some rest. It was then that she noticed his current state. What have you been doing until this late? You are covered in sweat, and you missed dinner. Harry walked away from her, too tired to answer. I need a nap. She huffed in annoyance but said nothing. What are you two doing here? Ron pointed at Hermione and Harry, who were standing in front of the trophy room floor when they arrived. Did you come here to stop the duel? Asked Neville. Yes, you need to stop this and come back to the common room before we all get caught and punished for being out after curfew. That's against the rules, you know, answered Hermione. We know is against the rules. Shut up, shouted Ron. You may want to lower your voice, said Harry. We are not supposed to be here, you know, he added. This seemed to upset both Ron and Hermione. Hermione wanted to stop them before they left the dorms at first, but Harry had convinced her to wait here instead. Claiming that nothing she would say could convince them not to come, but seemed that nothing she could say would convince them to go back either. So Harry was basically stuck as a babysitter at this point. We will go back after we teach Malfoy a lesson, Seamus exclaimed. You really think he is going to show up? Harry decided to speak up. If Malfoy truly wanted to duel Neville, why did he choose to do it at midnight, in a place where no one would see it? If he wanted to humiliate him, he would have chosen a time and place where plenty of people would be there to witness it. Doesn't he seem like the type who would do that? That's true, Malfoy is very arrogant and always insults us when there are other students around to hear him, admitted Neville. But why would he make us come here then? Now we can tell everyone that he is a coward who never showed up to the duel, said Ron with a smirk, to get you in detention. The girl's voice came from behind. They all turned to get a look at the one who spoke and saw two girls approaching. One of them was a girl with long brown hair who was looking around, clearly not very comfortable being there. The other one was a blonde girl with striking blue eyes who walked with confidence and looked at them directly and with no hesitation. Ron saw their green robes and frowned. "What are you doing here, snakes? Where is Malfoy? How dare you? We even came here to help." The brown-haired girl exploded with anger. "Stop, Tracy. Let me do the talking." Daphne glared calmly at the group. Her eyes stopped at Harry for a good second before moving to Neville. "We overheard a conversation between Malfoy and some Slytherin boys. He was bragging about how he tricked you into breaking the curfew and how he gave Argus Filch a note, saying that some Gryffindor students were planning on sneaking in the trophy room at midnight for some prank," she explained. "So this was a trap then?" realized Neville. "Why should we believe you? You could be working with Malfoy." Seamus looked at Daphne. "I told you we shouldn't have bothered with them. Let's go back." Tracy pulled from her friend's robes. "Look, we took a risk to come here to warn you, but if you refuse to believe my words, so be it." She turned around and started to walk away with Tracy quickly following. "You can't go back that way. Filch is there already." Harry's warning was just loud enough for everyone to hear. "What are you saying now?" Tracy glared at Harry with a frown. "Oh no, let's go the other way," Daphne said with urgency. Tracy was going to question the reason for her decision, but that was not necessary when they heard a loud hiss. "That's Filch's cat," Ron shouted. They had several unpleasant encounters with the janitor and his mangy cat during the week, so it was easy for Ron to recognize the creature. Whenever that cat went, the man was only a few feet behind. "Run!" cried Seamus, and the trio of boys started to run in the opposite direction to where the cat was. Neville gave Harry and Hermione a quick glance and spoke a come-on to the two of them. Chapter 25, Let's Hide. Hermione did not move. She had gone completely pale and was staring at the cat. Harry knew her well enough to know that she was probably thinking about all the trouble they were going to get in for this. The detentions, the permanent record, the loss of points. There was no time to argue with the girl, so he took her hand and started to drag her away while Daphne and Trayson followed behind. When they turned the next corner to the right, there was no more trace of Neville, Ron, and Seamus. "Those chubby boys can run surprisingly fast," Daphne commented. "Where are they, Miss Norris?" The unpleasant voice of the janitor could be heard getting closer, and his steps started to get faster. Hermione's grip on his hand got a lot stronger. "We are going to be expelled," she whispered. Harry scanned the corridor ahead. There were few doors, but none of those were classrooms, not that they could hide there either unless they forced their way in. He pulled Hermione a bit faster. The girl was too worried to pay attention to their surroundings and just let herself be dragged along by Harry. Daphne gave him a few looks, probably wondering what he was looking for. Harry then found the room he had been looking for and stopped at the entrance. "What are you doing?" "Keep running," said Tracy. "All the classrooms are closed at night, and I don't think this is even a classroom." Daphne looked at the door. It was much smaller than the classroom doors she had seen so far, but she was still very unfamiliar with the castle. Harry placed his hand on the handle, and it immediately unlocked with a soft click. After inscribing his name on the Arkstone with the other headmasters of the school, as far as Hogwarts was concerned, Harry had the full authority of the castle master and could enter any room he wanted at any time of the day. There was no door in the castle he could not open. He unlocked the door and hushed the others inside before closing it back again. "Keep quiet," he whispered, and the girls nodded. They all waited in silence as Filch walked past the door, and they got tensed when they heard him stop. "What is it, Miss Norris? Where are they?" They waited a bit more but could not hear any more steps, which could only mean he was standing still looking for them. "No, Miss Norris, they cannot be here. These rooms are sealed. No students could open them. Let's go. They must have run very fast. We have to catch them." The hurried steps of Filch started to sound far away, and they could breathe in relief. "We are safe." "Wow, that was close," said Tracy. "Yes. Dad would kill me if I got detention on the first week," Daphne added. Hermione seemed to be recovering from her panic attack from earlier, but still said nothing. They glanced around the room. "This is clearly not a classroom," commented Tracy. The room was a lot smaller than a classroom, was tastefully decorated, and filled with accommodations like several leather couches, coffee tables, and elegant chairs. "I didn't know Hogwarts had rooms like these. This looks like a waiting room for guests." "We have something like this in my family manor," said Daphne. "Hogwarts used to host parties and reunions between noble houses in the past. They must have used rooms like this one back then." They all turned to look at Hermione. She shied away from the attention but continued. "It's in Hogwarts, A History, Volume 1. Say, Potter, how did you open the door? It was clearly locked," Daphne asked. My father and his friends spent many years uncovering the secrets of this castle, and he then shared some of that knowledge with me. It was the only explanation he could come up with that didn't mention time travel or dimensional jumping. He walked to the nearby fireplace and pushed on one of the bricks. The back part of the fireplace opened, revealing a dark corridor behind that will lead you to the dungeons. I trust you know how to use the Lumos charm. The three girls looked at him with shocked expressions. If you have questions, leave them for another occasion. We need to be back at our common rooms before Filch can warn our house heads. Daphne and Tracy looked at each other and noted. Very well, Potter, we can talk on a different day. She pulled her wand and softly said Lumos. The tip of the wand became bright like a light bulb. She did not hesitate to enter the hole in the fireplace and disappeared with her friend following behind. Once they were gone, the entrance closed by itself. Let's go back, it should be safe now. Harry gave Hermione a look. Do I need to hold your hand again? He asked. Hermione became a bit embarrassed. I'm fine now, she huffed. They left the room and walked at a brisk pace without talking, and just a few minutes later they reached the painting of the fat lady that covered the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. Oh no, she is sleeping. Hermione pointed at the fat lady. She was lying comfortably on a big couch and snoring. Harry could have just opened the painting without the guardian permission, but that would have been too harder to explain compared to opening a normal door. He instead tapped on the painting with his wand. She's going to be mad, Hermione whispered with worry. Wake up already and let us in, Harry demanded. The lady opened her eyes and looked at them with a very displeased expression. Is well past curfew, where were the two of you? We lost track of time while snogging in a broom closet. The password is Lion's Pride, now open up. The fat lady looked outraged and Hermione became red as a tomato. I never, huff, children these days, I can't believe this. The big woman started to complain but opened up the entrance anyway. Harry went inside followed by an embarrassed Hermione. Harry, why did you say that? Hermione slapped his shoulder. Did you want me to tell the truth? Besides, who cares if she judges us? It's just a painting. Harry shrugged. Fine, I'll never ask you for help again, she shouted before storming up the stairs. If only that was true, I'm so tired. Harry let out a yawn and went to his bed. Chapter 26, The Messy Room. The Room of Lost Things, also known as the Room of Requirement or the Room of Come and Go, was a place that has been used by Hogwarts house elves for almost a millennia. Harry passed by a shelf filled with all sorts of items and placed with no obvious order whatsoever. He could glimpse books, magazines, individual shoes, underwear, broken toys, an empty bottle of shampoo, and a very ominous potion vial with some pitch-black liquid inside. Apparently, the elves have been using this room to store all the garbage left behind by former students and teachers for the last 9 centuries. Harry spat his complaints as he walked. He had come here not just to find Ravenclaw's diadem, but to also find a few items he could sell. After his first week of training, Harry had come to realize something. His best chance to regain his old form in a reasonable time frame was to make use of magical rituals and artifacts. His goal was to do more than just reach his previous peak. He wanted to surpass his old level of power and reach new heights, so he could be prepared for any eventuality that his enemies could come up with. During his previous life, by the time he had acquired much of his knowledge about rituals and magical artifacts, the world was very much in ruins. Demon's first targets had been the magical communities like Diagon Alley, so resources became very scarce, and finding the rare ingredients necessary for these rituals was impossible. I won't let that happen again, he clenched his fists. Lucky for him, this world was still intact and filled with all the resources he could possibly need. Resources he planned to use, but for that, he will need large sums of money. I can't sell any of this trash. He looked around the shelves. By the look of things, the elves refused to throw anything away, storing everything left behind with no exceptions. Of course, most of the things that people left or forgot ended up being trash, meant to be disposed of, but the elves do not have the same standard as humans for what constitutes trash, so they stored everything. They are like tiny magical hoarders, but I am sure there has to be. Wait, what is that? His eyes were drawn to a broom resting against one of the busy shelves. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary broom, but someone who was knowledgeable about flying brooms could recognize the very particular construction of the broom was consistent with a specific brand. That's definitely a Nimbus, and a very old model at that. He picked it up to get a closer look and read the letters engraved on the wood. A Nimbus 100, that's one of the first models ever produced. This is a collector's item. This finding gave him an idea. This place was full of old things that could be valuable as collector items nowadays, like old brooms, books, or even vintage clothes. It's going to take a while to sort through all this stuff, but I should be able to make enough money by selling antique items from here, and if that is not enough, I have other ideas. For a moment, he wished to have the help of a house elf, as it would make things so much simpler. But he could not possibly use his family elf, as this one would report everything to his parents. All right, let's leave that for now and get on with the other reason for my visit. He lifted his wand and focused his mind on the object he wanted. Akio Ravenclaw's diadem. He waited, hoping to hear some noises as they came towards him, but nothing happened. Harry frowned, but was not ready to give up just yet. Akio Horcrux. Akian Voldemort Horcrux. Akio Rowena Ravenclaw belongings. Akio Tom Marvolo Riddle belongings. Nothing. This was the worst-case scenario, and another evidence that despite its many similarities, this was a very different world. This is very bad. Maybe he stored them in different locations, maybe he didn't even create the Horcruxes in the first place, and there is no way for me to know. There are other ways to protect one's life after all. He could only hope that Voldemort did not resort to demonology this time. I should still check the other places I know just to be sure. If he has created Horcruxes, there is a good chance that one of them is in his old mansion, but with him still alive, that house will be much better protected. It would be a suicide to go right now. Harry thought hard for a while, but the possibilities were just too many, and his information was lacking. One wrong move could be the end of his journey. For what little he knew, Death Eaters had not made any moves for years, until that attack on Diagon Alley. Hopefully, they will take it slow for a while. He could only hope for that at least. Even if he gathered all the necessary ingredients, it would not be possible to perform any rituals on himself. At this point, his body and magic were growing and were very unstable. A ritual would do more harm than good. He is going to need to wait for at least 2 more years before starting. By then, he will have enough control to complete everything safely, but I can't just wait and do nothing. I can think of a way to start acquiring some important information. He looked around the room of requirements with a thoughtful expression, and this room may have what I need. Chapter 27, Flying Incident. On Monday afternoon, the first-year students were having their first flying lesson. All of them were standing next to their broom, as structured by Rolanda Hooch, the flying instructor of Hogwarts. Keep yourselves focused on the broom next to you and say up, loud and with conviction. The broom will listen to your magic and follow your commands. Everyone started to yell at the same time over and over. This is going to give me a headache. Harry covered his ears. He then took a glance at the broom he had been given for the class. It was a Cleansweeper 260, one of the cheapest brooms in the market, from 20 years ago, and it was in poor condition. Is the school budget in such dire straits already? Mr. Potter, is there something wrong? It looked like Professor Hooch had noticed that Harry was the only one in the class who wasn't even trying to lift the broom, so she decided to approach him. No, Professor, my apologies. I was merely a bit distracted. Then let's better focus on the matter at hand. Go and give it a try, Mr. Potter, she urged him. Being left with no choice but to participate in the class, Harry opened his hand to pull the broom up, and this one instantly flew into his grasp. What an impressive display. You may have your father's talents for flying after all, Mr. Potter. The professor smiled at him. Ops, I forgot to say the magical words, he realized. Miss Hooch looked at him like there was something she wanted to ask, but was hesitant to do so, but her attention went quickly somewhere else when Neville Longbottom started to scream. Ah, help! Neville was holding onto his broom while this one ascended into the sky. Mr. Longbottom, what are you doing? Get down this instant. I still haven't explained how to control the brooms in the air. Professor Hooch shouted at him. Excuse me, Professor, but I don't think Neville is doing it on purpose. Hermione looked at Neville with worried eyes. The Gryffindor students looked at him with uneasiness, while many of the Slytherin, and especially Draco, seemed to be having a great time, laughing and pointing at Neville. Harry knew that he had to do something, so he carefully pulled his wand out and covered it with his sleeves. The last time this happened, Neville got away with a fractured wrist, but there was no guarantee that it would be exactly the same this time around. What if Neville falls a bit differently and ends up breaking his neck? He could not take that risk. Neville's broom kept going higher and higher, and people getting more worried now. Then all of a sudden, his broom started to shake and collided with the walls of the castle, making him lose his grip and precipitate straight down. Oh no. Professor Hooch struggled to get her wand out of her tunic, while the students gasped and yelled in horror as Neville fell. Harry took the chance to cast a bouncing charm on the area below the falling boy. Many of the students covered their eyes or looked away when Neville was about to hit the ground, not wanting to be a witness to a macabre spectacle. The ones still looking became shocked when they saw the ground deform like it was made of gelatine when Neville landed on it. Unfortunately for him, after the second bounce, he landed outside the charmed area. "Ouch!" Neville cried in pain. Miss Hooch was the first one to reach his side. "Let me see, Mr. Longbottom." She examined him up and down. "It doesn't look like you have anything broken, but let's take you to Madame Pomfrey for a check-up. You had a nasty fall." Her eyes went up to the place he had fallen from. It was close to one of the roofs, where the gargoyles were located, at least 20 meters high. "A very nasty fall," she repeated. As she helped the boy walk, Miss Hooch turned to look at the rest of the class. "While I'm taking Miss Longbottom to the infirmary, I want no one touching the brooms. Is that understood?" "Yes, Miss Hooch," the students answered. "Did you see that? Who cast that spell? Wasn't it the teacher?" "I didn't see her do any magic. She was struggling to get her wand out when he was falling." The students started to talk among themselves. "What a bloody idiot. He can't do anything right," Draco commented before he and his friends started to laugh. "Is not funny, he could have died," shouted Hermione at Malfoy. "Yeah, shut up, Malfoy. That's right," added Ron and Seamus. Harry ignored their banter and went to the place where Neville's broom had fallen. It was still in one piece, much to his surprise. "Let's see." He picked it up and examined it. It was the same model as the one given to him, a Clear Sweeper 260, but this one was in even worse shape. Harry took a closer look at the runes of the broom. He was by no means an expert in flying brooms, but he had advanced knowledge of runes at least. He was quickly able to tell that this broom had no chance of flying correctly, as many of the runes that form part of the control section were damaged. The reaction of the broom and his fall were a lot more violent than the one I remember. Could someone have tampered with the flying broom, or maybe he just had worse luck? The possibility seemed ridiculous at first, but this was the boy who lived we were talking about. Was someone trying to kill him, perhaps? Chapter 28, A Proposal. During the next week, many rumors started to circulate about what happened to Neville. Students wondered who cast the magic that saved his life. The professor was quick to admit that it wasn't her and that she should have been more prepared for that kind of scenario. From the students, no one had come forward to claim the glory of saving Neville Longbottom's life. Then someone came out with a different theory. What if Neville himself was the one who cast the spell, but he did it unconsciously? Students have been very open about their disappointment with Neville Longbottom and his magical prowess, or his lack of it. But this rumor gave birth to a new possibility. What if Neville really held some incredible power inside him, but he was unable to control said power? That would explain how he defeated Voldemort when he was a mere babe. He did it unconsciously. During a moment of life and death, he invoked this mystical power and defeated the Dark Lord, and now he did it again in order to save his life. As the days passed, this rumor became more solid, and people added more details, like maybe Neville had inherited his magic from Merlin himself. But as a child, he is unable to control said magic, so it will only come to be during extreme situations. The students started to look at Neville with more respect, and even Malfoy stopped mocking him at all times by suggesting he was a squib who only got the Hogwarts letter because the owl got confused. One more week passed after that, and things finally started to calm down. Harry's last class of Friday had been potions with the Slytherings, a very tiresome way to end the week. Snape had relaxed a bit with him and did not bombard him with questions. Too much, but he was still quite antagonistic and would not pass any small mistake that Harry made. As he was almost done packing his stuff, a small piece of paper landed next to his hand. He carefully picked it up, looked at what was written on the paper, and left the classroom without showing any external changes in his expression. That night, after finishing his daily training routine, instead of going back to the dorms, he took a different route. One that was taking him past the trophy room and around the corner, to the room he used to hide from the janitor on his first week. Daphne Greengrass was waiting for him in front of the door. "Shall we?" She pointed at the door. He placed his hand on the handle and the door unlocked. The both of them entered and he closed the door again. The candles inside the room lit by themselves, creating a comfortable atmosphere. "Why did you ask me to come here?" he asked. The note he received that afternoon told him about some important matter she had to discuss with him. "This is a very safe room. I did some research after the day we hid here. Those old rooms are always locked, no matter the day or hours, since no one uses them. Only a teacher or the headmaster has the authority to unlock the door and enter. She left hanging the obvious fact that Harry had unlocked the door twice already, despite being neither a teacher nor the headmaster, but she did not question him how he accomplished that. Daphne walked around for a bit before choosing a comfortable leather couch to sit down. For an abandoned room, it is spotted clean. Harry sat down in front of her. The elves clean every room in the castle, even the ones that no one uses. We have less than an hour before curfew and I rather not get detention. Can we get to the point? Yes, I'm sorry. I have been meaning to talk to you earlier, but you are really hard to find once the classes are over. I am usually busy. That was all the explanation he was going to offer her for now. She nodded and did not press further on that. I will get to the point then. I want to propose an alliance between House Potter and House Greengrass. Harry raised an eyebrow. Did you seriously call me here at this hour to talk about politics? He found the situation ridiculous. The girl was just 11. What could she possibly know about family alliances or their political positions? If Daphne was angry or disappointed, she did not show it on her face. Instead, she continued the talk. What do you know about the current situation of the pureblood families in Britain? Situation of the pureblood families? You mean the whole war with Voldemort? She flinched slightly at the mention of the name. Yes, the conflict with the Dark Lord. At the beginning of it, some families declared themselves on his side, like the Malfoys or the Lestrange, while others fought directly against him like the Longbottoms or the Potters. And a third faction was formed by default, a faction composed of families who decided to stay clear of the conflict and remain neutral, like my family, the Greengrass. Harry nodded. He now understood where she was going with all of this. During the war, the Dark faction was too busy to pressure my father into joining them, but then the Dark Lord was defeated. But not killed, Harry added. Yes, everyone knows that he is coming back. The Dark faction has been preparing for his return, which they expect to happen in the next few years. And when he does come back, neutrality will no longer be an option. The Malfoys, Avery and Yaxley have been pressuring my father to side with them. By pressuring him, you mean threatening him. So what exactly that your family want? Harry decided to ask. Chapter 29, An Alliance. We need allies who are willing to stand up against the Dark Lord and those who support him. Neutrality is not an option anymore, and the Dark faction's offers for alliance will become worse as time passes and his return gets closer, Daphne explained. But their offers must already be quite bad since you are looking for alliances on the opposite side, added Harry. Daphne's expression darkened as she seemed to be remembering something. Lord Malfoy and Lord Avery made the same proposal, a position as a mistress for myself, while Lord Yaxley wanted me as his son's wife, but only if my sister joined in as the mistress. Harry was surprised to hear her say those things in such a nonchalant way. He never learned much about the workings of the pureblood families, and no one among his friends or mentors could teach him either, except for Neville, but the boy was not exactly fond of the pureblood customs and etiquette. But this girl in front of him was different. Daphne has been raised by a pureblood lord and educated to become his successor. A normal 11-year-old girl would not be talking about alliances and marriages in such a manner. You were also warned that if we waited for too long to answer, the only offer we would get would be from lower dark families like Crabble, Goyle, or Selwyn, and they may not even be for a marriage. She added, How can you be so calm while talking about becoming someone's mistress? You are bloody 11. Do you even understand what that entails? Daphne looked offended at this. I am the heir of a pure blood family, of course. I would know about these things and what they entail. My parents have been preparing me to be the next lady since I was 6 years old, and I'm sure you have also been taught these things the same way. He considered for a second, but it seemed unlikely that his father had done that. He had no memories of the previous owner of this body, but he seemed to hate his parents with fervor and would not have listened to any lessons from them. Maybe they have taught some of this to Lyra, but I doubt they will arrange any marriage for her. Our mother would never allow it anyway. He just knew a few things about pure blood etiquette and costumes. It was no more than a side effect of spending so many years chasing down Death Eaters. I know some things, but I don't think my family will arrange marriage contracts for me or my sisters. Daphne looked genuinely surprised for the first time since they entered the room. How else can you create a proper alliance, one that is strong enough to be trustworthy without a bond of blood? Harry then realized something. Wait then, When you first mentioned making an alliance between our families, you were talking about writing a marriage contract for us." Daphne nodded. "When I came to Hogwarts, the idea was to approach Longbottom and start negotiations. After all, they are a very ancient pureblood family and Neville Longbottom is the, And why didn't you?" He could already imagine why though. "Well, the Longbottom heir is not what I was expecting. Then I meet you. You are a lot more capable, and the Potters are one of the most influential families of the light side at the moment. This girl only sees marriage as a tool to improve her family situation, tossing away any emotional part," Harry thought. "So you would marry me or Neville because it would be good for your family as a whole, is that it?" He was getting annoyed with this conversation. Daphne looked to be fighting hard the need to roll her eyes at his stupid question. "Well, obviously. Consult your father about the offer and try to give me an answer during the next week if possible. Our father could also arrange a meeting to finish the details." She was talking about it like it was a business transaction, and it was making Harry very uncomfortable. "And you would be okay with that? You would marry a guy that you know nothing about because it could be beneficial for your family? That is how pure blood families work. It has always been like that, is the tradition. And my father cares for me and my sister. He would never agree to marry me off to someone who would treat us badly. That is one of the reasons he never accepted any contracts so far." Harry sighed. The standards and priorities for old pure-blood families was something he could never agree with, but he knew it was going to be pointless to argue with her about it. She had been learning these things since she was 6 years old. For her, this was just how the world worked, and there was nothing wrong with it. However, completely rejecting the offer for an alliance would be unwise. At this moment, the one thing he was lacking the most was information about what Voldemort and the Dark families were doing. Maybe the Greengrass could use their unique position as a neutral family to collect some. The problem was that he could not make an alliance like this by himself. He was not the lord of his house, not even close. Lord Greengrass will not even consider signing a magical contract with a child. He will want to speak with his father. Well, there may be another issue, but I will have to deal with that later. He looked at Daphne, who had been observing him carefully. "Why don't we arrange a meeting between our families for the Christmas break? We can discuss things further then. There is not much I can do when it comes to making decisions about alliances and that kind of stuff without my father present, I believe." Daphne seemed satisfied with his answer as a small smile appeared on her face. "Of course, and is the same for me. I will send a letter to my father tomorrow, informing him of what we talked about, and then we can talk further about arranging a meeting." "Agreed," Harry nodded. It seemed like a weight had been lifted from her shoulders now, and Harry noticed how Daphne had loosened up a bit now. "Okay, so, do you mind opening that passage from the last time? It was very handy." She sounded more cheerful. Sure, he walked to the fireplace and opened the secret entrance. "You sound more natural now." "Yes, that was my business persona. Now that our business has concluded, at least for now, I can relax a bit." She pulled out her wand and cast a Lumos. "See you, Potter, and remember, we must not be seen talking in public. Good night, Greengrass." Chapter 30, Quidditch Time. There was 1 week left before Halloween, and Gryffindor was about to play their second game of the year after their defeat against Ravenclaw. Harry felt a bit strange sitting in the audience box, but there was nothing he could do about it. Looking around the stadium, he was hit by a wave of nostalgia, remembering the many years that he played on that field, chasing the snitch for Gryffindor. "I hope they do better this time." "Of course they will. I heard that they got a new Seek this time." Harry overheard the conversation that Ron and Seamus were having on the seats right in front of him. A new Seeker? What a coincidence. Or maybe it was something else. His eyes moved towards the teacher's box, where the headmaster was smiling like usual, while Deputy Headmistress McGonagall looked around the field with worried eyes. "Say, Hermione," he called to the girl sitting to his right. She lifted her face from the book she was reading, an old tome called Quidditch Ruling 1890. "Yes, where is Neville? I know he is not very interested in Quidditch, but he is usually with those two," he said while pointing forward at Ron and Seamus. "Now that you mention it is strange." She looked around the box but could not spot, and it was very unusual to not see that trio together. They had been inseparable since the year started. "Seamus, Ron, do you know where Neville is?" she decided to ask. "He left the dorm very early this morning and I haven't seen him since. I have no clue where he could have gone." Seamus looked genuinely confused. I don't know anything," Ron answered abruptly and turned around to not look at them. "He's a terrible liar," Hermione whispered into Harry's ear. He had to agree that even as an adult, Ron had always been bad at lying. He definitely knew where Neville was. Harry already had a hunch of what was going on, and he would only need to wait a bit longer to confirm it. Welcome to the fourth game of the Hogwarts 1991 League. The cheerful voice of the commentator could be heard resounding all over the stadium thanks to the masterful work of magical runes on the place. I am Lee Jordan and I will be your commentator. The students started to clap and cheer. This will be Gryffindor's second game after their defeat against Ravenclaw, but they have come back with a secret weapon, a mysterious new seeker whose name they have refused to reveal. Jordan gave McGonagall a side glance. Their opponents this time is the Slytherin team, the champions from last year and a few years before that one, but who is counting? Jordan. McGonagall gave him a warning glare. Right, let's get started then. First to jump into the field will be Slytherin. The green-robed team came flying into the stadium. Their own selection of the spectator boxes started to cheer while the rest remained silent. The Slytherin team was, by far, the least liked one of the four, mostly due to their rough play and borderline illegal tactics. And now, the team we are all hoping will take the win today. Jordan. This time a stronger warning came from the lips of the deputy headmistress. But not me, I am completely impartial. Go Gryffindor, shouted Jordan. The players made their entrance one by one. There they are. First is no other than the captain himself, Oliver Wood, who plays as the keeper. Next, we have the two beaters, the Weasley twins, George and Fred, and following them are our lovely trio of chasers, Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, and Alicia Spinnet. Jordan moved forward in his seat to get a better look now. And finally, flying, a bit too far behind from the others, is the new seeker, who is no other than Neville Longbottom. The stadium got very loud as everyone started talking loudly at the same time. What? Hermione shouted and almost dropped her book. Yeah, go Neville, Ron fisted the air. You knew about this? Seamus stared at Neville in shock. I caught him doing practice the other day. Sorry, I didn't tell you. They made me promise to keep the secret, explained Ron. How did he join the team? First years are not even allowed to have a broom, asked Seamus. Ron shrugged. He told me that Professor McGonagall had asked him to join the team. What were they thinking? After what happened to him during fling practice, he must be so scared right now. Look, his broom is shaking a lot, Hermione pointed up. Harry stared at the broom that Neville was riding. It was a very familiar one. He is using a Nimbus 2000. Really? That's the fastest broom in the market. Ron turned around to look at Harry. You can see it from here, Seamus questioned. Well, that was quite the surprise. The commentator spoke again. Gryffindor has no other but the boy who lived, the hero of magical Britain, as their seeker. The Gryffindor box erupted into cheers. Now, players, get to your positions. Jordan instructed. Professor Hooch walked to the center of the field and pulled her wand out. Neville, come over here, called Oliver from his place next to metal rings. Stay flying high until you see the snitch. Remember the training. I know. Neville flew slowly upwards, gripping the broom with all his force. Say, Ron, Neville got better at flying since that day, right? Asked Seamus with some doubts after seeing his display. I haven't really seen him fly yet, but I'm sure he has. Besides, he has a brand new top-of-the-line flying broom. Even my little sister could catch the snitch with that broom. Ron exclaimed loudly. Your sister is a much better flyer than you, Harry thought. Ready? Professor Hooch lifted her wand in the air and a ball of light shot out. Game start. Chapter 31. The Dangers of Quidditch. The players immediately got busy. Angelina, Katie, and Alicia went to intercept the quaffle, while the Weasley twins protected them from Slytherin beaters. Oliver Wood watched with rapt attention, not losing sight of any detail. Both seekers were flying higher than the other player, overseeing the entire stadium. Oi, Longbottom! The Slytherin seeker approached Neville and looked at him with a nasty smirk. Neville looked forward at the other boy and started to shake a little. The Slytherin seeker was a much older boy than himself. He figured that he was at least a fifth year. What do you want? Not much, just wanted to ask if you were okay there. You were looking a bit shaky. Neville stared dubiously at the older boy. He was fairly sure that the Slytherin seeker was just trying to mock him in some way. The Slytherin boy realized this and raised his hands defensively. Hey, come on, I'm just trying to be a good sport here. I'm okay. He said hesitantly, I just don't like heights very much, not since my uncle threw me off the third floor of the house in an effort to awaken my magic. I see, then let me give you a few tips. He rose one finger up. Number 1, test your broom before every game. Neville nodded while listening. Number 2, charming your uniform pants with a cushioning charm is a game changer. And number 3, a smirk appeared on his face. Always keep an eye on the enemy beaters. Neville, move. The desperate shout from Oliver reached Neville's ears, but he didn't understand what was happening or where he was supposed to move. It was then that Neville saw the Slytherin Seeker quickly flying to one side, just as a bludger flew past him and hit Neville on the chest, making him fall backward. "Oh no," Harry heard Hermione as she rose from her seat. "He is going to fall." Lavender was sitting on his left, covering her face. Neville managed to barely hold on and was now hanging with only his fingers touching the flying broom while this one remained floating in the air. "Oh boy, Gryffindor's Seeker has been hit by a bludger and is barely hanging from his broom. This does not look good." Lee Jordan did his best to keep his commentary while everyone stared at Neville. "Do something, Albus," shouted McGonagall. Dumbledore nodded before standing up with his wand already in hand. The other Gryffindor player had already abandoned their position and rushed to help their teammate, but before anyone could get close enough, Neville lost his grip and fell while giving a blood-curdling scream. The headmaster pointed his wand at Neville and started to cast a feather fall charm when he noticed a large amount of magic concentrating right beneath the boy. "What is that?" He looked at the events with great curiosity. A strong gust of wind came out of nowhere and slowed Neville's fall until he was almost floating in the air. The wind then got progressively weaker and disappeared completely when he was only a few feet off the grassy field. Harry watched the scene from the box and breathed in relief while storing his wand back. This is the second time that boy needs to stay away from brooms. "He is safe," Hermione cried. "Bloody hell, that was close," shouted Ron. "Did you see that?" "It's like what happened that day during flying practice," told Lavender to her friend, but loud enough for everyone in the box to hear. "Are you talking about the rumors of him awakening some ancient magic?" asked Parvati, even though she was one of the main culprits for spreading that rumor. They were just doing it for fun and never considered there could be some truth to it. The game was stopped after that while they gave Neville a medical checkup. 30 minutes passed after that, and the students were starting to get anxious. "What is taking so long? Could Neville be seriously hurt?" asked Hermione. "I'm sure he is fine. He barely fell 2 feet after the wind stopped, but I would be seriously surprised if Neville is still willing to ride a flying broom anytime soon after this," answered Harry. In the end, he was right. Professor Hooch came back into the stadium 10 minutes later to announce the end of the match. Gryffindor's Seeker had refused to play again after the incident, and the team had not prepared a replacement for him. So with the lack of one player, they were forced to forfeit the game, giving Slytherin the win. The next day, Headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore was sitting on his chair and looking very uncomfortable towards his visitor. Augusta Longbottom looked like she was ready to jump over the table and smash the old wizard's head with one of the many objects decorating his desk. "1 month, Albus. He's only been here 1 month and is already injured," Augusta spat with rage. "Augusta, you know that magical schools have some risks. Don't give me that. Don't think for a moment that I don't know about the previous incident that occurred in his first week." The old witch could not have her eyes narrowed any further. "It was just an accident, Augusta. Quidditch can be a bit dangerous sometimes." Minerva, who was the third and last occupant of the office at the moment, decided to help the headmaster a little bit. "Oh, I'm not blaming that other boy for his trickery, Minerva. I'm blaming whoever thought that putting my grandson on that broom and having him play a Quidditch match was a good idea." Her eyes moved from Minerva to Dumbledore. "Which one of you made that decision?" "I made the suggestion," spoke the headmaster. "I thought it would help young Neville with his confidence issues. After he almost broke his neck on his first flying class, you thought that would give him more confidence. And since when is that your job? I am her grandmother. You are supposed to educate him, nothing more," Augusta shouted. "I can assure you that we just want the best for your grandson." Minerva tried to placate the angry woman. "He has already left the team. He won't be playing again." "Of course he won't. I would not have allowed such a thing to happen again." The old witch looked at Dumbledore. "I hope this is the last time I have to visit my grandson in the infirmary, Albus. I have you know that there are other options for education besides Hogwarts." The headmaster's expression changed a bit at this. "That won't be necessary. There is no other place where he is safer than in Hogwarts, trust me." "Humph, trust you, after what happened to—" "Never mind." Augusta seemed like she wanted to say something more, but kept it to herself. Chapter 32, Halloween. Oct 31, Halloween night. The Great Hall was filled with people celebrating the feast, all eating, drinking and laughing, for this was a joyous night for most. Harry was slowly picking at his food with conflicted feelings. He has always hated Halloween. It was the night his parents had been murdered, and if that was not reason enough, something bad tended to happen always on this night. as if a curse had been placed over this particular festivity. But now things were different. Both his parents were alive, and he even had two younger sisters. He did not feel sad or lonely, and that made him feel guilty. Was he being disrespectful to his original parents, the ones who gave up their lives for him? If he enjoyed his time with his new family, they were the same persons, or at least different versions of the same persons after all. He was not sure, and could only hope that time will help in that matter. But now he had another concern. His eyes moved to the right and focused on the entrance doors of the great halls. They had been shut tight before the feast started, but Harry noticed that there was one person missing. He now looked at the teacher's table as if to confirm it, but there were no doubts about it. The new defense professor, Keshav Nayar, was missing from the party. This was a familiar situation, and for a moment, Harry wondered if the professor was about to stumble into the great hall while yelling about trolls wandering the dungeon. No, that's a stupid thought. This is not even the same professor. He looks so sad. The voice of Hermione reached his ears. Harry did not need to ask who she was talking about, as this was the third time she made the same comment tonight. He looked at Neville. The boy was looking down and did not even touch his place. He was indeed looking sad. That was not really surprising. After the infamous game, most of the Gryffindor house had turned against him in ways that Harry was very familiar with, as it had happened to him several times. On the bright side, there were even more people now who believed that Neville had some incredible magical powers hidden inside him after the wind spell that saved his life. That may be the reason why his punishment has been limited to verbal slurs, and no one has tried to raise their wand against him, lest his magic acts on its own to defend him, and they find themselves plastered against one of the many walls of the castle. Even Malfoy had not dared to do much, other than some very unimaginative taunts here and there. But Harry knew that there was one thing more important on Neville's mind at the moment. Like in his own past, today was the anniversary of his parents' deaths. Is like the same story but with a different main character, Harry thought. In the end, Professor Nayar never appeared, the doors were not opened by anyone calling for some emergency, and the party ended with no issues, something that Harry was not accustomed to. He even allowed himself the thought that he may experience an entire school year at Hogwarts with no serious incidents, other than Neville almost dying twice, but that could still count as a normal year. A strong wave of cold wind hit Harry in the face as he was ascending the stairs, and he decided to cast a warming charm on himself. Much better, he said with relief. It was still early in the morning, so he was not expecting to find anyone in the Owl Tower. "There you go, I got you some bacon," Harry heard a boy speaking before he passed by the door frame. His eyes opened wide when he saw it. Neville was sitting on a wooden bench, feeding a pure white owl. "Hedwig, that's a beautiful owl." Neville was startled by the sudden appearance of someone else. Like Harry, he was not expecting to find anyone else this early in the morning after last night's party. "Harry, sorry for startling you," he apologized. "It's okay. I was just a bit distracted." Neville gave her another treat and the owl happily ate it. "What's her name?" Harry said while pointing at the owl. "You can tell is female." Neville looked at them with a hint of admiration. "I couldn't tell at all when I first bought her, but then I tried to name her Trevor and she—" "Orc," the owl had pinched his hand. "She reacted like that." "Trevor, wasn't that the name of his frog or something?" he seems to recall. "Yes, that was the name of my frog." Neville made a sad expression. "What happened to him?" Neville sighed. "It was last year when I had finally convinced my gran to take me to Diagon Alley to buy some plants. The truth is I just wanted to go out for a bit. You see, my family doesn't let me go out very often. They say it's not safe." "It really isn't safe," Harry agreed. "Anyways, we were at this shop and someone recognized me for my scar. The person started to scream my name, and just a few minutes later, I was surrounded by people, all talking to me at the same time while my gran was yelling at them to leave." He looked down at his hands. "I had Trevor on my hands, but he must have gotten nervous with all the noise because he jumped out and landed on the floor. The people at the shop did not seem to realize, and they kept trying to get closer to me. I tried to tell them to be careful, that my frog was on the floor, but they didn't seem to hear me and just keep asking questions. Before I could do anything, someone stepped on Trevor. I yelled at them to stop, but they were all yelling and pushing at each other and kept stepping on him. Poor Trevor, I could not save him." "Wow, sorry, Nev." Harry placed a hand on his shoulder. "Thanks, I wasn't allowed back on Diagon Alley after that, not until it was time to get my wand." "So in the end, what did you call her?" Harry looked at the owl. Neville smiled. I was first going to call her Petunia, Harry gasped. The flowers come in different colors, but the white ones are my favorite ones. She didn't like that name either for some reason, Neville said while looking at the old. In the end, I went with Snow. Is boring, I know, but she seems to like it at least. Neville petted the owl, and this one gave a happy noise. Thank Merlin. Harry felt a great relief wash over him. Chapter 33, A Home. December 20, King's Cross Station. Harry was one of the first students to leave the train and was promptly assaulted by something small that latched onto his leg. Harry, the little girl called him with joy. He looked down at the image of his little sister and could not help but smile. Harry got down on one knee and hugged her. Hello, Holly, how have you been? It was boring, she pouted. Dad is always working and Mom never takes me anywhere. Only Lyra gets to go to her friend's house. Is not fair. I see. He did not expect this little girl to have so many complaints. He then saw his mother running towards them. Holly, what did I tell you about running off like that? But Mom, I haven't seen brother in so long, Holly answered. Well, talk about this later. Lily's eyes moved to Harry and her expression brightened. She quickly went to give him a warm hug. Welcome back, dear. How was your time at Hogwarts? I want to hear every detail. Oh, but you must be tired after the long trip on the train. Let's get you home first. Home, huh? He was still getting used to this new life and the sensation of actually having a home, something he never had the chance to experience for long. Okay, you two, hold on tight to me and don't let go. Both Harry and Holly did as told, and Lily lifted her wand in the air. A moment later, the trio disappeared from the busy station. When Harry opened his eyes, he found himself at the entrance of the Potter Manor. Welcome, the family house elf, Mipsy, greeted them. Let me help you with that bag, Master Harry. The elf used her magic to levitate his small briefcase and carried it inside. I'm home, said Harry, mostly to himself. After taking a relaxing bath and changing clothes, the sky outside was starting to darken. He opened the door to the kitchen and found his mother inside preparing some food while Holly read a book on the kitchen table. He looked around before sitting down at the table. Lily noticed this and answered his unasked question. Your dad is at work. He should be here in an hour. And your sister is staying at one of her friends' home. She will be here tomorrow. A friend's home is the Weasleys. He recalled that his sister was friends with Ginny, even though the Weasleys were not that close to the Potters, especially after they left the Order of the Phoenix. At least, he had never heard of them hanging out with Molly and Arthur. No, she has been staying with the Greengrass for a few days. The Greengrass? He raised an eyebrow. That right. That's why I recalled them mentioning that family name before I went to Hogwarts. Lyra must be friends with Daphne's sister. How did that happen? He decided to ask. Lily looked a bit surprised at him showing interest in his sister's friends. Well, last year, Lady Greengrass and I met at a ministry party. She had brought her 2 daughters, and I brought only Lyra because you didn't want to come, and Holly was too little for such an event. She got along with the youngest, and they talked for hours. They have been quite close since, and often send letters to each other, but this is the first time she has stayed at their house. How so? With flu powder, it only takes a moment to visit, Harry asked, but he had already a few ideas. Well, Storia has some special circumstances that don't permit her to leave the house, and your father was not thrilled to allow Lyra to visit the Greengrass house until he knew them better, explained Lily. Because they are a neutral family, Lily looked genuinely surprised this time. Have you remembered some of the politics classes your father gave you? You never showed any interest in those. Harry shrugged, not really interested in politics, but it doesn't hurt to know those things. After all, their family had been personally involved in the last war, so there was no way for them to remain unattached from the magical Britain political scene. I'm bored, Harry, play with me, Holly complained loudly. You are bored, huh? He looked at the book she was reading. It was one of Neville's fantastical adventures, which reminded him of something. You know. I have brought with me a nice gift for my sister. Her eyes opened like plates. A gift, what is it? Can I have it? He smiled. You'll have to wait until Christmas for that. No, I want it now, Holly exclaimed. Okay, maybe it was a mistake to mention that. Lesson learned, Harry considered. Where did you get a gift from? Lily asked with suspicion, since first-year students are not allowed to leave the grounds. You'll have to wait too, he said. A bit later, James Potter got home from work and welcomed Harry back. I heard of what happened during the Quidditch game before Halloween. What a shame, James spoke. They haven't been able to play again without a seeker and had to forfeit the next game after that. Explained Harry. I don't think they have a chance to win the Quidditch Cup at this point. James lamented. I don't know why you care so much about school Quidditch, to be honest, Lily commented. But is our house. I will always care for Gryffindor and its Quidditch team. As a former player, can't help it. James gave Harry a look. They should have chosen Harry to be the seeker. James, he is still a first year. Quidditch can be dangerous. Look what happened to poor Neville, Lily pointed out. Oh well, there is always next year. Oh Harry, James called his name. Yes, there is something we need to talk about. Come to my studio after dinner. Sure. Harry wondered what it was about. He was sure it wasn't about his grades. He had made sure to keep them above average. It must be about that. Chapter 34, Factions. James and Harry went to his studio after dinner was over, leaving behind a very curious Holly. His father took a seat on a comfortable-looking leather chair behind a large desk and indicated for Harry to sit down on the opposite side. His expression looked serious, but Harry noticed a hint of amusement hidden in there. Do you know why I called you here? James asked. There is only one reason that I can think of. Oh, you do? And do to tell me what is this reason? A sneaky smile appeared on his father's face. You must have received a letter from Lord Greengrass about a potential alliance between our families, answered Harry. James grinned. Yes, he told me that you and his eldest daughter talked about this matter in Hogwarts. You don't waste time, do you, son? Harry raised an eyebrow, not liking what his father was implying. I merely suggested for Lord Greengrass to contact you for a meeting if they wanted to discuss something like a formal alliance. After all, neither Daphne nor I have that kind of authority. Was it the wrong thing to do? No, it wasn't necessarily wrong. But I think that you should understand a bit more about the political factions of magical Britain. For the last centuries, there has been a strong division among the pureblood families. James said, even before Grindelwald, he never had the chance to learn much about the political environment of the country before everything went awry, so there were many things he didn't know. Yes, Dark Lords like Grindelwald or Voldemort just took advantage of a problem that already existed and used it for their own purposes. The two current factions are most commonly known as the Progressives, led by Albus Dumbledore, and the Traditionalists, led by Lucius Malfoy, at least officially. Harry took note of that last part. The second faction was definitely led by Voldemort, but since he is still considered a criminal, Lucius is the official face of the group. These two factions have been bickering with each other about many different topics they disagree on, but the most common thing is laws that affect Muggles and Muggle-borns. One side wants to make our world more accessible, while the other one wants to keep anyone who is not a pureblood wizard or witch out of our culture. But there are some families who prefer not to choose a side and remain neutral, Harry added. James nodded in approval. Very well, yes. Families like the Greengrass, among others. They decided to avoid permanently joining any sides so they could pick and choose whatever was more convenient to them or what policy benefited them the most. As you can imagine, this kind of attitude did not make them very popular by either side, but if the family is powerful and influential enough, they can get away with it. Daphne told me her family is now suffering a lot of pressure from the more traditional families, said Harry. Yes, and it seems like Lord Greengrass has made his choice on who he wants to ally with, admitted James. This must be the reason he finally let Lyra go to their house. He must have gotten some reassurance from Lord Greengrass. Harry considered. So, do you know what is going to suggest in order to secure this alliance? His father asked. Harry nodded. Daphne had made it very clear. And what do you think about that? James asked. I don't think Mom would be pleased if I got married before finishing my first year of school. Harry delivered with a deadpan expression. James started to laugh. I bet she would not be amused at all, no, but this would only be an engagement. No one gets married this early in life. You can think of it as a long-term promise. The marriage itself would only take place after you are both adults. She told me that these types of deals are common among pureblood families, said Harry. Among some of them, the Potters have not done something like a forced marriage contract since the times of my grandfather. My parents married because they fell in love during their Hogwarts years, and I did the same with your mother. So even if Lord Greengrass suggests something like this, I would never agree to it, and neither will your mother. Lord Greengrass would not be pleased. He may refuse an alliance with us and go join with another family, Harry considered. There are other ways to secure an alliance, and I am sure the Lord is aware of that. Of course, a marriage gives the strongest bond between two families. I already have an idea of what to suggest to him, so don't worry. If you like this girl, you can court her in a few years. James gave Harry a playful wink. Harry made a surprised expression. Like her, is that what he thought was going on, leaving aside the fact that she was just a child? Harry didn't have a chance yet to consider matters like love. He has only been in love one time during his previous life. After he lost his wife, Ginny, he never had time for things like that again. Always fighting, always trying to find ways to kill his enemies in more efficient ways, or trying to just survive one more day. He hasn't even taken the time to think about the moral dilemma that would be to date anyone in this alternate reality. Even if he ignores the age difference when it comes to mental maturity, this entire world still feels somewhat surreal to him, and being together with someone here would feel like he is replacing someone he knew for a copy of that person. The mental image of an adult Ginny appeared at the front of his mind, and Harry shook the thought away. It is easier to form genuine connections with people he never knew in his past, like his parents or sisters, since everything is new to him. But for those like Hermione, Ron, or Ginny, it will take more time until they stop feeling like copies of people he once knew. James was looking at his son, who seemed to be in deep introspection, and he concluded that his son was nervous about the Greengrass girl. "Son, don't you worry," he gave Harry a thumbs up. "Potters always get the girl they want in the end." Harry tilted his head to the side in confusion. Chapter 35, The Contract. On the next day, Lyra came back home accompanied by Lord Greengrass and Daphne. After exchanging the formal pleasantries expected from the situation and nothing more than that, the parents moved the conversation to the privacy of James' studio, where he had been talking with Harry the day before. The room was big enough to comfortably fit 10 people, so it was not a problem for the current meeting. Lord Greengrass and his daughter sat on one of the couches, while the Potters sat on another one that was placed on the opposite side. Lord Greengrass pulled a piece of parchment from inside his robe and placed it on the short table that was between the two families. He then proceeded to take out a small box that, when opened, revealed a very expensive-looking quill. Harry knew there was something special about that parchment since it had a great number of runes he recognized, but he could only guess the function of the complete array, as that would require a closer and more lengthy examination. For the quill, however, he did not even need a second to identify it. He became very familiar with that particular type of quill during his 5th year at Hogwarts, and judging from his mother's expression, she also knew what it was: a blood quill. "What did you bring that for?" Lily raised her voice more than she had intended, making Lord Greengrass's expression change momentarily to a light frown. "Calm down, Lily. Blood quills are commonly used to sign important magical contracts," James tried to explain to his wife. "Indeed, as Lord Potter said, blood quills are a necessity for this type of contract. Blood is the most efficient way to ensure a deal, as that is the source of our magic." Lord Greengrass spoke with a grave voice. Lily observed the parchment with interest. "What kind of contract is this? I never seen protections like these ones in a contract, and some of the runes are of goblin origin." "That's because this contract was made by Gringotts goblins. Once the contents are written and signed with blood, the contract becomes unbreakable and is also enforced by the Goblin Nation. Is the most secure type of document that money can buy," explained Lord Greengrass. Daphne listened to her father talk with a prideful expression. "Impressive. Now all that is left is to discuss the contents of such a contract. Why don't we start with, what do you expect to get, Lord Greengrass?" James looked at the other lord. Lord Greengrass moved his long blonde hair out of his face and observed James for a moment before speaking. "What I want is very simple. Protection for my family, you know from who, once he realizes our refusal to join his side. He and his followers will show us no mercy. You don't need a contract for that." "Of course, we will help your family," exclaimed Lily. Lord Greengrass gave her a stern look. "And I am meant to trust the future of my family and house on your word, Lady Potter. No offense, but old magical families like ours do things differently." "Father," Daphne warned, "I hope you are not suggesting that my wife is not to be trusted because she is a Muggle-born." James had a hard expression on his face as he said those words. Lord Greengrass did not seem to mind. "Do not twist my words, Lord Potter. I don't share those silly beliefs that some of my fellow lords and ladies like to speak so much about." He looked at Lily. "Lady Potter, when it comes to the safety of my family, words are not enough. Not from you, your husband, or anyone else, regardless of their blood status or political position." Lily made an expression of disapproval. "I can agree with some of that. Being distrustful of everyone is not a healthy attitude. It has maintained our legacy for many centuries, while other old families have disappeared over time," rebuked Lord Greengrass. "Now, let's get back to the matter in question. To cement this alliance between our families, I propose making a marriage contract between our heirs." "Yes, I thought you were going to propose that." James looked at his wife with a troubled face. Is there a problem, Lord Potter? Lord Greengrass frowned. Let me make it very clear that we are not looking down on your proposal. Uniting our two families with a marriage would certainly be a welcome thing, said James. However, asked Lord Greengrass. However, our children are still too young for such compromises, said Lily. Of course they are, clamored Lord Greengrass. That's why we, the adults, must make those decisions for them. James saw that his wife looked ready to explode into a rant about how outdated that custom was, so he decided to speak first, while firmly holding her hand as a sign of let me do the talking. Yes, that has been a tradition between pureblood families since before Hogwarts was funded. I am aware of that. But the Potters had stopped doing contracted marriages since the times of my father. Your father married the sister of the former Lord Black, a very prestigious family. Back then, at least. Lord Greengrass pointed out. He did, but only because they both fell in love with each other. In fact, the Blacks were not happy with marriage at all. According to what my mother told me, they almost banished her from the family for it, explained James. I see, I did not know that. But where are you getting with this? Asked the Lord. What I'm trying to say is that I want my children to have a choice, like my father did and like I did. James looked at his wife with a warm smile. I want them to be happy and marry someone they truly want to spend the rest of their lives with. I will not take that choice from them. Choosing who to marry without taking into account what benefits it could bring to your family. Daphne looked at the Potters with a complicated expression. That seems very selfish to me. So, I am to understand that a marriage contract is out of the table then. What do you propose then, Lord Potter? Lord Greengrass looked at James. James returned the look. I wouldn't say is out of the table yet, but I discussed this with my wife, and we have an idea that could work for everyone. Chapter 36, Presents. 24 December, the Potters were sitting at the table and enjoying their Christmas dinner while chatting. Harry looked over at his new family and smiled. This was a scene he had dreamed about many times during his lonely childhood years, just having a family and spending time with them. He had wanted that for so long, and now that he has it, he was willing to do anything to protect it. Lily looked at her son with her bright green eyes. Harry, dear, is everything okay? You have been very quiet. He nodded at his mother. Everything is great, Mom. I was just thinking about some stuff. Were you perhaps thinking about how many classes are you going to fail in your first year? Said Lyra with a mischievous smile. Lyra, don't say those things. Harry is not going to fail any classes. You are studying properly, right, son? Asked James. Of course, Dad, I'm doing fine at school. He made sure to not stand up too much during his classes, but he wasn't going to fail either. All of his grades were at least decent, even in potions, much to the professor's displeasure. What about potions? It was like his father had just read his mind. Snivelus is not giving you trouble, I hope, or else I will have tea, James. You have to stop calling him that, even more so in front of the children. That being said, Lily's eyes turned to look at Harry. Is he giving you a hard time? You can tell me if he does. He is a tough teacher, but I don't think he is harsher with me than with the rest of the students. Harry decided to lie a bit. He didn't want his parents to go complain to Snape. That would just make things worse. He already knew the man quite well. Lily looked slightly upset. Shouldn't be tough with his students at all, and especially with the first years. The process of potion making is very delicate, and being able to keep calm is extremely important for good results. Severus was always strict with himself when we were students. He was the type of person who would not tolerate even a small mistake if he is putting his students to the same standard. Or maybe he is just a twat, added James. James, language. Lily spoke with rising fury. Was this professor a friend of yours, Mom? Asked Lyra, who had been wanting to get into the conversation for a while. Lily calmed herself down and addressed her daughter. He was. We grew up in the same neighborhood and attended Hogwarts together, but we were sorted into different houses and talked less and less over the years. Eventually, we had a big disagreement, and we haven't really talked after our graduation. Can we talk about something happier than that gloomy man? I mean, it's almost Christmas already. James pointed at the clock hanging from the wall. The needles were only 10 minutes away from midnight. We have presents to open. The mere mention of the word presents seemed to have awakened Holly from her slumbering state. Presents? Yes, she started to yell. The family moved to the main living room of the house, where the presents had been stored under a big tree. The room had been decorated by Lily and Mipsy, and it even had fake magical snow falling from a cloud that was moving around the place. Holly did not care much about all of this and just sprinted towards the tree. Presents? Holly, wait, don't open them yet. Lily ran after her daughter. Lyra pretended to be more composed, but she walked relatively fast towards the tree and started to look for the boxes with her name on them. Harry felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up to his father. "Go on, son. I think there are a few with your name." James gave Harry a wink and tapped him on the back. He felt a bit awkward by celebrating the holidays in such a manner. It reminded him of the ones he spent with the Weasleys, but he never grew accustomed to them, always feeling like a bit of an outcast in them. This was supposed to be his real family, but he could not help but still feel like that. Pushing the negative thought aside, Harry found 2 boxes with his name written on it. His 2 sisters were already busy opening their presents, so he decided to do the same. Inside the small box were 2 books. One looked new while the other one was a fairly worn-out notebook. "This is—" "Oh, that's mine," said his mother as she moved to his side. The cover of the new book said 100 Tips and Tricks for Young Potioners. That book contains a lot of incredible useful information to make your potion class much easier. I always lamented that I only found out about that one when I was in my 4th year, so I told myself that I would get one for my children when they were old enough. She pointed at the other one. "I figured that Severus could give you a hard time. That notebook is from my own first 3 years. It has a lot of useful guidance on how to perform the potions from Hogwarts curriculum. It was written by both me and Severus, but don't let him see it. He may get mad." Harry opened the notebook. It was filled with notes handwritten by his mother. "I would have given anything to have a memento like this in the past." Lily gave him an apologetic smile. "I know that books are not a great present for children, so I put a lot of candy at the bottom of the box." "No, this is great, thank you, Mom." Harry smiled softly, doing his best to contain his emotions. "Open mine now, come on." James approached them. "You are going to love it." Harry nodded and opened the box. There was some sort of clothes inside. "No, these are not clothes, this is—" "James, is that what I think it is?" questioned Lily. He, this is my good old cloak of invisibility," James proclaimed proudly. Chapter 37, Back to Class. January 8. Harry was somewhat glad to be back at the castle. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy spending time with his family, but he felt more restricted at this house. Here in Hogwarts, he had access to several hidden places like the Room of Requirements, where he didn't have to worry about being seen by the students or teachers. But at home, it was a different story. The house was quite big, but it didn't have any places where he could do magic without taking the risk of being found out by his family or their house elf. He hated the fact that he could not be himself in front of his own family. But revealing the truth was not an option he could take right now. Even if he could somehow convince them he was telling the truth, he would be placing a heavy burden on them. But more than that, it scared him. He has no idea how would they react after learning that their real son is actually dead, and instead they have been living with some alternate version copy of him. "Harry," the voice of Hermione shook him from his negative thoughts. He lifted his head to look at her. "Finally." She huffed with annoyance. "You know, sometimes you seem to get very lost in your own world. What were you thinking so hard about?" "Yes, I'm afraid that is a quirk shared among geniuses," he joked. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Sure, so, want to go to the library?" "The library already? We just got back and we don't have any pending homework, and there will be no tests for at least 2 more weeks." Harry looked around the common room. Classes were over for the day, but the students still had several hours before dinner, so most of them would be hanging around in different parts of the castle, leaving the common room almost empty at this time of the day. Other than him and Hermione, the only occupants at the moment were Lavender and Parvati, who seemed to be having an intense conversation on a couch close to the fireplace. Hermione made a troubled expression. "I know, but there isn't much to do now." "Ah, I see." He now realized the problem. She was bored. For him, being alone was not much of an issue. Despite having many companions and comrades during the war, he would often travel alone for long periods of time. And now, leaving aside the fact that he did not enjoy interacting with children that much, he had much to do, making it impossible for him to get bored. But for Hermione was different. Her personality made it difficult to make friends of her age. The only one who gave her any attention was Harry, but he wasn't great for company as he spent most of his free time training at the Room of Requirements. What she needs right now more than books are some friends. But she doesn't get along with either Ron or Dean, making it very difficult for her to interact with Neville. Harry looked back at the 2 girls on the couch. "I guess it wouldn't hurt to try. You are roommates with those 2, right?" he asked. Hermione turned around to observe the girls for a moment before nodding. "Why?" she asked. "Do you talk with them often?" "Well, we sleep in the same bedroom but don't talk much. On the first day I tried to tell them all I had learned about the castle in Hogwarts, a history, but they didn't seem very interested. They also don't seem very interested in any of our classes, so I gave up on interacting with them." Harry wanted to smack her forehead. Most first years aren't that invested in academics or the history of an old castle, even a magical one. Did you ask them about their own interests? Hermione tilted her head in confusion. No, why would I do that? Because that's how you make friends. You get to know the other person and try to find something in common that you both enjoy. I don't think we have anything in common, and they don't seem very interesting. All they talk about is makeup and boys, she huffed. I'm sure they know something that can interest you, like. Harry tried to remember any useful about those two. He didn't talk much to them, and Lavender died during their last year of school, but there were a few things he recalled. Well, they are both from pureblood families, and Parvati family, the Patil, is an extremely old pureblood family from India. Imagine the long story of magic they have, and their library. Hermione's eyes illuminated a bit at hearing this. You grew up in the Muggle world. I'm sure there are many things you could learn from them about being a witch that you cannot learn from books, explained Harry. Don't look down on books, Hermione rebuked. But you may be right. Maybe learning more about witches from magical families would not be bad. But how do I approach them? Maybe there is a book about this in the library. I'll check tomorrow. There is no need for that. Come. Held her by the hand and brought her alone as he approached the two girls. Hello, Patil Brown. Have you two heard the rumor about Professor Snape? He asked. Rumor? What rumor? The two of them perked up and looked at him. If it is the one about him being able to turn into a bat, I already heard it and I don't think is true, added Lavender. No, this is something else. I heard that Snape uses a charm that he personally created to make his robes flow in that weird way. Harry was about 80% sure this was a true fact. Really? A charm? That would make sense. There is no way a normal robe should move like that. I always thought it was strange. The two of them commented. Do you two mind if we sit here? It's a bit cold in that corner, said Harry. Sure, come sit here. Both girls made room for Harry and Hermione to sit down next to the fireplace. After that, the group talked for a long while until it was time for dinner. Harry could only hope that Hermione would take this chance to create some new friends. It was the least he could do for her. Chapter 38, Visiting Nocturne Alley. Okay, this should do it for now. Harry inspected the briefcase one last time before closing it. The magical container has been filled with all the valuables he was able to find during his 2-month search. He knew he had only scratched the surface of what was stored inside the room of requirements, but that was fine by him. It's not like he was planning on becoming rich by selling antiques. He only intended to get enough money to buy the materials he required at the moment. He was not a greedy person by any means. Harry left the briefcase and looked at his mechanical wristwatch. 8 o'clock, perfect. The shops at the alley must be opening right now, and since today is Saturday, I can spend most of the day away without raising suspicions. He then walked to an old full-size mirror that was left in a corner of the room of requirements. With a wave of his wand, the mirror became sparkling clean. Harry looked at his reflection with care. He had to make sure there were no glaring errors in his disguise. He tried to make the minimum amount of changes, since the more you change yourself, the easier it becomes for others to discern that something was wrong. His hair remained the same. His eyes had only changed color to a light brown tone. He was also wearing different glasses and some Muggle clothes he had brought to the school. The biggest change was his face. He had used a mixture of charms and transfiguration to make himself look around 10 years older. Unfortunately, his height remained the same since there was no way to change his size without resorting to illusions or complex potions he did not have access to, so ended up looking like a very short young man in his early 20s. I don't think the shop owner will care that much even if he notices something. Satisfied with the changes, Harry went to pick up his briefcase and took his wand out. With a smooth flick, he disappeared from the room of requirements without a trace, and not even Dumbledore would notice his absence. With a pop noise, Harry appeared in a desolated corner of Diagon Alley. After making sure that no one was around, he pulled out his invisibility cloak and covered himself with it. He had originally planned to go to a different shop, one that was located close to the main street, but now that he had his cloak back, he could sneak into Nocturne Alley without gathering unwanted attention. As expected, Borgin and Burke's were empty at this time of the day, as the usual clients prefer to go out at night. After checking his surroundings, Harry removed himself from underneath the cloak and entered the shop. The ring of the door startled the shopkeeper from his drowsy state. Ah. Client this early in the morning? That's quite a surprise. Oh, Mr. Burks looked at the small frame of Harry with interest as he entered. Shouldn't you be in Hogwarts, child? Are you perhaps lost? He said with a teasing tone. Harry's eyes moved to meet his, and Burks felt a great deal of anger and hatred in them. That was not a rare thing for his average client, but not something he expected from an individual he believed to be a child. "I graduated 5 years ago and I'm not a child," Harry said with a frown that twisted his face, enhancing his more mature features. "Or are you making fun of me for my condition?" Burke realized his mistake after seeing the face more closely. That was not the face of a child. "My apologies, good sir. I meant no insult," he hurried up to say. "It's just very early in the morning and I had a long night. Please forgive this old fool." "No matter. I came here to do business." Harry walked to the counter. "Of course, how can I help you?" Burke asked with a polite smile. With some difficulty, Harry placed the briefcase on top of the counter and opened it. Burks looked over with interest. "May I?" he asked for permission, and Harry nodded. Only then did the old man start to pick up the objects inside the case and carefully place them on the counter one by one while taking long glances at each piece before putting them down. "That is quite the collection of antique objects you have here. Many old books, some of them very valuable, jewelry, and some very fascinating quills. I also have this." Harry took a thin stick out of one of his jacket pockets and removed the shrinking charm he had placed on it. The stick turned into a full-size broom and was also placed on the counter. "A Nimbus 100, that's quite the find. The collectors of flying brooms go crazy for these old models," said Burks. He then gave Harry a measuring look. "I don't mean to be impolite, but I am required to ask. If I may, where did you find all of these things?" Harry was already expecting this question. "My uncle had recently passed away and left me his house as an inheritance. I found this thing while browsing around the house. It's a very old house, you see." "Oh, I understand. I'm very sorry for your loss. But when we lose something, we often gain something else in exchange, don't we?" It was obvious that Burks did not believe a word that Harry said, but the man did not really care if the merchandise was stolen. "So, are you interested in buying?" asked Harry. "Of course, let me see." The old man pretended to think for a minute despite already knowing the value of most of the objects he had seen. "What about 10,000 gallons?" Harry frowned. He was no expert in books or jewels, but he knew the broom alone should be worth around that much. "This old goat is trying to scam me." Chapter 39, The Looming Threat. After 10 long minutes of back and forth, Harry managed to get a deal for 50,000 gallons. "Here," he passed Burke a small piece of paper. "This is..." The old man picked up the paper and read it. "A list of things. There are several types of items listed in the paper. A variety of precious metals and stones, a new set of runic inscription tools, dragon hide, and small arc stones." Small arc stones. "How small are we talking? For the warding of a property, the smallest one recommended is 4 inches, asked the old man. "Around half an inch in diameter," explained Harry. "One that small would be considered scraps. No one uses them." "What would you want something that small for?" asked Burks. "It doesn't matter what I want then for. Can you get them for me? I may know a provider, but it won't be cheap." "You just said they were just scraps," Harry reminded him. The old man chuckled. "Yes, but you need to know an arcstone craftsman to acquire them. Now, let's talk about the price for this list of yours." They then discussed for almost an hour until an agreement was reached. Harry will get all the items on his list plus 10,000 galleons in exchange for the antiques. This meant that he would not have enough for the alchemic ingredients he was planning on buying later on, but there was still a lot of time to get those, so he didn't complain. "Come back in 2 weeks and I will have everything ready," told Burks to Harry before he left the shop. It was almost midday when he stepped outside, but he felt more tired than after training for hours. "Let's get back to Hogwarts and take a nap." "There you are." Harry was on his way to the kitchens when someone called for him. "Where have you been all day?" "I have been looking for you," Daphne told him, while she kept turning her head back like she was making sure no one was behind them. "I was busy with some things, and I thought we weren't supposed to interact much in public," said Harry. "We are not, but there is something important." Daphne kept looking around. "Fine." Harry took out his invisibility cloak, got close to Daphne, and wrapped them both underneath. "What are you? Is this an invisibility cloak?" Her anger at his sudden physical closeness faded quickly. "Stay quiet, the cloak doesn't block sound," Harry whispered. She looked displeased, but chose to comply and remained quiet all the way to the room that seemed to have become their private meeting location. "Maybe we should give this room a name after all. We keep coming back here." Harry removed the cloak after the door was closed. "Meeting room, that should do it," suggested Daphne. "So imaginative." "Sure, meeting room. What was that important thing that could not wait until tomorrow?" Harry sat down on one of the couches. "I had a long day." "Stop talking like an old man. This could not wait any longer, is too big," Daphne said with a rare show of emotion. Okay, I'm listening. Professor Nayar is an assassin, she said with no hesitation. What? But he is one of the best teachers that… Hold on. Harry took a pause to think about it for a bit. When did Hogwarts have a good teacher who didn't try to kill a student by the end of the year? He looked at Daphne. Fine, he is an assassin. Anything else? You have accepted this surprisingly quickly. Daphne looked a bit taken aback. Yes, well, some things just make sense, I guess. Who is the target? Take a guess, she said with her arms crossed. It must be the Weasley twins then. They must have pranked the wrong person this time, and then… Is Longbottom? Cried Daphne. Of course he is. Harry rolled his eyes. You asked. But the Weasley twins was not a bad guess. I have heard about some of the pranks they have pulled on my housemates, and let me tell you, they are not happy. How did your father find out about this? Asked Harry. He didn't tell me all the details, just that Malfoy is not as secretive as he thinks. Anything else? Like when is the attack going to happen, where or how? Before the end of the year, that's all I know. You are going to inform your father about this, correct? Harry remained silent for a minute, considering the information he had received. No, there is no need to involve my father in this yet. How come? Isn't he an aura? Surely there's something he could do. Daphne could not understand his motives. As you said, he is an aura. They need solid evidence to take action in cases like this. The only thing we have is some rumors, isn't it? Harry remained impassive. But then are you going to ignore it? Daphne asked with disbelief. Of course not. Give me some time to think about this. Maybe there is a way to gain some evidence, then we can call my father, offered Harry. What if he attacks before that? She asked. Unlikely. Killing the boy who lived, while in Hogwarts, would definitely attract the attention of every aura in England. The Ministry will not rest until an arrest has been made, because the public will pressure him to do that. If Professor Nayar commits the crime now, he will be forced to leave the country immediately, revealing his involvement in the matter. It would be better to wait until the end of the year, maybe even the last day. If he does it correctly and hides the evidence, by the time the auras find the body, all the teachers and students would have already left the school, making it incredibly difficult for the auras to even perform an investigation. Ah, Daphne did not know what to say to that. You really thought about this? A lot. Were you planning on Don't be silly, Daphne, Harry interrupted her. Now let us go back to our respective rooms. I'm very tired. Tired from doing what? Is Saturday? She inquired. Harry merely gave her a cryptic smile in answer, much to the girl's frustration. Chapter 40, The Missing Boy. During the next defense class, Harry was staring at the professor while thinking about how to solve this issue. Even though he had assured Daphne that the crime would certainly not take place until the end of the year, he wasn't 100% confident about that, and he'd rather not gamble with Neville's life like that. Should I just kill him at the first chance I get, or maybe try to gain more information about his plans or on what the Death Eaters are doing? No, this man is just a hired wand. There is zero chance he knows something important. He held his head in frustration. I hate this kind of stuff. Let's see, what did Moody used to say? Always know your enemy or something like that. Maybe I can buy some information on Mr. Potter. He must have been more distracted than he thought because he failed to notice Professor Nayar arriving at his side. Mr. Potter, are you perhaps feeling unwell? You seem paler than usual, asked the professor. Harry quickly brushed aside his concern, claiming a mild headache from too much reading, and the professor continued with his class. The head of the training dummy was crushed by a stone that impacted the speed of a bullet. 3 more dummies moved around the room in irregular patterns. Harry conjured some small knives before casting a banishing charm. Depulso, the blades, one of the dummies on the head and another one on the chest, missing the 3rd target. Harry made a sound of annoyance. Full men. A lightning bolt came out of his wand and turned the poor dummy into a burning mess. He was huffing and puffing by the end of the training, but he was feeling better. Ah, this is it. Blowing up stuff never fails to cheer me up. He exited the room of requirements at his usual time, 1 hour before dinner. This gives him enough room to take a shower and rest for a bit before leaving. Hog's snout. The fat lady nodded, and the entrance to the dorms opened just in time for Harry to see Hermione, Parvati, and Lavender leaving the common room. Oh, Harry, hello, greeted Hermione. He was glad to see her getting along with the other girls. That way he would not feel bad for letting her alone in order to do other things that he considered more important at the moment. Hello, Hermione. He looked at the other 2 girls and nodded at them. Parvati, Lavender, hello to you too. Lavender rolled her eyes. You don't have to be so formal all the time, Harry. We are classmates for Pete's sake. Lavender huffed. She is right, you know, added Parvati. We are going for a walk through the inner garden before dinner. Would you like to come with us? And I am the one being overly polite, Harry grumbled. Hermione and Lavender chuckled. He is right, you are always so posh, said Lavender. I can't help it, I was raised like that. Besides, my sister Padma is much worse than me. Parvati excused herself the best she could. Well, I appreciate the offer, but I'm in dire need of a shower at the moment. Harry removed some beads of sweat that were traveling across his forehead. Have you been running or something? Asked Lavender. Something like that, Harry answered dismissively. That's not a very wizard-like behavior, Parvati commented. But I'm a very unusual wizard, Harry pointed out. Is that what you are always doing after class? You are always disappearing to go somewhere but never tell me where. You even skipped several library sessions. Hermione looked particularly miffed about that last part. Something has been bugging him since he left the dorms. A bad feeling, a uniqueness that turned his stomach and made him uncomfortable. He had always listened to his gut feelings when these warned him of some danger, but he had no idea what danger must he prepare against. Harry entered the great hall at a brisk pace and moved his eyes around the room, trying to gain as much information as possible. He took notice of the teacher's table, all there, including the defense professor, who was already eating in a relaxed manner. On the Slytherin table, he spotted Draco smiling smugly while talking about something with his classmates. On the Gryffindor table, he first saw Hermione, Lavender, and Parvati. The three girls were starting to place food on their plates while chatting. He moved his gaze around the long table and saw the Weasley twins. And finally, sitting nearby was the not-so-golden trio, Ron, Seamus, and, where is Neville? Shit, Harry cursed. Mr. Potter language. Professor McGonagall gave him a stern look. He apologized and moved away from the teacher's table. Harry sat next to Ron and looked at the redhead boy. Usually Ron would be stuffing his face from his overfilled plate, so seeing him slowly cutting a piece of chicken and barely eating any of it was beyond weird. Something must have happened. Hey Ron, Seamus, is Neville not coming down for dinner? He tried to ask casually. Ron stopped eating and frowned. He seemed upset at the mention of Neville. Well, we haven't seen it since our last class ended, Seamus answered and gave Ron a glance. Did you guys get into an argument or something? Asked Harry. Something like that. Seamus was carefully glancing at Ron like he was trying to avoid upsetting him by talking too much. Anyways, the professor told him to stay behind and talk about something and we left. Wait, the last class of today was defense, Harry thought with increasing worry. His gaze went back to the teacher's table. Nayar was there, eating calmly. Could he have done something to Neville? It can't be. He wouldn't be here if he had done something, right? Why do you care now? You never hang out with us. Ron gave Harry an angry look. Because, while he was trying to come up with something, the house ghosts came flying into the hall. Acromantulas, screamed Gryffindor's ghost. Acromantulas have invaded the castle, added the Hufflepuff one. The hall went into a panic. Chapter 41, Pest Invasion. As soon as the news hit the hall, the children screamed in horror. Even the most ignorant ones knew how deadly those spiders were. The headmaster took swift control of the situation and proceeded to do the most sensible thing he could. He sent 1,000 scared children running onto the halls while the teachers searched the halls for the acromantulas. It's okay, everyone, just follow me. The shaking voice of Percy Weasley came from the front of the group. They had separated the Gryffindor students into several groups, and he was put in charge of guiding the first-year students. No matter how nervous or scared he was, Percy swore to himself to get the job done. Is this way, Percy? Shouted the fifth-year female prefect when she saw her partner make a turn into a hall with no exit. I knew that. Percy turned around and walked the other way. Yeah, he totally knew that. Of course, there is no way the prefect would panic and get lost during an emergency. The Weasley twins laughed. You two are not helping, cried the female prefect. We weren't trying to, the twins said in unison. Why are you two even here? You are third years, complained Percy. Mom always said that family must remain united, said Fred. And we wanted to see you in action, added George. Percy ignored the mocking tone of his brothers. This was not the time. Do not worry, we'll be at the dorms soon enough. Well, be safe then. Looking at the terrified faces of the first year, he decided to add something else. Even if we encounter one of those beasts, I know just the spell to take them down, Percy claimed with confidence. It was something like Aranha Exuma, or maybe Exuma Arania. I think it was something like that. Yes, that doesn't sound right. The other prefect made a complicated face. Oh yes, because when it comes to performing magic, it's important to be as vague as possible with your incantation, right? Of course, that's what all the teachers say. Just shout something that sounds more or less like the spell you are trying to cast. The twins said with a mocking smile. You two, that's enough, the prefect demanded. Children, don't panic and stay close to each other. Make sure no one falls behind, she instructed. At the back of the group were Hermione, Lavender, and Parvati. So scared, and those seniors at the front are not being very reassuring, said Parvati. Why couldn't Professor McGonagall come with us? Lavender said with frustration. The professors know what's best. I'm sure the headmaster had a good reason for this. Don't you agree, Harry? Harry? Hermione turned around only to find an empty dark corridor behind her. Harry, where did he go? He was right behind me a moment ago, Hermione said with panic in her voice. Point me, Neville. Harry felt a pulsing sensation, and his wand moved to point to the left. I must be getting close, is not pointing upwards anymore. Harry had separated from his group as soon as he saw the opportunity and rushed to find Neville. He was now running through a familiar hall on the 6th floor when he spotted the first acromantula. Harry pointed his wand forward. A rock the size of a basketball appeared, and with a smooth flick of his wrist, he disappeared the rock in the direction the spider was following. The young acromantula was just the size of a medium dog. It got completely destroyed by the rock that Harry threw and didn't even have time to make a noise or complain. Ah, help! He heard a voice calling for help, just a bit further down the hall. This was a corridor he was very familiar with. The trophy room was just a bit further away. Last week he came here to have a talk with Daphne, but the room was on the 4th floor back then. This corridor tended to move a lot between the 4th and 6th floors. After hearing another scream for help, Harry finally saw what was going on. Neville had gotten himself inside the cabinet that contained all the trophies. A large group of spiders were right outside, taping on the glass with their legs. Good thing that glass has been reinforced with an unbreakable enchantment, otherwise, he'd rather not think about how close that boy had come to a nasty death. He conjured more rocks and vanished them, taking out several more spiders. The acromantulas turned to look at him and made some angry noises, but none of them attacked him, just stood there. What's going on? Why don't they move from there? Some of the acromantulas stared at Harry, while others returned to tap on the glass, while the terrified Neville kept screaming. It's like they are only interested in killing him. He was no expert on animal behavior, but this was certainly strange. He was about to unleash death upon the creatures when he heard a loud noise approaching from behind. He turned his head and saw another acromantula, but this one was much bigger than the rest. This one was almost half the size of the Aragog he remembers. Its massive body was wide enough to cover most of the hallway. Harry now had around 10 acromantulas in front of him and one giant one behind, and he had to deal with them before they could slay Neville. Chapter 42. The professors arrive at the scene. The giant acromantula hissed at him while moving its frontal legs in an attempt to intimidate him. The ones behind him did the same. But they did not attack or get closer to Harry. He did not understand the reason for their unusual behavior, but did not care either. He had one job to do, and he was going to do it. Harry pointed his wand to the floor right beneath the giant acromantula and then followed it with a swift upward flick. The spider gave a tremendously loud shriek as it was impaled by a stone spike that rose from beneath the creature and lifted it in the air. With the biggest threat already incapacitated and dying, Harry turned around to face the rest. He threw a low-powered bombarder aimed downwards, just strong enough to blow up several stone tiles, and then followed it up with a depulso, sending all the sharp pieces of stone to the acromantulas, who had no way to dodge them. 5 more spiders went down. Fire was left to go. Harry conjured a dozen knives and sent them at light speed to the creatures. The acromantulas shrieked in pain after being cut and stabbed, but none of them tried to run away. Not a single one of the creatures wanted to separate themselves from the trophy case where Neville was hiding. 4 more spiders fell victim to the knives. There was one left. Harry decided to get a bit creative with the last one. He tapped his wand against the rocky wall to his right. For a moment, nothing happened, but then, the part of the wall that was closest to the acromantula came to life. A stone hand, 3 times the size of the spider, formed from the wall itself, and with its palm completely opened, it smashed the creature in one quick motion like it was a common fly. With the deed done, the hall became silent once more, and Harry contemplated what to do next. Neville had stopped his screaming and seemed to be staring at the dead acromantulas from inside the glass piece of furniture. Harry considered for a moment going to Neville and checking if he was okay, but he did not want to reveal his involvement in this matter. He was confident that Neville had not been able to discern his identity based on the construction of the cabinet he was in. Only the front part was made of glass, and Harry never approached that area. Instead, he killed all the acromantulas from a good distance. The decision was taken away from him the moment he heard a large number of people getting closer to him. The teachers are already here. Fine, I can leave the clean-up to them. Harry lifted his wand and disappeared from the hallway before the adults turned the corner. This way, I heard some noises. Professor McGonagall hurried her steps. She let out a loud gasp when she saw the macabre scene. By Merlin, this is. Dumbledore's eyes scanned the hallway meticulously, pointing his wand around until it stopped on the glass cabinet. There is someone there, he pointed forward. Be careful, that acromantula is still alive, warned Snape as he walked from behind the headmaster. They moved as close as possible to the wall and past the twitching giant spider. McGonagall stared at the stone spike that was impaling the creature. This was done with transfiguration. Construction of the spike must have been perfect to be able to lift such a monster. Dumbledore was walking ahead of the group when he suddenly stopped. Headmaster, Snape called, wondering what took the attention of the old wizard. Dumbledore said nothing and pointed his wand at one particular spot. He moved it around and whispered some words. His eyes opened widely. This can't be. What is it, Albus? McGonagall asked this time. This area here, it has traces of what? Questioned Snape. Before the headmaster had time to answer, someone started to shout. Hey, is there someone there? Help! McGonagall hurried up and moved to the cabinet, where she finally spotted the terrified Neville hiding inside. Longbottom, she exclaimed. Unlock the doors, Mr. Longbottom, ordered Snape. Is it safe? Neville looked around, expecting to see more spiders appearing. It is quite safe, my boy. You don't have to worry about the acromantulas any longer. Dumbledore tried to sound reassuring. Neville nodded and released his iron grip on the doors, allowing it to open. I'll take him, Madame Pomfrey, McGonagall said after making sure he did not have anything serious that required immediate action. Yes, do that. I will visit the infirmary a bit later. We still have some work to do here, said Dumbledore. The professor took Neville away by the hand. The boy follows without complaints, looking to be in an almost state of shock. With the two of them gone, Dumbledore and Snape were left to examine the scene. There was acromantula blood splashed everywhere. It was quite a shocking view. I'm glad Hagrid is not here to see this. He is fond of these creatures. Snape observed carefully the remains of the beasts. The conjured knives were still embedded into some of them. Then there was the giant stone hand that crushed the last one. You think a student could use transfiguration to this level of skill? Asked the potion professor, pointing at the hand. Dumbledore contemplated the question for a moment. It would not be impossible for a talented 7th year to create something like that. I believe Minerva could give you a couple of names. At least that's what I would say if these were normal walls. Dumbledore tapped the wall with his wand. There are protections weaved into them that should prevent students from affecting them with magic. So, not the work of a student then. Is that what you think? Asked Snape. I have one more reason to believe this wasn't done by someone so young and inexperienced. Whoever did this, he or she escaped with apparition. Snape was filled with shock. From inside Hogwarts, that's impossible. Yes, well, there is always a way to make the impossible possible. Chapter 43, Useful Tools. The next week was not a fun one for Harry. He was first scolded by Hermione for disappearing all of then sudden, and then got a week of detention with Mr. Filch. If that was not enough, Daphne has been contacting him and demanding to take some action against the professor. It took a lot of effort to convince her to wait. He had to get some solid evidence to warn the Auras. Showing their cards too soon would only serve to put Neville in more danger. The poor boy was traumatized enough after what he went through with the acromantulas. He was taken away by his grandmother the day after, and he still has not come back to school. But it wasn't all bad. At least on Friday, he had received some good news. The items he had requested from Borgin and Burke's are finally ready to be collected. He was sitting comfortably on a sofa inside the room of requirements. In front of him, sprayed over a wooden table, was a series of objects. Ingots of different metals, shiny stones, rune-carving tools of high quality along with some other crafting tools, and finally, 2 wand holsters and a wand. I spent most of my money, but I think it was worth it. Especially when all of that money came from selling things he found inside this room. He started by picking up the wand. He wasn't sure of the wood, it looked like oak. His only requirement for this wand was that it had to be impossible to trace and it needed to have a phoenix feather core. It always had been his most compatible one. He felt the wand bond to himself immediately. As long as the wand had no owner, he would have no issues bonding with it. It feels a bit weaker than my other wand. But he gave it a flick and conjured a blade in front of him. With a swift push, he sent it flying at a tremendous speed until it ended up stabbing one of many shelves of the room. The blade became embedded up to the hilt before disappearing. Harry nodded, looking satisfied. This will be useful in case I have to fight using less legal spells. In his honest opinion, the ministry was too strict with its long list of illegal magic, and if he was going to be fighting dark wizards, he was not willing to hold back. He put on one of the holsters on his left hand and stored the other one. He activated a runic cluster on the holster that would prevent it from being seen and placed his spare wand inside. It was better to keep them hidden. A wand holster was not something a student would normally carry. He would only put on the other one when going outside. Now, let's see. He picked up one of the precious stones. It was completely clear, like a piece of glass, and had some marine on the surface. This was one of the many arkstones he bought. These stones had a single purpose. They were able to store large amounts of magic to be used at a later moment. Their primary application was to power up wards. Normally, wards will consume just a little bit of magic to operate so they can function with just the ambient magic in the air. But if the property becomes under attack, that's when the heavy defenses are activated and the consumption of magic would increase drastically. Without one of these stones to keep powering the wards, these would collapse in a matter of seconds after the attack started, making them pointless. They had been used in every ward since the creation of the magical ministry 5 centuries back. The one under Hogwarts was well over millennia old and is at least 100 times larger than any other one on record, making its existence very much a mystery for Harry. But not many people knew about that one. It was a piece of knowledge that one headmaster left for the next. If more people knew, they would be going crazy to get it, Harry said. The ones on the table were much smaller than the minimum required for ward use, even for a small house, so people didn't have much use for them. They could be used to power a magical artifact on rare occasions, but Harry had another use for them, something that wizards of this era had not come up with yet. People can get a lot more creative when their race is being massacred into extinction, I suppose. There was a lot of bitterness in his voice. He examined the little stone. It was around the size of his fingernail, but even a stone this small was able to hold more magic inside than your average adult wizard. The idea is to embed these small arkstones onto jewelry pieces that you can carry around with you. When you feel you are getting close to being magically exhausted, or when you are about to unleash some grand magic, then you activate the stone and transfer the magic to yourself, like having an extra battery. The runic work for these artifacts was also very simple. Harry had the idea after a particular exhausting battle, and then all it took was to spend a few hours with Hermione to come up with the necessary runic cluster to activate the transference. The only setback was going to be the metal alloy necessary for the jewelry. Goblin steel was the best magically conductive metal that people knew at this point in time, but Harry knew how to make one even better. He already had all the necessary ingredients, but the process took a long time. Harry glanced over the pile of ingots he acquired. To process all of that, it will take at least 3 months. But the time wasn't the only problem, but he also had to think of the location where to set up his workshop. The room of requirements is only safe for as long as he is inside, but once he leaves, anyone could stumble upon it by accident, so is not the most reliable to leave something that you don't want anyone to find for several months. I may have a better place in mind. Chapter 44, The Calm Before the Storm. Another month passed, and we were getting close to March. Neville came back to school after 2 weeks away, and Harry could finally find out what happened that day. After his argument with Ron, he was asked to stay behind by Professor Nayar. According to Neville, the professor claimed to be worried about him and his poor performance in class. He offered Neville to stay for some extra practice, and the boy accepted. Late that afternoon, Neville left the classroom and was on his way to the Great Hall when he was ambushed by the spiders. Auras were called, but no arrests were made. It is unclear to Harry if they suspected anyone. That is not information they would share with him, even if he was the son of one of the head Auras. Harry had been a bit worried about Hagrid when the Ministry got involved, but apparently his connection with the acromantula nest inside the dark forest was not something many were aware of. As for Professor Nayar himself, he has been very careful since the last attempt and has not made any suspicious moves. Daphne had become increasingly frustrated by his lack of action, and he had the feeling that she was close to doing something stupid, even for an 11-year-old kid's standard. What she didn't know was that Harry had several trackers on Neville and the Professor. He had placed 10 trackers on the Professor to be more specific. Of those 10, Nayar found and disabled 9, but one was better than none. As for Neville, he didn't need to place any tracking charm. Every student of Hogwarts was being monitored since the first time they entered the castle. The secondary function of the sorting hat was to place a tracking mark on top of the student's head, invisible to the naked eye. This mark will be able to track the position of the student inside the castle, or even former students if they never found out about it and removed it. His father and his friends had taken advantage of this to create their Marauders map. Since Harry had full access to the wards, it was very easy for him to put together a simpler version of that map to track only Neville and Professor Nayar. This way, he could always keep an eye on those two and intervene if it looked like Neville was in danger. He could then be able to catch the Professor in the act. Having him arrested after that should be easy. It was a dangerous plan, for Neville that is. But he could not think of a better way to gain the evidence he needed to get the Aurors involved in this matter. Any Muggle surveillance device he could think of would not work at Hogwarts. If the old Luna was here, she could probably come up with some runic array device to record video data into a crystal or something. When it came to ancient runes, even Hermione could not compare to the odd blonde. This would be so much easier if we're at war, Harry said while reminiscing about his past. Life was hard, yes, but things were simpler back then. If you came across a dark wizard, you killed him. If you came across a demon, you killed it. Now he had to take into account laws, human rights, politics. It would be so much easier to just go and kill the man. Then again, I'm not even sure the Professor is truly a hired assassin sent to kill the boy who lived. I mean, whatever Lord Greengrass heard must have been just rumors. Yes, the whole thing with Neville being attacked by acromantulas after leaving his office is suspicious, but, he sighed, who am I trying to convince? There is no one else who fits the bill. He knew the other professors extremely well. Nayar was the only unknown factor. It had to be him. The head of a training dummy exploded. Tusk, it's always the good defense teachers. It is like the position is cursed or something. Wait, it probably is now that I think about it. Another dummy exploded. I think I have enough for today. Let's go check on that thing. He still had plenty of time before dinner, so Harry made his way to the castle foundation. He opened the painting, went downstairs, and walked for several minutes at a brisk pace until he reached the furthest corner of the room where he had set up his little workshop. Even if Dumbledore were to come down here for some cosmic causality, there was little chance of him walking up to this distant corner of there where there is absolutely nothing of interest. So this was the place where he decided to set up his station. Everything worked automatically, and he only needs to check on it once a week or so. It was a very simple setup, just a table with a cauldron and several other small tools. The cauldron was used to create the metal alloy called magicite. It was a combination of gold, silver, dragon blood, and several other alchemical ingredients. The mixture had to be melted and combined very slowly to prevent it from being separated. The cauldron was enchanted for automatic heating and stirring of the ingredients. All that was left was waiting now. It's looking good. This is going faster than I had originally predicted. It should be ready in a bit over a month. The last time he created this alloy, it took him 6 months. It could be because he is using brand new high-quality tools, or maybe the conditions of this chamber made the mixture combine faster. But no matter the case, it was good news. He may be able to assemble some of his old tools before the end of this year. Chapter 45, Foul Play. This is so annoying, Harry thought while being violently shaken. Are you listening to me, Harry? The Ice Queen of Slytherin was nowhere to be seen. Instead of, he had to deal with an obnoxious 11-year-old old Daphne Greengrass who had kept calling for him and leaving messages during classes until he finally agreed to talk with her alone. You know, if you keep calling me so much during class, people are going to start talking. Personally, I don't care much about my reputation, but that won't be good for you, right? Daphne got her hands off him and took a step back. Lately, Tracy had started to point out how distracted she had been lately, thinking about the issue with the boy who lived and the killer professor. This is important, Harry. We can't let that man kill Neville. She didn't really care that much about the Gryffindor boy, but her family had already signed a contract with the Potters. There was no going back now. Their side was chosen. If the boy who lived died and Voldemort won, her family would be doomed. She had spent the last 2 months stressing herself non-stop about this, but Harry didn't seem to care at all. Always disappears to go do who knows what and then says he is too tired to talk or that he doesn't have time. She looked at his calm expression and frowned. You are not taking this seriously at all. This is not how I wanted to spend Friday night. I wonder if the elves still have chocolate pudding. Are you even listening? Daphne shouted. You know. That door is not soundproof. He decided to let her know. You are so frustrating, she shouted even louder than before. Fine, hold on. He reached inside his robes and pulled out a piece of parchment. Maybe she will shut up if I show her. What's that? She watched with attention as he unfolded the paper and placed it on the coffee table. Is blank. There was nothing written on it. You are very impatient, you know that. Harry pulled out his ebony wand and pointed at the parchment. Reveal your secrets. Whoa, Daphne exclaimed. A map of the castle appeared on the previously empty parchment. I have read about this. You protected the contents with a password, said Daphne. Yes, and as you can see, and the best you could think is reveal your secrets. That's probably the first thing people would try. She interrupted him. No one will get their hands on it, and that's not important now. As you can see, this is a map of Hogwarts, right? She interrupted him again. Did you draw this yourself? Of course, who else is going to? Well, you are not very good at drawing then, and most of the lines are crooked. I made it in like 1 hour. Now if you don't have any more critiques, take a look at the 2 names here and there. He pointed with his wand. The names Nayar and Neville are written inside circles. The professor one was inside his office, while the one with Neville's name was inside the Gryffindor dorms. Daphne looked at the map with great attention. Oh, it moved. Neville's circle moved from his room to the common room. I put a tracking charm on those 2. This map shows you their actual location inside the castle. If the professor tries anything, I will know thanks to this device, and I will intervene or call a teacher. This is impressive, admitted Daphne. I'm glad you like it. Now, as you can see, I have everything under control. There is no need for you to worry about this matter any longer. Just leave it to me. Harry hoped that this would be enough to appease the girl, so she stopped bothering him. Wait, you put a tracking charm on the professor of defense against the dark arts, and he didn't notice? She sounded dubious. I put 10 tracking charms actually. He removed 9 of them but was unable to find the 10th one. He explained. 10 tracking charms. But isn't there a spell to detect them? My dad said he was going to teach me next summer. He said it was important, for my own protection, to learn to detect and remove such charms. Daphne said, well, of course there are ways to detect them, and once you find one, removing it is very easy. But I know a few methods to hide them well and avoid most methods of detection. Daphne looked impressed enough. How do you know so much about these charms? They are not even part of the school curriculum. Did Lord Potter teach you about them? Is not that complicated actually? He avoided the question. All that is needed is. Harry stopped talking all of a sudden as he realized something. Wait, what is it, Harry? She looked at him, wondering what could be the issue. Now that I'm thinking about it, is strange. The method I used was not a bad one, but there was no guarantee to work against a wizard who was very knowledgeable in charms. He was able to find 9 of my trackers, but not the last one. Why didn't that strike me as odd before? He knew why. He has been preoccupied with other matters and hasn't been giving this much thought, even if he didn't want to admit it. For someone else, having an assassin waiting to strike at any time would be something nerve-wracking, but for Harry, it didn't rank very high on his priority list. However, it wasn't his life, the one that was on the line, so he should have been paying more attention. He looked at Daphne for a moment. It seems like he is going to have to involve the adults after all. He can't let this continue now that he suspects foul play. We may have a problem. I need you to contact. Without any warning, the door opened with a banging noise, and a big figure stood at the entrance of the room. Chapter 46. Ambush. Daphne gave out a frightened scream as she hurried to stand up from the couch. Harry cast a silent Protego charm around them to block the pieces of wood that flew their way. So is Greengrass and Potter. Professor Nayar looked somewhat troubled as he entered the room. Harry gave a quick glance at the parchment on the table. The circle with the professor's name was still inside his office and hadn't moved. The Indian professor caught this and grinned. I think I forgot to take the cloak where the tracking charm was placed. How careless of me. As I thought, he left the last one on purpose in order to find who was trying to keep an eye on him. Harry concluded, You 2 are some of my favorite students. It's a shame I have to kill you now. Kill us. Daphne was trembling like a leaf. Harry put a hand on her shoulder. Open the entrance in the fireplace and leave. But Harry pushed her towards the back of the room. Go now. Daphne composed herself and nodded before turning around and running to the fireplace. The professor aimed his wand at her back and fired a red spell that Harry recognized as a stunner. He blocked it by manifesting a Protego shield in front of her. The girl did not waste the opportunity. She opened the secret door and went inside. "I'll call for help, Harry," she shouted as she was leaving. "You can create a silent Protego charm, and you can even cast it on others. You've really been holding back on my classes, haven't you, Mr. Potter?" He gave another glance at the passageway Daphne used to escape. "I'll deal with the lass a bit later. Let's start with you." He aimed his wand at Harry. "You won't be able to catch her before she reaches Snape's office," Harry said. "That passage leads to the dungeons, and the exit is very close to the potion professor's office." "That's too bad for you then. Severus and the rest of the professors are currently in a reunion. And the headmaster left this morning for a Wisengamot meeting." The professor shrugged. "So no help will be coming. I'm sorry about this. I don't like killing children, but you shouldn't have stuck your nose in my business, Mr. Potter." "So no one is coming?" Harry looked distracted. Professor Nayar took this as him getting scared, a normal reaction for a child facing a ruthless assassin. "I'll make it quick at least." Avada Kedavra, a piece of the door floated in front of Harry and exploded. "What?" The professor's eyes widened in shock. He had expected this fight to end with that one spell. "That was a weak killing curse. You didn't put much effort into it," Harry commented before standing up from the couch. Nayar took a step back by instinct before realizing what he was doing. "There is something wrong with this kid. Why is he so calm now?" the professor thought. "You said before that no one was coming, right? No one can interrupt us, and we can kill each other in peace." When Harry looked at Nayar, a small smile appeared on his face. "You know how frustrating it was to play subterfuge, to track you around trying to collect some evidence without hurting anyone or breaking the law. I used to have other people to do those things for me." Harry seemed to be talking more to himself rather than the other man. Nayar didn't understand what was wrong with him. He just wanted to end this quickly. Avada Kedavra, another flash of green light flew to Harry. This time a rock appeared out of nowhere in front of Harry and blocked the spell. Conjuration? Nayar could not believe it. That was NEWT level magic. The rock exploded, and its pieces bounced off an invisible shield that he never even noticed Harry cast. He had also missed when Harry had taken out a second wand. "I have to admit it, after practicing many fields of magic and studying hundreds of ancient tomes, I only have a talent for one thing when it comes to magic." Harry held both wands out in a peculiar way. He was only holding each wand between his index and heart fingers while keeping his palms open, almost like an orchestra director. He opened both arms out. "I guess I should keep it down to legal spells by the ministry standard. I hope I do remember that list correctly. There was a lot of furniture in that room. Couches, chairs, tables, lamps." As soon as Harry moved his wands in a smooth pattern, every single piece of furniture inside the room was shot toward the front of the room where the professor was standing. Nayar lifted the strongest shield he could muster and felt everything shaking as couches, tables, and other objects impacted his shield at tremendous speeds and shattered in millions of pieces. After the assault ended, the professor looked in awe at the sheer destruction left behind. Had he not poured as much magic as he did to protect himself, he would have ended up being converted into a bloody mess of flesh and bones. "What is this? Who are you really?" Nayar had met in the past some old wizards who used magical rituals to make themselves look very young and wondered if this was one of those. The person in front of him was certainly not a child. Harry looked at him and tilted his head sideways. "You know who I am? I'm just Harry Potter. But never mind that. Now that the room is clean, we have more space for our duel. We can begin now." "Begin?" the professor blurted out. He had already thrown 2 killing curses at him and then was almost crushed to death by furniture. But for Harry, that didn't even count as a warm-up. Chapter 47, Triple Casting Style. "Omnia Mutatio," Harry said softly. The defense professor looked at him in perplexity. He had learned a very large amount of spells, but had never heard of that one. By the wording, he could guess it was a transfiguration meant to create a change in the physical appearance, but he didn't observe any change in the boy. He did not have time to think longer. Harry aimed both wands at him, each one was going through different motions, and then he heard it. Expelliarmus, Petrificus Totalis, Incarcerus, 2 flashes of light, and a set of ghostly-looking chains were conjured in an instant. Professor Nayar reacted swiftly and put up a shield that blocked the spells and moved away before it shattered, but he was welcomed with another barrage. Locomotor Mortis, Densageo, Tarantallegra, Expulso. Nayar created a wave of condensed air to deflect the 3 curses that Harry threw at him. He recovered his balance and started at the young boy like he was some sort of monster. "How are you doing it?" How are you casting 3 spells at the same time? He was sure of it. He heard the distinctive voices every time Harry had performed his magic. Serpensortia, Aranea, Scorpius, an entourage of venomous creatures appeared next to where he was standing. 2 big green snakes hissed at him and lunged at his legs, while spiders and scorpions walked more slowly towards his position. Room was big enough to have some freedom of movement. Unfortunately for him, all of the previous spells cast by Harry had been pushing him against a corner when he found himself unable to escape. Did he plan this far ahead? But he had no time to think about useless stuff. Confringo, the head of one of the snakes, blew up into pieces, but the other one was able to get on his side. Shit! Ah! The professor groaned in pain as the snake bit the lower part of his leg. Defindo. He used the cutting charm to remove the head of the venomous creature. He had to pry open and manually detach the head of the snake from his leg. His limbs trembled, something likely caused by the venom he had been injected. His eyes moved to the rest of the dangerous creatures. They were only a few feet away from him. Incendi, right as he was about to finish his fire jinx, the wooden floor came to life. He did not have to presume much about the cause of this. Harry used free transfiguration magic on the floor. He detached the wooden planks and used them as an improvised catapult to launch the assortment of venomous creatures at the professors. Several scorpions and spiders attached to his tunic as the muscular man did his best to rid of them. Meanwhile, Harry continues to cast spells on him. Locomotor Mortis, Incarcerus, Langlock, as always, they came in groups of 3, making it incredibly difficult for the professor to defend himself. Luminous chains attached to Nayar's legs and caused him to fall. His tongue was twisted in an impossible manner, preventing him from uttering a single word, while the small creatures continued their assault. Scorpions poked him on his hands and face, while spiders got inside his robes and started to bite him with their venomous fangs. Keshav Nayar was a combat veteran who survived countless dangerous situations. He has battled against all sorts of wizards and witches and always came on top. But he knew that this was going to be his last battle. Even if the massive amount of venom didn't kill him, then the boy, no, the thing who was now walking towards him, was not going to let him live. As Harry got closer to him, he noticed something peculiar under the dim lighting of the room. There was something unusual on the palm of his hands. He could not make out what it was until Harry stopped, just a few feet away from where he was lying down. Nayar's eyes opened widely when he saw it. He finally understood how Harry managed to overwhelm his defenses by continuously casting 3 spells at a time. There were 2 disgusting human-looking mouths where the palms of his hands should be. This also explains why Harry was holding his wands in such a bizarre manner. He could not hold them normally, as the wands would cover the mouths otherwise. That spell he cast at the beginning, something mutatio. He transformed his own body to be able to cast magic faster. No, is not that simple. Nayar considered just adding some extra mouths or arms on your body was not enough to start casting multiple spells at the same time. One's mind would need to keep up and form the spells. These require wand movements, chantings, and mental images. He wanted to ask him who he really was under that disguise. He wanted to know the real name of the wizard who had bested him, but he was unable to form words as he was suffering from the effects of the Langlock jinx. His body was starting to go stiff. Nayar had already lost complete control of his legs, and his arms were going next. He knew he did not have much time left. I may not be able to win, but I can go with a bang. Nayar moved his shaky right arm forward. The grip on his wand was still firm as he pointed it at Harry, who was now right in front of him. This was the best chance he was going to get. He could not make use of the killing curse, as this was one of the few spells that were impossible to cast silently. But there was another very deadly magic he could use in this situation. Nayar focused everything in this spell. This was going to be the last time he performed magic, and he wanted to at least take his opponent down with him. Dark flames formed before his wand, creating a sphere of fire that started to grow quickly. A hand made of rock emerged from between the wooden planks and closed on his wand hand, extinguishing the flames and crushing his hand along with his wand. Nayar let out a blood-curdling scream as his flesh and bones were torn apart. You really thought I was going to stand here and let you cast Fiendfire? Harry gave his professor an incredulous look. It seems like I overestimated you, Professor Nayar. Anyways, let's end this. I still have to think where to hide your body. One more rock hand appeared beneath his head. Chapter 48, Explanations. Harry looked at the body of his dead professor. That was somewhat underwhelming, to think that it had me worried for a second. Fight with his defense professor had come at an unexpected time. He had hoped to at least be able to complete his magic storage artifacts so he would not have to worry about being magically exhausted. But in the end, he didn't even need to deplete half his magic reserves. All the spells he used were low cost, but still, it ended very fast. Famous hit wizard from India, and the best you could do is a couple of avadas and a half-assed excuse of fiend fire. He sighed. Fine, let's not waste time. Daphne could come back at any moment with the other professors. He first stored his official wand inside his robes. Harry then dispelled all the creatures he had summoned before using a shrinking charm on the corpse of the defense professor. After that, he levitated the body, which was now the size of a peanut, and hid it inside the fireplace's secret entrance. He had several days to find a more permanent location for the corpse, but for the moment it was safe there. Reparo, he pushed a lot of his remaining magic out, forming a clear image of the original state of room in his mind. Thousands of pieces of furniture start to fly around and join other pieces, forming back the couches, table, chandelier, and other decorations until everything was the same way it was before the fight. Harry nodded, satisfied with the result, then walked into the hall and locked the room. At the end of the hall was a big window with iron bars and a set of stairs that led down. That will have to do. He aimed his secondary wand at the window. Bombarda. With a loud explosion, the window bars, along with a big piece of the wall, were completely destroyed, leaving a gaping hole in its place. All that was left now was to wait. Daphne must have had a lot of trouble finding the professors because it took almost 15 minutes before he finally heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Good thing my life wasn't actually in danger. Harry. Daphne and Professor McGonagall hurried to his side with Snape and Flitwick following behind. Mr. Potter, are you hurt? Miss Greengrass informed us about an attack. McGonagall examined him up and down. Harry looked down at himself. His robes were completely clean, and he didn't even have a scratch on his body. He did consider causing a few injuries on himself while telling the tale that he was able to repel the stack of the professor long enough for him to give up and escape. It sounded too ridiculous. No one was going to believe that a first-year student could duel against a veteran hit wizard for more than 2 seconds without dying in the process. The only combat spell he is supposed to know is the Flipendo, and that can take you so far. It was better to make a different claim. He didn't hurt me, Professor. He said that his only target was Neville, and he didn't want to hurt anyone else. Then he ran away. Harry pointed at the hole in the wall at the end of the corridor. McGonagall and Flitwick gasped. By Merlin, was it really Professor Nayar? Asked the small teacher. Yes, Professor Flitwick, it was definitely him. Daphne can corroborate this, assured Harry. And the alleged assassin ran away without attacking you at all, no even once. That seems very incredible, Mr. Potter, asked Snape. Would I be alive if he wanted me dead, Professor Snape? Harry retorted. HMPH. That was all Snape said before approaching the broken window and examining the scene. Why don't I take you two to the headmaster's office? I can call him from there, and we can wait for him while drinking some tea. Yes, suggested McGonagall. I will call the Auras too, and I think we should notify their parents, correct? Said Flitwick. McGonagall hesitated for a moment. She knew how little Dumbledore liked to involve the Auras in Hogwarts matters, especially since they had recently been called by the awful affair with the Acromantulas, but she also knew that it was inevitable to have the Aura and parents involved. Both children were from pure blood families, and Harry's father was a head Aura. Yes, please do so. McGonagall had no choice in this. Surely the headmaster will understand. They arrived at the headmaster's office, and we were told to sit down in front of Dumbledore's desk. A house elf brought them some hot cocoa, while McGonagall went to call the headmaster using the Flu network. Daphne kept stealing glances at him. He knew what she wanted to say. She didn't buy the story that Harry had told. After all, she was there when the professor had promised to kill both of them for knowing too much about his intentions. However, she was smart enough to keep her mouth shut in front of the other professors after hearing Harry. He looked at her and their eyes met. Not now, tell you later, he promised her in a whisper, and she moved her head. She now looked satisfied enough, so she started to drink her cocoa in peace. A few minutes later, McGonagall came back to inform them that the headmaster was going to be here shortly and that he requested that we wait for him. Then Professor Flitwick came back and also said that both our parents and a squad of Auras were on their way to Hogwarts at this moment. Harry grimaced. This is going to be a very long day. You better be grateful, Neville. Chapter 49, Mistrust. A team of Aurors, along with James Potter, arrived at Hogwarts, followed by Dumbledore just a few minutes later. It was almost midnight when things finally calmed down a bit. Daphne did a good job of avoiding any details that would contradict his story of how the teacher ran away after being found out. The Aura team got all the information they could from the 2 eyewitnesses before leaving. Snape then escorted Daphne to her dorm, leaving Harry alone with his father and Dumbledore. The headmaster did not seem satisfied with Harry's explanation and had tried to use the legilimency twice on him. Harry avoided eye contact with the headmaster, but still felt a familiar sensation of an intrusion attempt. Luckily, Dumbledore was only trying to feel his surface thoughts and was not trying to dig deeper. Otherwise, the existence of his occlumency shield would be revealed to the old man. What Harry found surprising was the fact that the headmaster dared to do this much in front of his father. "I'm taking him home for a few days," said James. "Is this really necessary? Harry is completely fine. And we don't need this to gain more attention among the students." Dumbledore was very insistent with Daphne and Harry that today's events must be kept a secret for now. Harry could agree on that. There was no need to cause mass panic, and they will never be able to connect Nayar with Lucius Mal anyway. "I'll have to do something about that myself. I'm sorry, Albus, but this is not negotiable. Do you have any idea how difficult it was to convince Lily to stay at home and wait?" answered James. "He'll come back in a few days after things calm down a bit." Dumbledore sighed and looked at Harry again. "Very well, James, have him back in a few days. I'll come up with some excuse for his absence." James glanced at Harry, and this one noticed something odd on his father's eyes. It was only there for a moment before disappearing. "Let's go home, son. Your mother can't wait to see you." Harry took his father's hand and let himself be guided to the fireplace. "You remember how to use flue powder, right? The code is Potter Manor." Harry nodded and took some of the flue powder in his hands. Potter Manor. Harry disappeared in a burst of green fire. When he came out of the fireplace, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. He was expecting to arrive at the main hall of the manor, but instead, he was in a spacious but empty room, surrounded by brick walls and only a handful of candles to serve as illumination. He heard the fireplace ignite behind him. "What is this room?" Harry asked. "Potter Manor is a fake entry that leads to an underground security room beneath the manor. The real entry is Marauder's Nest. My real son has never traveled by flue powder, so he had no way of knowing it." "Who are you?" Harry turned around and saw his father pointing a wand at him. "Was my story that bad?" he said, keeping his calm despite the situation. "No, it was believable. But I found evidence of a fight in a nearby room. There was residual magic corresponding with a cast of the killing curse, and also signs of a recent reparo charm being used on the furniture." Harry knitted his eyebrows. He didn't know about these detection methods. Moody never explained them to him. They mostly focused on fighting and survival magic. He had wanted to join the Auras in the past, but the war started again before he had the chance. Now he had to think about what to do next. If it came to it, he was fairly confident in defeating his father, but he would lose his family if he did that. What would be the point of this second chance then? Can I trust him with the truth, or at least some of it? But if he couldn't trust his family, who could he trust then? It has become quite evident that hiding his abilities and intentions is going to backfire. He was sure that his father was not the only one suspicious about him. Albus Dumbledore is going to be more subtle about it than James Potter. "What happened to my son?" James asked. As much as he wanted to hide his emotions, his eyes betrayed him. "Answer me. I am your son," said Harry. "My son would never have survived a fight with a veteran hit wizard. I never gave him any training either. I did try, but he hated to study any form of magic. He couldn't even." There was something else James wanted to add but decided not to. "You are right. I'm not the son you remember or the son you raised in this house, but I am who I claim to be. I can prove it," offered Harry. James frowned and kept his wand in place. "So you claim to be my son, but not the one I raised. Since I am sure I only had one son, what are you claiming to be? A time traveler or something ridiculous like that?" James said. "No, is even more ridiculous than that," Harry thought. "Why don't I start by proving my identity? May I take my wand out?" "A magical oath," James guessed his intentions. "Fine, but no sudden moves." Harry did as told. He removed his ebony wand from his robes, leaving the other one inside his holster. He held the wand out for James to see. His father nodded. "Go on." Harry made a smooth wave with his wand. "I swear on my life and magic that I am Harry James Potter, son of James Potter and Lily Potter nee Evans, so mot be." James's eyes opened like plates as he saw a flash of light, confirming the oath was complete. "Impossible," Chapter 50, The Truth. Right, I'm supposed to cast a spell now. Harry gave his wand a flick and in turn, James' wand was ripped from his hand and flew onto Harry's. James' shock was replaced by a wave of uneasiness as he felt his wand missing. Harry noticed the look his father was giving him, but paid it no mind. He walked towards James and returned the wand to its owner. James took it with some hesitation. I have proven that I am who I claim to be and that I have no hostile intentions towards you or the rest of my family. What else would it take to convince you? Asked Harry. Must I take a blood pact? He added. No, James was quick to say. Those things are extremely dangerous. People have died for the minor of mistakes. Fine then, what else? James remained silent for a moment. What happened to you? I came from a future. A distant one many years from now. He tried to choose his words carefully in order to reveal as little as possible. You come from the future, distant travel to the past is… Wait, James recalled something important. This is not how time travel works. Even if you did somehow manage to travel to a distant past, you would still be in your own body. True, but I doubt this was normal time travel after all. I died. You died? James cried. Yes, I died. And then I woke up in my 10-year-old body. No memories of any childhood before that. He avoided mentioning that the future he came from was from a completely different timeline. And before you ask, no, I don't know how it happened or why I'm here. I was as confused back then as you are now. The day that you woke up in the hospital after the incident, you were acting very strange and you had amnesia, but the doctor said it was normal. That was you then. James looked at him. Harry nodded. I didn't want to deceive you and Mom, but I didn't know how you were going to react if I suddenly started talking about time travel and stuff like that. When the doctor talked about the amnesia, I just took advantage of that opportunity. And considering your reaction, Harry's eyes moved to the wand that was still being highly held by James. His father noticed this and stored the wand back in its holster. But by the posture, Harry could tell he wasn't completely relaxed. Wait, you said you died before. How did that happen? James asked. Voldemort, he comes back. There is a very long war. Most died. Even me. Is best if I avoid telling you too many details about the future. So me and Lily also, James said solemnly. Yes, very early. And even Lyra and Holly too, James asked with dread. Harry chose to remain silent. He hated having to lie to his father. James took Harry's silence as a yes. My little girls. I can make another oath if you don't believe me, Harry offered. After all, the things he said were technically true. He just omitted some information. Although he would prefer to avoid another oath no matter what, there were always some risks. No, you don't need to do that, Harry. James looked somewhat regretful. Sorry for doubting you, son. Thanks, Dad. So, what are we doing now? We should tell your mother. We cannot hide this from her, said James. Harry nodded. She deserves to know, I supposed. How do you think she's going to take it? Probably better than me. Don't worry too much about it. Oh, before we go, there is something else I need to know. Is this about the missing professor? Asked Harry. James nodded. I would like to know what truly happened. Harry explained to his father about the information discovered by Lord Greengrass and how Professor Nayar was hired by Lucius Malfoy. He then talked about his meetings with Daphne during the year and how the professor found them. Some of those things James already knew, but there were many details that he and Daphne had avoided telling to the Auras and headmaster. So you thought it was a good idea to put tracking charms on a veteran hit wizard. Did I not teach you any better? Tracking charms, even the best ones, are not that hard to detect. And any decent assassin is going to be an expert at avoiding being tracked down. Yes, well, I have no excuse. Let's move on. Harry could only blame this mistake on his lack of experience in this type of war. So, what happened next? I know he didn't just run away without a fight. Oh, I killed him and hid the body. You don't have to worry about finding him. Harry did consider hiding that bit of information, but there was no advantage to it. It was just a matter of time before his father discovered that Professor Nayar was no longer alive. And then what little trust Harry had managed to acquire so far will be completely shattered. His father will never trust him again after that. And if he had learned something from today's events was that he could not do this alone. In his past life, he had many friends and companions who helped along the way. Without them, he would never have survived long enough to destroy Voldemort. He had been too naive to think he could do everything by himself. You killed him. James gave him an incredulous look. Harry nodded. I told you that I lived through a war, remember? Don't be that surprised by those things. How can I not be surprised when my 11-year-old son tells me he just killed someone? It was self-defense thought, Harry explained. Okay, James calmed a bit. When we tell your mother, we are skipping this part.